Good morning,
Oh, yeah.
Shady House.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
A little late to it today. Ramsey, we will be covering this for sure. Michigan gets the belt. Nice job, Michigan. Atta babe. Love it.
Been solid lately, Michigan.
Locked in, just like us. Here we go.
Headlines, and for the next 2 hours, go where every sports fan wants to go. Behind the scenes and into the practice facilities, locker rooms, coaches' offices, and press boxes to get the info before anyone else. This is the ESPN 1320 Insiders.
Hey, good morning. Happy Monday, everybody. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're rocking with you until noon. We have so much to get to in the Sacramento Kings realm. We had a wild-ass game at Golden One Center on Saturday between the Kings and the Knicks. And Mike Brown had some intriguing things to say at practice.
Shots fired, Kyle. Shots fired.
Shots were fired at somebody on this very program. We will have that sound for you. And then, James, you talked. You had a little one-on-one with Keon Ellis, which we will talk about some as well. But before we do any of that, some news came down this morning in the baseball world that I just wanted to touch on real quick. What the hell are the San Francisco Giants doing? It was announced today that Rennell Brooks-Moon, who has been their PA announcer for 24 seasons, is the voice of Oracle, Pac Bell, AT&T Park, whatever else it's been called.
They call it a lot of things. Didn't they call SBC?
SBC, yeah, SBC Park was a thing as well. The voice of that stadium for going on 2.5 decades. An icon in San Francisco. Synonymous with the San Francisco Giants as players have come and gone through Barry Bonds' record-breaking and through World Series titles and through sellouts and lean years. It's been Rennell. And the Giants announced this morning that Rennell Brooks-Moon will not be returning. They're going to name the PA booth after her. They'll throw a little plaque in there or something. Not because she retired. Not because she stepped away. Not because, she's done with this. She doesn't want to do it. No. Because they couldn't agree on a contract. The Giants went penny pinching in their PA booth. And instead of helping to celebrate this icon of their team and of their stadium and of this team's relationship with their city, they are punting and saying, we'll move on. We'll find someone cheaper. We'll find someone different. It'll be underwhelming. Everybody's going to hate it. But hey, we're saving a few bucks, so who cares? It's a joke, dude. This is a joke.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Can you imagine if the Kings just went, yeah, hey, couldn't come to contract terms with Gary Gerald or Scott Moak. I guess Scott Moak's better. He's a PA guy. Couldn't. So Scott, he's gonna go. We thank him for his time. See ya.
Onwards and upwards.
We'll hire someone new. Are you joking me?
Yeah, it's wild. Because
it's trash.
As someone who grew up going to A's games, like Roy Steele was the voice of God.
Yeah,
absolutely incredible. And of course he lived in Auburn, for some time. Like up my neck of the woods. That tracks.
People who talk like that probably live in Auburn.
Yeah. So he had to retire because he got chronic hiccups and couldn't shake the hiccups as he got older.
Brutal.
And they tried to, they had someone come in and fill in and and he did a great job too. And I can't remember his name, but
Dick Callahan.
Yeah.
He passed away recently.
Yes. So anyway, it becomes like what you're used to listening to. I grew up listening to Fred Anderson call Kings games inside the stadium, right? And he was actually a deacon at my church. And I knew I graduated from high school with his daughter, still friends with her. and they it's part of your experience and part of why you go to the game. It's like, and
Yeah.
when something's off, like there is nothing stranger than the game where Scott got sick. Scott may or may not have like had to a test come up in the middle of and they had to come out and like have him
Oh dear.
leave in like the first quarter.
Mm-hmm.
And this was a couple of years ago, and all of a sudden we hadn't noticed because the guy who was calling the game, who took over, he clearly has done nothing but listen to Scott Moak his whole life and sounded very similar.
Yeah.
And then he said something that didn't make like it caught your ear, like, oh, that's not right.
Yeah,
I look down, I'm like, where the hell did Moak go?
Yeah.
And sure enough, like I text him, like, where did you go?
Just
He goes, man, I had to exit the building.
Sure.
Like, oh no.
Yeah, and look, when something like that happens, like you said, it's jarring and you hear it, but okay, Scott's gonna come. If the PA announcer steps down or retires,
Yeah.
then you know what? It's a little different. It's jarring at first, but you get used to it. If you unceremoniously go, couldn't come to terms on a contract, goodbye, that's never gonna sound right ever again. Like you said, I grew up more Roy Steele a little bit, but I definitely more remember Dick Callahan.
Mm-hmm.
When Dick Callahan stepped down, it was of his own accord.
Yeah, it was health
He
issues.
steps down, right?
Yeah.
And Amelia Chamel steps in, and I think she does a great job. And that's different than had it just been like, hey, we don't want to pay Dick Callahan. We're just going to bring in somebody else.
Well, and Dick Callahan really did try to mirror Roy Steele.
And did a great job.
Yeah.
So I was at first, when I first saw it, I was like, oh, Renell's stepping down, oh, good, outstanding person. And she's just wonderful person. It's like, oh, okay. And then you start to kind of read into it. And, no, they literally announced in the thing, couldn't come to terms on a contract. So
that's wild.
There's no terms. Whatever she wants, dude. She got a lifetime pass.
Yeah.
Keep her.
You're naming the booth after her.
Right. Keep her. You keep that person as long as you can.
Yeah, that's wild.
I get doing it with players because you've got your analytics and we think that we can spend $2 million and get the same production from these two players that the Dodgers are getting from Mookie Betts for tens of millions of dollars, 40 or 50 or whatever he's making a year. We think, okay, that if you want to do that on the baseball side, whatever. Doing that with Renell?
It's wild.
It's a clown show, dude.
That's not good.
It's trash. Anyways. Hopefully the Giants do the right thing here and Renell is behind the mic for their home opener this season. That's the hope. Anyways. You know what it is?
It's ridiculous and we're tired of it. An abomination.
Yes. It is. It is complete crap.
I have yeah.
It's a complete crap.
Yeah.
This is completely BS.
We'll just keep running through it.
You can suck it.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Forgot we had that one in there.
Oh no, we definitely do. The Kings lost. The Kings lost to the Knicks 98-91 on Saturday, and we'll talk about the merits of that game, whether it was a good or bad loss for the Kings. James, I think you and I disagree a little bit, but aside from that, something way more important happened yesterday.
I got to give Fox 40 News, Sean Cunningham, a little love. Where's everybody? We lose to the Knicks. Everybody jumps off the bandwagon. James, I'm really surprised at you. I love you, but I'm really, really surprised at you. So it's all about Fox 40 News and Sean Cunningham because nobody else showed up.
James Ham, your response, please.
I did respond. I've responded. I showed my wife. You can suck it. And my son the clip. We had a good time with it. I was laughing. My son popped off. My son is a basketball aficionado. He's a junkie. His response to the video: tell him I'll show up when the screen does.
Yeah.
And Mike had a good time with that.
I'm really surprised at you.
Unbelievable, dude. You take a day off.
You know how
you had a long week.
How many days?
You decide to take a day off. Oh. Ridiculous.
And I did write all day. I mean, that's what I was doing. But I mean, you understand this week. This week was tough. This last week.
A lot of games.
The back-to-back, like 15, 16-hour days. Like it took its toll. Not great. And like today's one of those days. But and I didn't take a day off. I still wrote. But
Sean Cunningham was there.
yeah.
Fox 40 Sean Cunningham in the building.
It's an hour drive down there, on a Sunday. Like I was having a good little Sunday. I love it though.
All right.
Good for Mike for calling me out.
Dude, he's getting good for Sean, getting one-on-one time with Mike Brown. All right.
That's right.
98-91 the final Saturday night. Man, lot to dive into here. I want to start up top real quick though before we get into the King side of this. Jalen Brunson can play, bro.
Kyle, we were wrong. He's a 1A.
You might think he's a 1A.
He's a 1A.
He does enough, and we talked about this a little bit, but my reservation was not his skill level. It was very clear how skilled he is. My question was whether a team with a 6 foot tall point guard who doesn't play above the rim at all could do enough in the modern NBA to win a title. And man, with what Jalen Brunson can do in the paint with his footwork, what he's doing now from beyond the 3-point line, there's just not a shot he can't get to, and there's not a place on the floor that he can't generate space. And I think that makes up for the typical shortcomings of a player of that style when it comes to being a 1A on a title team. So I think I'm more inclined to agree with you after watching closely.
Yeah, he turned into prime Dame.
He's just ridiculous.
I mean, the 3-point shots just pulling it from wherever.
Yeah.
And like we're going to have to figure this out like at the end of the season. Like the sightlines in Golden One Center, it's got to be the greatest shooting gym that there ever was. Like everyone comes in and it doesn't matter if you're blanketed or not. It just seems like everybody comes in and they have no problems hitting every single thing that they take. And I mean, Jalen Brunson was out there pulling up from like Kyle's house. Like it didn't matter how deep. Like it was way deep. You're like, what is happening? So like kudos to him for developing and becoming a great player.
Mm-hmm.
But my goodness, he was the only one.
Yeah, nobody else did anything on the Knicks.
No, they shut everyone else down. Like I thought it was gritty, man. I thought gritty both sides. That is like 90s basketball. It's gritty. It's
what the Knicks do.
Yeah.
They turn every game into that.
Yeah. Now, again, I would say this. If you played in the Eastern Conference and you played against the Knicks more times, like if the Kings were to play a 7-game series with the Knicks, I might take the Kings. Like in that series. Like I think it would be a 6 or 7-game series.
Mm-hmm.
But once you adjust to that style of play, and hey, let's not act like the refs are calling the game the same way. Like since the All-Star break, everything is different.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, even the 2-minute report came out and they fully missed Sabonis getting hit in the face multiple times at like 57 seconds left with the Kings down 3. He turns the ball over and they come back and say, yeah, he got hit in the head. And it's like, okay, like, look, you probably should have called it since there were 3 people all watching him get fouled. So
I'm sorry, they scored 91 points.
No, it wasn't great.
I can't get behind railing on officials, dude. Like
they shot a lot more free throws.
If a team's gonna play physical, and it takes you out of your offense completely, like that's a problem.
Yeah,
like that's the much bigger problem. The officiating stinks. Like that's been the case all year. Since the All-Star break, Tom Haberstroh has the numbers. They've been swallowing their whistles more.
Yes,
and letting players play. And the way the NBA officiates stars versus not stars and this team versus that team is a joke. It's a clown show, and it has been. But I can't get behind, 91 points is 91 points.
Okay.
It's tough. But we'll dive into it. We'll get into that. The Kings lost to the Knicks. Was it actually a good loss? Was there some benefit to this? James, you made an interesting point that I would like to dive into. On this type of loss for the Kings. We also have to get into a game tonight because there's Kings-Grizzlies, kind of game they should dominate, but the kind of game they struggled in this year. We'll talk about that as well. All of it coming up on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Clear.
I sat here quietly until you were clear.
Pretty sure we were, but for some reason doesn't look right to me.
High. Ellis can't play defense. Love it. What's going on, everybody?
Hi, friends.
Hi, friends. Hi, Spencer. Let me see.
I'm going full Kenny today.
Are you eating on the show?
Mm-hmm.
What do you got?
A little barbell protein bar.
Nice.
Yeah, one of a handful of protein bars I'm into.
I'm definitely enjoying the kind bars, our
Really
version
good.
of.
Really
Yeah.
good. Love a kind bar.
I did watch the incredible comeback by Manchester United on Sunday morning. That was wild. Oh, the Nets had a team meeting. That should be productive.
I can't believe the guy whose favorite team is owned by the Ricketts family is popping off in the chat. That's crazy.
Leighton Vander Esch
You
is
done?
medically retiring from the NFL after a 6-year
No.
career. Neck injury. That's
Yeah,
tough.
got blocked into a guy by Trent Williams. Well, that's a great point by Joe. You're cashing layups with drunk goggles on at G1C. NBA players are definitely going to shoot easier.
Or your friend has a problem.
Yeah.
Just going to say it's possible that your friend has a problem.
I wish I could find. Is Will in here?
Will Z?
Hey, Will Z. Oh, you know what? I might be able to find it. Hang on.
Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, I'm not blaming the officials or anything for the way that game ended. I mean, especially the Kings shot way more free throws. Way more. But just, you can't make egregious errors like that late in games.
I just don't. Here, you know what? That ties into what I want to talk about. Great point.
Are we going to talk about that right now?
No.
No. I didn't think so. You're jotting it down? What's up, Johnny G?
All right, 10 seconds. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. The Sacramento Kings lost to the New York Knicks 98-91 on Saturday. And now they're right back at it tonight at home against the Memphis Grizzlies, who sit at 23-45, entering tonight's game. And typically, it feels like last year this would have been a game that we would not have probably talked much about. That it would have, this is a game the Kings are rolling into, assuming the Grizzlies are at the same level of health. The Kings are going to roll into and they're going to win by a lot. And you'd feel really good about it. But this year, shorthanded team, worst team, coming into Golden One Center, hard to feel good about it.
This isn't even a shorthanded team. This is like a no-handed team.
They're just without hands.
It is. Like, there is no Jazz hands available.
They're the knight from Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
Yes, exactly.
No arms, no legs.
Yeah.
They're going to bite your legs off.
That is, I think it is the Black Knight.
The Black Knight, yes.
Yeah, he'll bite. They will bite your kneecaps, Kyle. They will bite your kneecaps.
Full hand Quinn.
That's right. Look, this is a bad team, and they've been bad all season long. They had a little bit of reprieve when John Morant showed up for like 5 minutes, and then he went out with a torn labrum, I think, right?
Yeah, it was bad.
Some sort of shoulder injury. But, he missed first 25 games of the year. Steven Adams was going to miss the whole season, and they ended up trading him. Brandon Clark probably isn't coming back this season. Shout out to Brandon Clark, who is he's not from here, but his parents actually live where I live. So Brandon Clark is sort of a local. He has a large local contingency that shows up to cheer him on. But this is a team that's just fully beat up, and the last time the Kings played them, they were able to sign like 3 guys off the street right before the game to fill out the roster, and they probably need to do so again.
It's insane. They have so many good players out. Brandon Clark, who you said he might return this year, it sounds like.
Maybe, but why?
He's not going to play tonight.
He blew his Achilles last year.
John Morant out for the season. Yeah, you might get Brandon Clark in at the end of the year for a couple of minutes here and there just to get him on the floor and moving.
Yeah.
But not high intensity 30-minute type of night thing. John Morant out, as you said. Scottie Pippen Jr. dealing with a shin thing, didn't play Saturday. Derrick Rose out. Marcus Smart out. Yuta Watanabe did not play Saturday for personal reasons. Vince Williams Jr. is out. He's got a knee thing. Didn't play Saturday. It's like, man. Zaire Williams out with a hip injury.
Yeah, they're a train wreck, but that doesn't mean they can't score. Even Luke Kennard, I think, is out, who started the other night. Luke Kennard, I believe, is out. So, yeah, this is a mess. Yeah, he's out for personal reasons for this game. Personal reasons, probably, I don't want to play for this bad team.
The more players we say are out, the more nervous I get.
Yeah, even Vince Williams Jr., who I thought, like he had a little run there where he played well. He's doubtful. Yeah, this team is a mess. And
John Conchar is going for 30 tonight.
Maybe. Maybe Triple J beat you up. I don't know. I don't know. This is a team that, I think everyone just thinks they're going to step right back in and be really good.
I certainly do.
And I don't. I don't think that they're going to be very good because, number one, you can't just lose your culture. And they lost their culture last season. Even though they kept winning, they still had major cultural issues.
Yeah, they had a swagger about them, but it wasn't the measured upward trajectory swagger. It was we've earned everything already.
Well, that and it was a gun waving crazy.
That too.
Yeah, a culture of zero accountability.
Yeah,
where a player's dad is fighting Shannon Sharp on the sidelines.
Crazy.
Like the whole thing is just ridiculous. And from my point of view, like we're seeing what Dylan Brooks has meant to the Houston Rockets.
Yeah.
And he's a very, very solid veteran. Although he can be a little squirrely on the court, like overall, I think he does bring an attitude and an accountability to players, the people around him. He also brought a toughness, and they bring in Marcus Smart. Of course, he misses most of the season.
Yeah.
But it just feels like their time came and already went. And for me,
interesting.
They were so much better with Steven Adams on the court than with him off the court. And now he's gone. You just jettisoned him. And I don't even know if Steven Adams is going to play again. He's basically going to be out a year and a half now with a knee issue.
Yeah.
Who knows if he'll actually be able to return and play and be a meaningful player in the NBA again. but that doesn't mean that they have someone ready to replace him.
Mm-hmm.
And so their next man up mentality, like it's been tested and it's brutal to watch. So
yeah, I definitely get that to an extent, but I also think if you're putting John Morant on the court with Desmond Bane, and if Gigi Jackson continues his ascent, and you get Marcus Smart healthy, there's a potential culture piece that can rein that in some while also helping the team continue improving on the court. Jaren Jackson Jr., whatever you think of him, we'll talk about him later, but he's fine and probably a good starting center. So I think they have enough there to be interesting.
okay.
And I think Ja could be kind of the rising tide that lifts all boats. He's just such a singularly electric player that I think he just makes everybody around him better. And maybe they're not going to be a perennial 50-win team like it looked like they were going to be, but I definitely think they're going to be a factor once he comes back. There's too many quality players there for me to think like, I just don't.
Yeah, but I mean, I think they're starting over. That's what it looks like to me. So, I mean, like we have starting lineups written down for tonight.
Sure.
I have no idea who's starting at point guard.
The Grizzlies will send 5 guys out.
They're going to send. I mean, we do know that Desmond Bane, Gigi Jackson, Ante Aldama, and
maybe it'll be Jordan Goodwin,
Jaren Jackson. No, that's probably a good guess. But yeah, they're a mess, man. I don't know what to say. Every time you look at their roster, there's someone else. Like I don't even know who DeJoun Jarreau is. Like I don't know who that is. And Wenyen Gabriel is there. We love Wenyen. Sacramento Kings legend, Wenyen Gabriel.
The game changer.
One of the nicest young dudes you're ever gonna meet. Like very, very thoughtful, very nice. But anyway, like this team is a mess. Like and when you're preparing for a team like this, it's difficult because you don't know where their points are going to come from. Gigi Jackson's a player, though. I like him. He
can hoop, dude.
Super young.
He can hoop. He just turned 19.
Yeah,
he turned 19 in December.
Yeah,
that's great. He played basketball as an 18-year-old in the NBA. That's pretty wild.
It's wild.
Outside of Derrick Rose, so remove Derrick Rose. The Grizzlies don't have a single player over the age of 30.
Wow.
Check that. Nope. Marcus Smart just turned 30.
Oh, okay.
So Marcus Smart just turned 30, and he's their oldest guy, not named Derrick Rose.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think the Kings only have 3.
Yeah, they don't have that many old guys either.
No, they just have. Well, did Alex Len turn 30 yet? JaVale, and Harrison Barnes. JaVale's 35. Yeah.
JaVale's super old.
I mean, the Kings, they do have a young roster.
Alex Len's almost 31.
Yeah, he's almost 31. So, but still, like the core of your team, your main players, only one of them is 30.
I believe that the Grizzlies next year are going to be a factor in the West playoff race.
Okay.
Far more than they've been this year, obviously.
Yeah. Well, and I certainly think at the bottom of the West, you could see teams that are ready to fall off like very quickly.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
I mean, even like the Lakers are holding on right now, but like who knows what they look like next year? The Golden State Warriors, just not great.
No idea what they look like in the next 2 or 3.
Yeah. And then you're going to have teams like the Houston Rockets that are making that trying to make that OKC jump. And a team like this, maybe even the Utah Jazz when,
maybe
Keontae George and, like some of their pieces start filling in and growing into the roles.
Yeah. Who's your matchup of the game?
Man, I think it's Keegan Murray versus Gigi Jackson.
That's a fun one.
Yeah, it's a fun one because I don't know who the Kings are going to. I mean, I assume Kevin Huerter's going to start on Desmond Bane. I don't like that matchup.
Nope.
For the Kings, and so for me, Keegan versus Gigi Jackson. Like, look, bully him a little bit. He's young. He's slight of frame. Like you can go at him. I want to see Keegan grow up a little bit here.
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm banking on it, but it would definitely be nice to see. And that's a matchup I think the Kings have to win if they're going to do what they need to be doing against the Grizzlies and winning handily. But we will continue diving into that. We'll talk about Keegan Murray and some more matchups, and we'll get your keys to victory coming up in a bit on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. Clear.
Yeah, I had a Twitter warrior go at me on Saturday night and demand that I block him. Well, he said, Keegan Murray is a homophobic slur. And then he said, block me. And I said, yeah, before I block you, what I'm going to do? I'm going to report you. How about that? I'll report you, and then I will block you. So good luck with that.
What a clown.
Yeah, it's just embarrassing, man.
So trash, dude.
People losing their cool during games, it's just wild.
Like, hang on. Like, I'm not above being an irrational weirdo during games, but come on, man. There's a difference between that and being a bad person.
Yeah, it's just like stop being idiots. It's not hard. Oh no.
Oh, what do we got?
Andrei Stojakovic has entered the transfer portal.
Oh.
Averaged 7.8 points per game at Stanford this year. I think he wants out. Boy, that's interesting.
Very interesting.
Shot 40%, 40.9% from the field, 32.7 from 3. Huh. Like there were a lot of teams that were all over him. And he looks like his dad. Yeah. Frank Anwar, I don't think he's going to come to Sac State. He's a 5-star recruit.
Yeah, he is going to be an NBA basketball player.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think that's I don't think he will enter the draft.
No, he would just do that. He wouldn't go to the transfer portal first.
No, you can do both.
Oh, can you?
Oh yeah. You can be in the transfer portal, like test out the draft, get sort of an understanding
Oh,
of
that's right.
where
'cause
you're
you
going to
can
be.
Repeal your.
Yeah.
Mm.
Like I don't know if he's a first round pick. It's tough. Yeah, he just hasn't had a good start.
Yo, Zion does look great. That would be a wild ass story.
What's that?
Zion just leads the Pelicans through the playoffs. He just lost some weight, just started dominating.
Yeah. I'm a show me first guy. Like I need to see it.
Totally, but it would be nuts.
Yeah.
All right, 90 seconds.
It was a long break.
Yeah, it is.
I'm trying to see where he is. Where he's rated.
Not a lot of things make me more comfortable than this 64-person 49ers media bracket.
There's a what?
Could not wish my name was more out of that.
Oh, wow.
All right, 10 seconds.
Local to 200 300. Text the word local.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I want to talk about officiating real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think there's the NBA, there's clearly like a problem. NBA officials are not doing that good of a job. Are they doing the best job of any humans that would have the jobs on the planet? Like 100%. It's just really hard to officiate the sport now.
Mm-hmm.
The way it's played and how big and fast players are, it's the same thing. We have the same problem in football. We're having the same problem in Major League Baseball. Just kind of how it is. And now we see the leagues trying to incorporate technology to help out their officials. And I think there's this effort, right, with replay to not overdo it where it's affecting the flow of games. And everything's reviewed now. So after every play, there's a review and this and that. I get that they're trying not to fall down that slope.
Mm-hmm.
But there needs to be some kind of line. There needs to be some kind of, I don't know if it's like a time limit where when there's a review, you go to a 60-second commercial. And if your review is not done in those 60 seconds, then you know what? You couldn't figure it out. Play on. Or whatever it is. But here's my problem, James. Sorry.
No, we're all right.
Here's my problem. Warriors-Lakers the other night. I was listening to that in the car on the way from a wedding venue to the second location for this wedding. I was in the car for 18 minutes, and I heard maybe 15 seconds of game time. Because there was a review for a LeBron James 3 where he may or may not have been out of bounds. And so they eventually review that. They took a while to figure that out. Okay, they wipe off the 3 points for the Lakers. Then there's a play where it looked like, I think it was Draymond Green saved the ball from going out of bounds, or Wiggins or whoever it was, but actually his toe was kind of on the line. So hang on, got to review that. By the time all the reviews are done, the Lakers go to inbound the ball because it was out on the Warriors. Oh, the shot clock's not working. Okay, stop everything. Got to go over and get the shot clock reset and working again. It was insane. All for like millimeters of shoe on the boundary where they had to stop it and do the zoom. Meanwhile, that can all be reviewed. That can all be looked at. That stopping the game doesn't matter. Let's head to Sacramento. Same night. 54 seconds left. 51. Less than a minute left.
57.
Less than a minute left. Domantas Sabonis gets whacked in the face a couple times. 2-3 times. Gets fouled multiple times. Turns it over. There's no review there because because you're not going to, obviously there's no call. So there's not going to be a stoppage to go, wait, did we miss a call there? But that can't be reviewed in real time.
There's no call because there's no foul.
There's no recourse for it, right?
Yeah, there's no recourse. And that, to me, is the biggest thing. It's such an embarrassment. There needs to be, we have yellow and red flags here.
We do.
At ESPN 1320.
Mm-hmm.
We can throw a flag on each other.
Yes.
Like, how can there not be? How is it that you only get to call something?
Mm-hmm.
You only get to review something if there's a call made, but you can't review a bad call that didn't get called.
Right. I don't understand.
It doesn't make any sense. And even like, I know, like the Knicks came out in the third quarter, maybe it was fourth quarter. Mm-hmm. Jalen Brunson quickly, 2 baskets, boom, boom.
Mm-hmm.
One of them, I guess he steps out of bounds completely. and there's no call, right? Like the overall officiating isn't good.
It's bad.
And like there's one official that everyone wants. You want Zach Zarba calling your game. Outside of that, like I don't know who you want, because we were talking about like who is it that you want to like have be part of your conversation? Like who is it that you want to call your game on a given night? It's certainly not Tony Brothers. But then
Definitely not.
there's a bunch of guys that just aren't good at all. And so I don't think they're intentionally bad. And I certainly think that the league, whether they want to admit it or not, has put a mandate right now on the game being completely called in a different way than it was the rest of the season, which is weird. Like you should not just change midstream how you're calling a game. But this is what they do in the playoffs. So, but the problem is that when you get to the playoffs, it's the best of your best officials. That's not what we're doing right now. This is not your best of the best. Like there's the one official that like earlier in the season threw out Nikola Jokic.
Oh yeah, what's his name?
Right, and I can't remember his name. And like someone had done the research, and in his 17-year career, he'd called one playoff series. So the league already knows he's not good. Like it's not like there's a question about it. He's a low-rated official. He doesn't get playoff games because he's not good. So I think more often than not, as someone who covered the Sacramento Kings, you understand that they don't usually get the cream of the crop. I know there's a rotation and all that stuff, but you feel like part of the rotation just doesn't come to Sacramento. So I don't know. I think that there should be a way for a coach to throw a red flag or hit a giant button on the side that looks similar to like an easy button or the button that they hit to light the beam.
Yeah.
I say, no, that was a foul. Stop the game and go look at it. That was a foul.
So I get, right. You should be able to do that. But if that's the case, and every time there's a turnover, a coach is going to be like, wait, no.
Yeah.
And you could effectively, if there's a legit turnover where a team's going to have a break, like a fast break, and a coach could conceivably in that moment just be like, oh, I think there's a foul, and stop play that takes away an open layup. So I get why the league can't do that. But there needs to be maybe it's just obliterating replay altogether. Maybe it's just taking it away entirely.
Okay.
But this whole, okay, we're going to review that LeBron stepped out a little bit, and that like I said, whichever Warriors player it was Draymond or Wiggins, I forget which one. But oh wait, he was also on the line a little bit, so we're going to review this, and we're going to take 14 minutes to figure it out.
That was egregious.
All of that, it took so long.
That should never be the case.
So there's all of that, but then there's also, I don't know if it's like an eye in the sky thing where it's somebody watching on TV who can be zoomed in.
Oh no, that is happening.
Getting that angle.
It's a
where they go where they go, hang on, buzz down, stop everything. We're calling a foul from afar. You guys missed it. Ref didn't have an angle on it, didn't see it, was watching the ball, was watching X, Y, and Z, because they're watching a million things. I get it. There needs to be something there. If you're going to have replay, if your goal is going to be to get calls right, and you're like, you know what, pace doesn't matter, time doesn't matter, our number one thing is making sure that the calls are right, then that needs to go for, because it's goaltending too.
Oh yeah.
If there's a goaltend that doesn't get called, you cannot review that it was a goaltend even if it was obvious. Same thing with foul. So it's either, to me, that you have two options. There's one, a launch replay into the sun. Say, forget it.
Yep.
This is stupid. We're going to go with it. And if there's bad calls, there's bad calls. Or you risk the potential, hey, we're taking a layup off the board for this team because we think there was a foul. And if there wasn't, tough, you just get the ball in the front court. Then I don't know what the answer is.
Well, look,
but it's becoming too much of a problem to not do anything.
No, I totally get it. I mean, you can't get the officials to learn how to talk into the microphone when they're explaining a foul call.
Except for Bill
Kennedy. But if Bill Kennedy can do it, that means that everyone else should be able to hold the button down, talk into a microphone, and explain their call, and not have it be where an official has to have it like translated. Yeah. The other thing that kills me too, a ball goes out of bounds. You can test to see who the ball went out of bounds off of. But what you can't do is call a foul when a guy egregiously whacks somebody's arm and then the ball falls out of bounds.
Yes.
So what you can do is on an offensive foul, there can be an offensive foul added in a specific play, like a charge, right? But you can't call a foul if a ball goes out of bounds off a player and you go to review if the out of bounds is off the player. Okay, it's off the player, but he literally was clubbed. No, you can't. Sorry, we can't do anything about that.
Mhm.
So like the rules of it
Doesn't make sense.
There's no common sense logic that goes into it.
Mhm.
And that's something that it needs to be dealt with. Like, just make it a common sense rule. And then also, like, you should be able to review whether you botched a play.
I agree.
Like if you botched a bad foul call,
Mhm.
go back and look at it.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I think there's an efficiency problem here
Oh yeah.
where you can't, because the quote unquote solution would be, yeah, hey, if you think there's a foul, whistle it, and while we're getting to the line, we'll have somebody look at it and go, hey, you know what? That guy threw his head back, he flopped, there was no contact there. Oh, okay. Other turnover, other team's ball, moving along.
Yeah.
Like that would be the way to do it, but that would require time and money, and that ends game flow, and now you got whistles all over the place. They're never going to do it. I think the big problem with refs is, I don't know that refs are necessarily getting worse. I think we're just getting better access. And fans are A, smarter now than they've ever been. And B, we have better camera angles and
That's what it is.
Television.
It's the camera angles.
And
Kyle.
we can now see how many calls are being missed. It's not just one camera angle. Hey, it's at center court and that's where the camera is. And you can't see way down on the floor that, oh, that guy got hacked. But now there's a slow motion replay and you can see that it brushed their arm. You're going, wow, he missed that call. That's crazy. Come on, man.
Look,
Just hoop.
Just
go play.
I think it's wild, especially the NFL, the 1 yard line, from the 1 yard line in.
Mm-hmm.
Like I've watched football my entire life. I've watched decades of football.
Mm-hmm.
Like Marcus Allen never got tackled inside the 1. He always made it to the end zone.
Mm-hmm.
We were to go back and review that now with modern technology. I'm gonna guess that Marcus Allen was probably down at the 3-inch line.
Yeah.
Like 47 times. Just wipe out half of his touchdowns.
Yeah.
Because that's what it is now. You're like, oh, there's no way he's not in. And now you're like, oh yeah.
God,
You start seeing it. You start seeing it. You're like, oh no, he's not down.
Yeah.
I mean, he's down.
Yep.
Before we didn't have the camera angles. Now
Nope.
we have the camera angles to we were talking about earlier. There are 19 cameras.
That's so many cameras in one arena.
Filming the arena, filming the court. And there's also a wall in Secaucus, New Jersey.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That has every single camera
Mm-hmm.
that's live, that's by a broadcast team. Every single camera feeds into one giant wall. And like I was even told one time, hey, like you've never said anything bad, just so you know, but just so you know, like every time that you're up for a live shot and it's on the court, we hear everything from start to finish. Like the second you walk in front of that camera, the second you plug in your IFB, you're live. We hear everything. So the whole hot mic thing, they're like, we just want you to know, like, hey, like if there's any time that you said something, like we would hear it. And like I had never said anything that would be inappropriate or anything, but it is there. Like they're hearing it all. It's all sitting there on their screen. They see your picture. And people like, oh yeah, I was in the room with all the TVs.
Yeah.
Like it's so awesome to see you on TV, like in the room. I see you, and I'm like, well, thanks. Like, and hey, just so you know, don't ever say anything because it's all like it's all recorded. We hear all of it. It's like, oh wow,
that is bananas. That's so terrifying.
It is wild.
I'm never speaking at a basketball game ever again.
There are so many things that people don't know that happen. Like,
although speaking of hot mics, the worst thing that Matt George could have told me, because frequently you sit to my left, I sit here, and then Matt George is to my right. The worst thing Matt could have told me is that the mic is live on his camera when he's shooting his low angle footage for ABC.
But does he use it?
No, he doesn't use the audio.
Yeah.
But because now I just make fun of Matt the whole time.
Oh, God.
I just talk to his bosses.
Oh, that's
just make
spectacular.
sure I'm like, Matt is screwing around, guys. He's not doing a good job. It's great.
Yeah. I do, like, because I sit between two cameras. It's him and then Sean.
Yeah.
And they all do the same. They do the same thing, which is something that Sean taught Matt.
Mm-hmm.
He's filming. They watch a play. Plays over. They look up at the they flash up to
Yeah.
the scoreboard so they can capture the moment
Yes.
and then back down to the action.
Yeah.
And it's really crazy to watch.
Yeah. They do
So
a good job.
yeah.
Replay. Here's the real solution. Because a lot of this stuff is money.
Mhm.
The NFL could fix a lot of its officiating problems. You know, the throw over the middle, safety comes down, shoulder to chest, receiver's head flies back. They're like, hey, helmet to helmet contact, whatever, and it's 15 yards. It's really easy to have somebody in the building watching on TV. They get a replay and they go, oh, nope, good hit. Hey, buzz it down. Hey, not a foul.
Yeah.
Before they get everything sorted out, they wouldn't even have the ball moved yet. And they'd be able to buzz down and go, oh, picking up the flag, clean hit, good to go.
Well,
But they won't do that because then you have to pay somebody to do that. And I'm sure there's an officials union that doesn't want their guys being told they're wrong in real time or whatever. Scrutinized, yeah. But dude, I know that part of it is a money thing. If you want, pick however many what are the maximum amount of games? 15 in a night? Yeah, 15. 15 games in a night. Maximum amount. Hire 15 dudes. Pay them whatever. Just basketball fans.
Mhm.
Like you can have a second job. You can just pull up and watch basketball. You're going to be assigned a game tonight. And when there's a bad call, you're on the horn. Yep, nope. Sabonis got hit in the face there. Stop everything. Sabonis got hit in the face. All right. Hey.
Okay.
March it back. Timeout on the floor. We got call in. Here's a foul.
I think the pace of play in the NBA makes it so difficult.
But that's why you have basketball fans do it.
No, that's
because
true.
basketball fans understand. It'll be the difference between like, oh, hey, that guy was trying to sell a call, and hey, that's a huge play in this game. That's a bad no call. You gotta, because there's a time for it.
It's
You
wild
understand
because
pace of play.
you know the NFL now pays somebody to watch all the players on the field, and if they see somebody who's in trouble, who
Yes.
has a potential
Mhm.
concussion problem,
Yes.
they can hit a button and stop the game and say,
Yes.
no, 53 is a little wobbly on his when he
Mhm.
stood up. I need you to go and do
Yeah.
a neurological test.
Right.
So, like, why can't we do some of this
We
stuff?
have the technology.
We have the technology.
Yeah.
That, and why can't you review like a late hit?
I have no idea.
Some of the things that you
I have
can't
no
review,
idea.
like it would really clean up a lot of the stuff.
Right. Why would you not be able to look at that?
Yeah, I mean,
I don't get it.
throw the red flag because they review all of the other stuff now.
Yeah.
Like every touchdown, every turnover is reviewed like ad nauseum.
And you still only get, what is it, max 3 in the NFL? If you get your first 2 right, you get a third
Yeah.
one. So it's only 3. You still have to use them strategically. It's not like it's going to stop the game.
Yeah. I guess the other thing we could do, Kyle, somebody brings up Madden. What if we allowed Madden to have a reffing portion
Oh.
where you
Where
could actually
just officiate Madden games?
you could just officiate Madden games, and then you could be building like a whole new group of potential.
We could call it let's see, Hockuley.
Oh yeah,
Hockuley 24.
Oculayan. Yeah,
I don't know.
I love it.
Bottom line is that was a little bit of a separate conversation. I think it's a little worrying that the Kings went into a game against a team that plays a very physical brand of basketball, a playoff brand of basketball, if you will. You hear all the time with NFL teams. Oh, this team's built for January. This is a defense run game. They are going to be tough to beat in January. That's kind of, I think, the type of thing the Knicks are trying to build. And that's the type of team Tom Thibodeau wants to build. It's just a tough, gritty. I worry a little bit that, and I think you have a separate view on this, but to me, it's worrying that the Kings ran into a team like that and scored 91 points. Their offense has not been the problem, specifically since the All-Star break. Their offense has been very good. But they run into a team like this and can't get it going. That's troubling to me.
Okay, so the problem is, because we did ask in postgame, like, are there other teams that play like this?
Mm-hmm.
And I think Malik Monk said, yeah, like Minnesota plays a little bit like this. Like they named a couple of teams that are physical and slow the game down, and they're trying not to get into a track meet. The problem is that those teams, like if you're going to play a 7-game series, it's great that they can do that for 1 or 2 games, but they can't do it the whole time.
Right.
And, again, the Warriors played really good really good defense against the Kings for stretches last year.
Mm-hmm.
The Kings played really good defense against the Warriors for stretches. That's just you can't take out the outlier. Like that's what the NBA is nothing but it's based on the outlier as a sport. And so it doesn't matter how good the Kings played defensively. Jalen Brunson happened. I mean, they scored 98. He scored 42. He scored almost half their points.
They did a really good job.
And it wasn't even
defensively.
something that you could do, like I joked around with Mike about the screen that Keon Ellis thought a screen was coming, turned his head for 1 second.
Oof.
Jalen Brunson blew by him and it was over. Right? Those are things that happen in a game, but there's no way to like control some of that stuff. And I think with like slowing the Kings down, that's fine for one night. That wouldn't happen in a 7-game series. It might happen 2 games. It might happen 3 games, but you're not going to do it every single game. And that's where I would point to. Like, look, I thought that was a great game for the Kings
Very
to
good.
understand. This is what the playoffs look like.
But they know that. They were there last year.
They were, but they were there and they were like bright lights, big city. They were overwhelmed. They were, like they played a team that had been to the that had won the championship the year before. So for me, it's like, hey, they understood like this is going to be different. But then when you're experiencing it in real time, it's just a different vibe. So I think they'll be better this year. I think getting a reminder late in the season that this is what Smash Mouth playoff basketball looks like. And again, I think that they'll be just fine.
Man, I hope so.
Yeah.
I figured the Knicks would be a tough matchup, but that was, I don't know. They played them tough. They played them close.
Yeah.
We said going in, like, man, these are two pretty evenly matched teams. That's what it was.
Yeah.
And the Knicks pulled away late, and that was just kind of the difference.
But again,
it was closer than 7 points.
That's where it was. It was 94-91 when Sabonis gets hit in the face.
Right.
And it should have been a foul call. He should have gone to the line. You could have made it a 93-94 game. And then who knows what happens down the stretch.
Right.
But then desperation takes over. And the fact that the Kings couldn't shoot the 3 all that well, that was a big time problem.
Yeah.
It just was. So
tough night for OG too. Yikes.
Yeah. Talk about not looking like he's ready to be out there at all.
Yeah.
Oof. I mean, gritty to play. And what did he play? 33 minutes, something like that?
Yeah.
But
that right elbow is not right.
No. Yeah. No, not right at all.
Yeah. And Josh Hart's the man. I love Josh Hart.
He's a guy that so many times,
Josh Hart, dude.
so many times the Kings should have tried to get him.
Yeah.
I mean, like, just talk about a dude who just gets it. Like, he's so good, not only defensively, but as a rebounder. For a dude who's 6'4" to go out there and just dominate the glass, it's just shocking.
Yeah. All right, let's we got to hit a break. I want to keep talking about this game. We've also got some scoreboard watching. Some intriguing things happened around the NBA last night. We'll tell you what they were next on ESPN 1320. Clear.
Sacramento Kings are up to their 12th in the NBA in offensive rating after that game on the season, and 20th in defensive rating. They're also the best defensive rebounding team in the league by defensive rebounding percentage. And they're 11th overall in rebounding. Tom L. I will take this question during the break. Right now. Is Huerter a negative contract at this point, considering the season he has had?
Oh, don't do that. Let's talk about it next.
Okay. That's fine.
I want to talk about Kevin Huerter, and I like that.
No, let's do it.
So bring that back when we come back.
Yeah, here I'll start. Yeah, David, they did lose a game when Brunson was out, and they couldn't score. I agree. That's a very good take.
Yeah, they definitely have a little bit of a Timberwolves vibe in that way. Like Ant left that game in Minnesota recently that the Kings won in OT.
Mm-hmm.
I just did not have any. I had no worries about the Kings giving up points down the stretch. I'll be right back. 1, 2, we got 2.5.
Sweet. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't see the podcast that you guys are talking about where they're talking about all of these like who's an overpay, who is whatever. Siakam is going to get overpaid. I don't think he's been overpaid yet. We're going to talk about this right now. And I don't disagree. No, I don't think it's a great idea to stay away from OG. Like, you have to remember that, like, if OG is on a team of defenders, then he doesn't stand out. And the Kings scored 91 points. OG played 31 minutes. I mean, the fact that he didn't score, I don't know. Yeah, I still, like, OG Anunoby would be a game changer defensively for the Kings. I would also point out that one day last week, I showed up and Sean didn't to Kings practice. So just so people know. We don't all make all the practices. And the back-to-back wipes people out. It certainly wipes me out because it's like 3 days where not only are you working like long hours 2 days in a row, but then you got to get up the next day and go back. I have to be back here for the show. So there's like no sleep.
Oh, U.S. men's national team uniforms?
Oh? For basketball?
No. Oh, here we go.
Insiders. Get ready for the most up-to-date sports news and talk with the ESPN 1320 Insiders.
How about that time? Hour number 2, taking you up to noon. And D-Lo and KC will be in the building. And then we'll take you up till 4 o'clock right here on Sacramento Sports Leader. Hey, before we go around the NBA, look at the scoreboard last night. Kevin Huerter.
Mm-hmm.
He has been part of many of our conversations recently with the discussion about Keon Ellis starting and what does that look like and da-da-da. I don't want to necessarily do that because I think our feelings on it are they're out there. People know what it is, and if people have thoughts on it, maybe those thoughts changed after Saturday night. But Keon played 29 minutes off the bench. Kevin Huerter played 16 minutes. He goes 0 for 3 from the field, 0 for 2 from 3, a rebound, a couple assists. Somebody in the chat at the break asked an interesting question, and I would like to dive into their angle on it more than I would like to dive into another discussion of, hey, the Kings should put Keon Ellis in the starting lineup, because like I said, we've all kind of given our thoughts on that. So what did you see at the break?
Yeah, so Tom said, is Huerter a negative contract at this point, considering the season he's had? Bill Simmons and his crew listed his contract as a dishonorable mention in the NBA worst contract pod. Okay, so like, first of all, Bill Simmons is a fan, Like, let's not get that like mistaken. He's a basketball fan. He's not he's a media personality, but he's not a media member, as in he interviews people and goes into a locker room and all that stuff. Is Kevin Huerter a negative contract? Absolutely not. No, the Kings will have no problems trading Kevin Huerter this summer if that's what they choose to do. Like, look, I will continue to say this. If you had a long, athletic, defensive, small forward next to Kevin Huerter to disguise some of his weaknesses, it would make him look different as a player. It just would. I would also say if Kevin Huerter wasn't in a starting five, that all five players are predominantly offensive weapons, not defensive-minded players. Keegan Murray is developing as a defensive-minded player. He's always going to be an offensive player who plays really good defense, not a defensive player who happens to play a little offense. Got me? Like, if you had 4 offensive players and 1 defensive stalwart in your starting five, it would free up extra shots for the other guys. It would make things look smoother. And that's something that, I mean, at this point, Mike Brown has to be looking at. So whether Kevin Huerter, like, part of the reason why Kevin Huerter isn't having a successful season is situational. If you put him on a team that needs a 3-point shooter, that needs a Kyle Korver type player, that needs one of those people, there's a very good chance that Kevin Huerter goes right back to being that ace that you had last season. And I think people forget that last year, as a 24-year-old, like, starting shooting guard at 6'7", Kevin Huerter was the 3rd leading scorer on this team. He was a huge piece to what the Kings were doing. The fact is that things change and that players develop alongside you, and De'Aaron Fox takes more shots, and Domantas Sabonis has taken 1 or 2 more shots, and then Keegan Murray has taken a couple more shots. Next thing you know, Kevin Huerter is needed less and less and less for what he does well. And then when you're not allowed to do what you do well, and the things that you don't do well stand out a whole lot more. And realistically, if Kevin Huerter was still averaging 15 points and knocking down 41% from 3, no one would have a problem with the fact that he isn't an elite defensive player.
Right, but that's the problem. He's not making his shots at the rate he needs to be making them to be valuable.
Oh, I'm not sitting here saying that Kevin Huerter should start, but I'm also going to tell you that you have a starting shooting guard that's averaging 2.5 less shots per game than he was last year.
Yes.
Like,
and 5 fewer minutes than he was last year.
Yeah, I mean, he's not getting the same opportunities, the same reps, and so when he's not hitting, it looks worse than it was the year before. Again, you're dropping 1.4 3-point attempts off his number from last year. He's not getting the same looks, he's not getting the same reps, and that's okay. The team is organically growing in a different way than the Kevin Huerter.
But he's also shooting 21% below his career average
from the field,
from 3, not 21%,
2.1,
2.1.
Yeah.
2.1. Thank you.
Yeah, 2%.
Yeah,
2% less.
Decimals. Am I right?
Yeah. Are you right? He's also shooting 4% less than he was last year. And again, if Kevin Huerter's shooting 38%, I don't think people are even complaining about that. The fact that it just feels like something's off is a problem.
And it has been all year, too. I think that's the other aspect of this.
Yeah, this isn't new. It's not new. And he got knocked off kilter early in the year. And to be honest with you, at some point, it's got to be about that. It's got to be that Kevin talked about this the other day. He's got to deal better with adversity.
That's that right there.
Yes, he does.
Is above all else. That is the number one thing that I come back to with Kevin Huerter specifically. Like, and this is tough because it's such a personal thing and everybody's different with this. There are some people who would take being benched in the preseason and go, all right, double birds to everybody. Watch me have a career year.
Yeah.
And some guys, this is how I am. I relate to Kevin Huerter in this way. When that happens, if something like that happens to me, I get bummed. It's like, oh man, what am I doing wrong? And now you're thinking about it, and all these things that you used to just do second nature, all of a sudden you're thinking about it. So I am right. Me and Huerter like this in that way.
Yeah, and that's where I'm totally different. I'm a run through a brick wall guy.
Sure.
Like I don't care.
Sure.
Like
So
like I'm gonna do whatever it is, and I'm gonna
Right.
like you'll remember that I was there.
right. Everybody's wired differently in that.
Yeah,
way.
totally.
And that is one of my big things with Kevin Huerter is like, dude, if this is how this is going to be, if adversity that you're going through leads to you being benched or your role being changed, that's going to lead you to be worse. Well, like, bro, I don't know that starting shooting guard on the NBA championship on the NBA champion Sacramento Kings is like his future. And if that's going to be a problem, if maybe it's coming off the bench for that team, if that's going to be a problem, then like you're not built for it.
Okay,
Go be elsewhere then.
this is also like we're at a point right now where everyone sees what's happening, and it's become like everyone's talking about it, and like you can watch every single one of these guys watch into a press conference. All of them are scrolling on their phones.
Oh, 1,000%.
Every single one of them is reading what's happening.
He's locked into the Odyssey app listening to this right now.
I like for Kevin's own sanity, for me, I honestly think that the best thing for him and the best thing for the Kings right now would be for him to say, hey, like, look, I'm not having a great season. I get it. But I also understand where we're going and what we need right now as a team. I would like to, if it's okay, I would like to go to the second unit because at this point, right now, today, with Trey Lyles out of action, we need more pop on that second unit. Is there a way that I can go to the second unit for right now? Maybe we revisit this in the offseason, but for right now, let me get right on the second team. Let me get right with more shot opportunities, with more of a focus of me as an offensive player. Can we work that out? And that would be, I think, for me, the best thing that could happen to the Kings. Keon Ellis is playing out of his mind. Like, the fact that Jalen Brunson got loose, I don't care. What he did to D'Angelo Russell and Damian Lillard the previous 2 games is crazy. Like, right now, he's not just, he's the right fit for the team. And it's because when you take away, you just go back to, and it's not even a Kevin Huerter thing. Go back to the 2 games of back-to-back against the Bucks and the Lakers. One game, Keegan Murray sat. And with Keon Ellis in the lineup, Kevin Huerter and Harrison Barnes all of a sudden look like Kevin Huerter and Harrison Barnes in the first half. You remember in the first quarter, they're dueling banjos. They hit like 6 threes between the 2 of them, right? That's because there's more to go around. Keon Ellis is out there doing dirty work. He's out there moving into positions to make him where he's comfortable. He's not worrying about having plays run for him. He's okay standing in the corner. You get to the next night. He comes back into the game. Kevin Huerter goes out. Again, Keegan Murray and Harrison Barnes, boom, they blow up. It's not a coincidence. It's that having 5 offensive players in the starting lineup is one of the reasons why we keep saying, no, they should not start Malik Monk. Malik Monk is in a perfect role for himself. It's the same thing. If you need someone on the bench to step up and score alongside Malik Monk at this point. I don't care who it is that goes to the bench. And Mike even said, like Keon has something to prove before I make a decision to replace Kevin or Keegan or Harrison in the starting lineup. And don't forget, like 40 games ago, half the people out there on social media were calling for Harrison Barnes to be out of the starting rotation without any replacement. Harrison Barnes got to go.
Right.
Okay, now we just shifted gears.
On social media and this show.
Now it's Kevin Huerter. You know, now Kevin Huerter is the guy who's getting sort of beaten down. And for me, like, look, this thing will work itself out. But I think at this point, the Kings really need a second scorer on the bench. Somebody should raise their hand and say, hey, with Trey out, let me help out.
Yeah.
It's an easy out, Kyle.
Right there with you. All right. Well, if keys to a Kings victory tonight, we'll take a look around the NBA scoreboard. And I want to revisit our when should we start believing in the Kings discussion.
Yeah.
Because Saturday night made that really interesting. We got a lot coming up here in the next 45 minutes on ESPN 1320.
Okay. like I want to pull up a couple while we're on the break here because I like some of these things. This is a problem that. Okay, so Mike's lack of confidence in Kevin doesn't help. Like, and then the next response, there's zero reason to have for Mike to have confidence in Kevin. It's on Kevin. No, to be honest, like it's on everybody. And Mike does have confidence in Kevin. That's why he keeps running him out there. And that's why he keeps telling Kevin to shoot. And it is on Mike to try to build confidence. It's on Domantas Sabonis to build confidence in Kevin because not everybody is built the same way. And not everybody walks in the room with the confidence to just go, hey, look, I'm the dude. So. Yeah, I'd also point out, like, when I was doing the Keon Ellis piece yesterday, if you guys haven't read it, go to thekingsbeat.com. And it's not a paid article, but you do need to subscribe to the newsletter, which it takes, like, 2 seconds. You put in your email address, and you can read the whole thing. Keon has started 6 games, and the Kings are 6-0. One of those games came in November, one came in December. Maybe 2 came in December. 2 in November, 1 in December, 3 in March. Like, that's not a thing. 6 consecutive wins with Keon Ellis as a starter. It's over 66 games. So, I get it. Yeah, I think Sasha is getting closer. They haven't updated Sasha, but, there was some talk that he was part of a scrimmage this weekend. I don't know. I'll check in with him today because normally I see him. He hasn't been in the locker room a lot. The Kings need another scorer off the bench. Like, they got a bunch of defensive-minded dudes. Duarte's tried to be that guy, but Duarte's better when he's a catch-and-shoot guy and someone's creative for him than, like, somebody who can actually score, just, like, on his own. Sasha is still listed as out for today. People are asking. Miles says, "Audio sounds weird." I don't know why, Miles. Shake your radio.
It might be because I was playing a video on my computer.
Oh.
Oh, might also be that.
Man, I have not watched Ricky Stanicky on Prime. I might, though, because I saw it the other day, and I'm like, oh, maybe.
Did you see that JJ Redick and LeBron are coming out with the podcast?
Great.
About 2 minutes.
2 minutes still.
Yeah. Heavy spotlight today. I should have broke earlier. Whoops. It's fine. It's the teaser that they have is LeBron explaining the typical coverage for a particular baseline out of bounds play and how teams usually run it and how teams should run it.
Coach LeBron?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting for sure. I just wonder about
how long it'll keep an audience engaged.
Yeah.
Just talking
like
about
this is an
X's and O's.
interesting 2-minute video, but it's like if I'm doing 45 minutes to an hour in my car of LeBron and JJ Redick talking about like, well, when you pin down the X-Man and this and that, it's like,
yeah, and if you're not whiteboarding it, like
Yeah,
people
then
who
I
aren't
got- I can't
visual
visual-
learners, yeah, yeah, yeah. I know someone brought up the TD thing, and yeah, Terrence Davis probably would have helped. He did tear his Achilles, and he's done. He's out for the year. Yeah, I think the Kings want to find defensive guys like that need to find defensive guys. Took away from them actually chasing like another offensive weapon off the bench. Thought you had enough though. You just can't, I guess, especially with Trey and Sasha out, like, that's what it is.
I don't want to fast forward to the offseason because I would like to see how the rest of this plays out for the Kings, but I am so fascinated about what this offseason looks like.
Oh, yeah, me too. Yeah.
Oh, here we go. I am Kyle Madsen. He is James Ham. They are the Sacramento Kings, and they're a Golden One center tonight, taking on the Grizzlies of Memphis. Last home game before they hit the road for a 3-game swing to Toronto, Washington, and Orlando. And James, this is the stretch of games that we've talked about, man. This is Memphis, Toronto, Washington, Orlando, and a Philly team that is very much going the wrong direction. That's 5 games that are all eminently winnable. The Kings are better than all 5 of those teams.
Yeah, there's an 8-game stretch here, Kyle, that to me, you just circle and say, this is it.
This is the one.
If you want to be a player, if you want to be a team that's in the playoff picture, I need 6-2. I need 7-1.
Yeah, because there's those 5, and then 2 against Dallas and 1 against Utah. And those 2 against Dallas are huge because you could effectively put Dallas out of the 6-7 seed picture.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Like, that's enormous.
No, you can control your own destiny right now. And then you have to look, the last 8 games are just brutal. And it's going to be a bloodbath for these guys. I mean, it's not good. It's Clippers, Knicks, Celtics, Nets, Thunder, Pelicans, Suns, with the Blazers to finish. That's not good. That's going to be tough. Like, again, we would talk about going 6-2 right here. That could be a 2-6. And so finishing 500 here, like from here on out, is gonna it's gonna be tough, man. You got to be focused every game.
A 3 games and 5 nights trip where you go New York, Boston the next night,
back to back,
and then back to Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Oof. That's tough scheduling.
Brooklyn's not playing well, so that's one thing.
I know, but I figured it'd be easier if you went New York, Brooklyn back to back, night off, then hit Boston. But what do I know?
No, it's wild. It's wild.
But it starts tonight against the Memphis Grizzlies, and this to me, I've hesitated calling games like must wins. Just since the All-Star break for the Kings, it's been like, these are ostensibly playoff games. For more or less, you need to just stack up wins however you can get them. Style points don't matter anymore. Just you gotta get wins. You cannot lose this game tonight.
No, I mean the Memphis Grizzlies are 23-45 on the season. They're a bad team with no players. Like we can do an injury report for the Memphis Grizzlies. It's literally everybody.
Quicker to just name who's not on it.
Yes.
Here's who's not injured for the Grizzlies.
Yeah.
Desmond Bane, Jaren Jackson.
Yeah. I mean, when you look at the injury list for them for tonight's game, it looks like a Costco receipt or a CVS receipt. Like, you're just like, it just keeps going. Look how much paper they wasted.
Why is there a jar of peanut butter pretzels on here?
Exactly. You're like, why is like 2 guys out? Why are you out twice?
That is a reasonably priced air mattress.
That is. Yeah, so Brandon Clark out, Luke Kennard out, John Morant out, Scottie Pippen Jr. out, Derrick Rose out, Marcus Smart out, Lamar Stevens out, Yuta Watanabe out, Vince Williams Jr., he's doubtful, Zaire Williams out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 guys are listed as out with 1 doubtful. 10 guys are out
More
or
than half
doubtful,
their roster, including 2-way guys.
Yeah, an NBA roster is 18 players with 2-way players.
That is, so they have a maximum of 8, and probably half of those guys have spent at least a little time in the G League this year.
Well, and they have been able to get some injury replacements because when a player is out long term, you can get a roster exemption. Right. And that's what they've been able to get. But yeah, this isn't a good team. That doesn't mean they can't beat you.
I'm not even going to go so far as to say, and we'll have keys to a Kings victory here coming up. I'm not even going to go so far as to say you need to blow them out. I don't care how you win. Win 101-100. I don't care. You can't. You
Yes.
can't leave Golden One center tonight with a loss. I don't care what it looks like. I don't. You got to win.
No, I mean, that's it. Like, you've got to a point where you've put yourself in a situation. And again, the Kings are 10 games over 500.
No, they're not bad. This is all about the getting into the playoffs.
Yeah.
And avoiding the play-in. That's all that matters here.
And that's what I think the Kings have to look at this 8-game stretch as like the whole ball of wax.
That's it.
This is it. Like, show up every night, put your best foot forward. And if, especially at home, if you can come away with a win here, it starts you out on the right foot with this little 8-game stretch here.
Yeah. And to me, we can talk about this as we go. We talk about the 8 games, but those 2 against the Mavericks are ones you have to win. You can't go 6-2 in that stretch and lose twice to the Mavs.
Well,
and have it be okay.
Yeah. I mean,
but like I said, we can cross that bridge when we get there.
If you did that,
let's get to our keys.
You're gonna just so you know, you're gonna secure yourself as a playoff team, as a play-in team without any question. But that doesn't mean you're gonna separate yourself and be one of the top 6 guys.
Yep. All right, let's get to keys very quickly here. What is your first key to a Kings victory tonight, James?
Punch first.
Yeah.
This is a weak team, but they have NBA players. Punch first. Don't stop punching. 20-point win. Just win, but a 20-point win.
So here's my first key. Piggybacks off of that. Can't let off the gas. You might get up 20. Then the next step, go up 30. That has to that if you're going to win tonight, that has to. Like I said, I don't care how they do it necessarily, but if you let off the gas against this Grizzlies team, I think Taylor Jenkins does a good job as a coach. They're going to keep fighting. And they will claw their way back into a game. So you got to keep your foot on the gas. All 48. Hard 48.
Yep.
Number 2.
Let the offense loose. The Grizzlies are 30th in points per game. If you score 120 on these guys, I don't think they can match it. Just go.
Yeah.
Score.
Yep. Especially with the way the Kings have been playing defense lately. I want to talk about that in a bit too.
Okay.
Second key for me, this isn't really a key. It's just something I want to say. I think Jaren Jackson Jr. is kind of fraudulent. He is an NBA center, a reigning defensive player of the year who has as many 3-point attempts per game as rebounds per game.
That's wild.
That's silly. I don't think he's that good of a player. Expose him. Number 3.
3 balls coming. The Grizzlies are 5th in attempts and 30 in makes.
Hey, shoot, man.
Yeah, you have to defend it because you're the Kings.
Yep.
And because people hit 3-pointers against you.
Yep. Run them off the line.
Just know, like, guys, Phillips, the ghost of Philip Seymour Hoffman is going to be out there saying, "Make it rain."
R.I.P. to our guy, PSH. Yeah, dude. I just you got to defend the hot guys. There's going to be some hot guys out there, and you got to make sure you defend them.
Yep.
Close out, get in their hip.
Don't give them the spray 3 to the hot guy.
Dude, you cannot let them spray to the hot guys. Number 3 for me. Oh, boy. I didn't finish typing. It just says figure out.
Figure out what Kyle was thinking. That is the 3rd key.
Figure out the Grizzlies.
You listen to the insiders. Thanks, everybody.
Figure out how to win at home. Figure out how to get up for a team that's bad.
Figure out how to play Keon Ellis 30 minutes in a game.
Boy, that's, figure out your rotations. Yeah. I don't know, something. What a weird thing.
It's amazing.
I think I started to look up a stat maybe.
Oh.
And then got sidetracked.
It's possible I just deleted something just to mess with you. Just to fit everything into one page.
No, I can't. I genuinely cannot remember.
I think it's like the SNL skit. Just fix it.
Yeah, just do that.
Just fix it.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Game.
Fix it.
Figure out winning.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. That's your keys to the game. Figure it out. I will come back tomorrow with a full report on whether they figured out or not.
There it is.
You're welcome. All right. For more hardcore NBA analysis, stay locked into ESPN 1320. No, we'll take a look around the league. Is now the time to start believing in the Kings, even after a loss to the Knicks? We will dive into all of that in the final segment. Plus the handoff coming up. One of D'Lo and KC will be in here. We'll be chopping it up with them as well on the Insiders. Clear. Figure out.
That's funny. I think I may have mentioned this before on the show. Oh, well, in the commercial break. The Kings they installed new lighting in the locker room this year.
Mhm.
And they can turn it like super, super, super bright. And it's to trick your brain and make you think that it's the middle of the day. And then after the game, they turn it on a low, like yellow light setting, which makes your body like understand that it's almost time, that it's dusk and it's time for you to go to bed.
Mhm.
And so they have like even their lighting is part of like the performance, analysis stuff. It's pretty wild.
Interesting.
John, the only reason I'm surprised that Stojakovic entered the portal
My
is
God.
because I just looked and saw that he entered the portal.
There are still 4 minutes in this break.
Yeah, our breaks are super long
Sorry,
today.
3 minutes. Nope, 4 minutes.
Huh.
I should probably start looking at that before the show.
Yep, right here. Figure it out
Figuring it out.
with Kyle Madsen.
I swear to I can't. I got nothing.
Yeah.
Did you know that the Kings, I believe, I'm going to double check this. I'm almost certain it's right though.
I had this weird thing happen this weekend, Kyle. I KT taped my shoulder
Right.
to like make sure that my arm didn't fall off because it's been a super train wreck. I start physical therapy on Wednesday. I went to like move and the KT tape pulled funny and I'm like, oh, that didn't feel good. It like ripped my skin.
Oh,
Like my skin stuck
Oh
to
my
the
God.
KT tape in a weird way.
I hate that a lot.
And it ripped a hole
I don't like that at all.
right here on my I have a hole. Now I have a Band-Aid. I have no KT tape and it ripped a hole.
Ah,
What in the world?
why?
Dave Garcia, we have time for a 4-minute ham story. Brett, you asked, does the team still use a sports psychologist? He has other. I do believe he's still part of it. Kyle has filled out their bracket. I have not. I need an invite to the one here.
Ooh, there we go. This is what I was looking for. The Kings have given up 299 points their last 3 games. When was the last time they gave up fewer than 300 points in a 3-game stretch?
When was the last time?
I have it right here.
2005.
No, we're not that long.
Okay.
A second, fourth, and fifth of the 2020-2021 season. They gave up 99 to Dallas, then OKC, and then 93 to the Pacers.
Thomas asked Kyle, do you have Oregon upsetting SC?
No. I don't. I went mostly chalk. I did 0 research this year. I didn't do anything.
You missed it, serial connection. He defected. Stojakovic has entered the transfer portal. He's a 5-star recruit who has NBA. Like, there's a chance he's an NBA player. Yeah, Dave Garcia, I did have to have Mrs. Ham help me remove the KT tape because I was like, oh, hopefully it's not everywhere.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Filled out my bracket this weekend. I filled out my bracket this weekend.
You filled out your bracket?
Yes.
Okay.
It was
I
great.
haven't yet.
I typically try to do even like cursory research. Like I will do a little. If I don't get to watch a lot, which I haven't this year, I will do a little bit of like Ken Palm rankings and defensive rating, offensive rating, things of that nature.
Okay.
I did none of that this year. I said screw it, and so I just all vibes.
I like that for you.
A lot of
Kyle.
chalk, a lot of vibes.
I love that for you.
Yeah, it's just hard now because with the way college basketball is, you don't get to. There's not, and there really hasn't been in my lifetime really a lot of teams that have guys on it for 2 and 3 and 4 years where you kind of get a vibe or a feel for that team. No, it's just kind of. And college basketball is so far off the radar for me during non-March months.
Oh yeah, totally.
Like I'll watch the hell out of it once the tournament starts, but leading up to that,
you always have to pick at
backseat.
least one like 3-14 upset, and then outside of that, it's just kind of like, okay.
Yeah, I think I have a 12-5 in there.
Okay.
But yeah, I didn't do a lot of upsets.
All right.
Just Chalky McChalkerson.
Do you do a money pool or no?
Yeah, it's just a small
Okay.
one.
Yeah, I've always done. Like,
I don't know what's incriminating and what's not. So no, I don't.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, I don't do it for money.
A subtle wink
Not trying
coming
to
from you, Kyle.
incriminate anyone.
I
or
think you hurt
anything.
yourself trying to
No,
wink.
What are you talking about? I need KT tape on my eye.
That's right. I don't know about that. Pull the whole eyelid off.
God, you look different. Man.
I like this question.
Bucks and Suns. Oh, okay. You do what you were doing.
No, I do. I like this question that you
Okay,
have.
great.
When should we believe in the Kings?
Oh, okay. We can do that. Yeah. What they've done defensively, in fact, we were just looking this up at the break. They've given up 299 points the last 3 games.
Mm-hmm.
The last time they gave up fewer than 300 points in a 3-game stretch was May 2nd, 4th, and 5th of 2021. So 3 years ago, 4 seasons ago. And I think that's a good sign. Playing better on the defensive end is, I think, a key if they're going to go in and win a playoff series. I think it's about stops. I just have all the faith in their offense. I don't have any problems with what the Kings are doing offensively or what they will do offensively. Like end of the day, if the Kings need a bucket and you need to go to the Fox Sabonis pick and roll, I trust that can get them a bucket, or a Monk Sabonis pick and roll, or whatever it is. Their offense is not the thing to me. The thing is, can they go in a playoff series across 7 games? Can they put together enough defense against a playoff caliber offense to win 4 out of those 7 games? And if they play like they played the last 3 games, the answer to me is yes. But we have a much larger sample size of the answer being no. So I'm not there yet. And to me, this is believe in the Kings as a, oh, you know what? Hey, they could make a little bit. I don't think they're going to the finals. Yeah, they could win a series and scare somebody in the second round, which is kind of what I expected coming into this year. Maybe they make the conference finals if everything goes right.
Okay.
But I'm not, I can't get there yet. They're still too inconsistent for me.
Yeah, I mean, I think you asked this question like we had on the rundown last week, and it's, if they were to beat the Knicks, would you have believed in them? And my answer is no. I actually could believe in them more after tonight's game than I could on Saturday.
Interesting. Why?
Because they just beat 2 really good teams. Like, whether the Lakers are great or not, like, who knows? But they have LeBron James and Anthony Davis and Rui Hachimura. They can put up points.
You
and-
beat the heck out of the Lakers twice in a 1 week, 1.5 week span.
Yeah, but the second time you beat them on the second night of a back-to-back after
Yeah.
playing the Bucks and an
Mhm.
emotional win against
Yes.
Bucks.
Yes.
And the Bucks had everybody
Mhm.
except for Middleton, which,
Mhm.
Middleton
He's
isn't
not making
really,
up 35 points.
well, that, and he's not really a player at this point anyway. So
Mhm.
like, just because he hasn't been able to stay healthy and,
Mhm.
he's on the downswing. So my point is that you show that you can beat the Lakers and the Bucks, and then you had another really good team. The Kings get up for really good teams. They're ready for a really good team. And the Knicks are a really good team. Whether you love them or not, they're a team that's pacing to win 50 games.
Mhm.
And it's not that game that scares me. It's that you now have 8 games in a row where maybe 5 of them are just should win, have to win. If you don't win, then we're right back to square one.
5 of the games are the types of games that we've come in here this year and gone, how did they lose that?
How did you cannot lose to the Memphis Grizzlies. You cannot lose to the Washington Wizards.
Nope.
Like there are games here in front of you where the Toronto Raptors are not a good team. The Philadelphia 76ers are not playing well right now. The Utah Jazz are not a good team. But this Sacramento Kings team, like they've proven time and time again this season, that every time we think that they've figured it out and they're ready to get up for a bad team and run somebody over, that they can't do it. So the question that you ask, should you believe in them? Again, a little bit of belief tonight if they beat the Grizzlies,
Mhm.
a little bit more belief if they beat on Wednesday, if they beat the Raptors,
Mhm.
a lot more if they walk in and they beat the Wizards on Thursday. I don't care if it's a back-to-back. And then, again, Orlando, kind of a coin toss team. You're better than them, or you're right around the
But
same
they're
tier.
talented.
They're
Yeah.
talented, but that's still, you need to prove that you can go in there and win a game. And if they start doing that, they start stringing together, and all of a sudden we're looking at,
Yeah.
let's say they win these 4 games right here in front of you, 1, 2, 3, 4. That puts you at 8-2 over your last 10.
That's great.
Bravo.
Playing your best basketball going into the postseason.
Peak now.
Mhm.
It's okay you didn't peak before.
Mhm.
Peak now. Find your game now.
Yeah.
Get the offense cranking, but show that you can play defense.
Mhm.
I think there's still time. 16 games is a long time. You
Yep.
build some momentum right here in this 8-game stretch. That final 8 games will take care of itself.
Yeah, you put yourself in a very, very good position to win some of those games down the stretch. Whereas if they are, and this goes to the belief that, again, they can win a first-round series and give somebody a scare in the second round and maybe even make the conference finals. That's belief to me, as I'm defining it for this question.
Okay.
And to your point, if they go, let's say 6-2 in this stretch of games, maybe they slip up on one of their road games and they split with the
Orlando.
Mavs. Let's just say, they lose in Orlando and they split with the Mavs. And
Yeah.
those 2 home games here at Golden One. But you're 6-2 after those 8, and then you go in and you beat Utah to cap it. You'd feel so much better about them. Like, yeah, hey, they've got the Clippers down the stretch here. They've got the Suns again. Like you feel better about them winning those tougher games than if they go 4-4 in these 8.
You go 4-4 in those 8.
It's impossible to look at
You're done.
that second set of 8 games going, yeah, they can win 6 of these.
No.
So I'm with you, man. These aren't the toughest games left on their schedule, but given the ups and downs of this season, I need to see this. I know that they can beat Denver 3 out of 4 times.
Mhm.
I know that they can beat the Suns. I know that they can beat the Clippers. I got all that up here. I don't know that they can consistently play well against good teams and against bad teams. I need to see that, where I can now go, hey, I know what Kings team I'm getting no matter the night.
Yeah.
And right now I don't have that. They could go into a first round series and it would be like, sure, maybe they go to 7 games with the Nuggets. Or maybe they get swept by the Timberwolves. Like I've got nothing for you.
Yeah.
It just,
Well, that's the problem.
I need
And
that consistency.
the other thing I'll just keep pointing out, nothing is guaranteed. Like here
No,
they are.
Nope.
Like you want to guarantee, go 12-4 of the final 16, win 50 games, and you'll be a 6 seed or a 5 seed.
Mhm.
I mean,
Yeah.
the Clippers are just like hanging out, like waiting for you to take
It is
take them
right
over.
there for them.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
Like you could easily be Pacific Division champs, and I know that doesn't mean anything, but
a home series.
Yeah, you probably get a home series. Yeah.
So this is the other the other thing for me. Figure it out. No, it is just as, to me, you say it's on the table that they go win the Pacific Division, and this is where my belief in the Kings comes in, where my lack of belief in them comes in, is you say that, and I'm like, dang, you know what? They could easily pick up 4 games on the Clippers over these next 16, because they both have 16 games left. They could definitely pick up 4 games on the Clippers and win the Pacific Division. But there's an equal part of my brain going, they could go 8-8 in these last 16 and lose 2 playing games. Like that's as on the table to me right now.
Yeah.
Now it's I will say this, how they played the last 3 games, I've been very, very impressed. Particularly on defense. I think defensively they've been a lot better the last 3 games and consistently good for 48 minutes over those 3 games. Jalen Brunson going off aside. And Trista Crick on the Heat Checker podcast made the case that Jalen Brunson deserves some MVP love.
Yeah.
And he is that level of player. Like, okay, he got loose against you. Stuff happens.
He's backpacked that Knicks team for months.
Yes.
I mean, Julius Randle's been out forever.
Yes. OG Anunoby's missed a bunch of time.
Yeah, he's missed a bunch of time. Like
carrying him.
Yeah, and they traded away some really good scorers in order to get OG, and Jalen Brunson's had to carry the load. I mean, he's been really impressive. I don't disagree with that take.
I don't either.
He's not an MVP, but he's played to that level.
Yes, and he has that team at a 4 seed despite the adversity. I definitely think he's in the conversation. He's not going to go win it, but he's in the conversation. I think he should be, and that's fair. But that's what I would love to see. Go be that for the next week or 2 weeks, and show me that. And at that point, I will be fully on board with, okay, forget the first 60 plus games, 66 games. Here they are. This is what we're expecting. They're picking at the right time, and then we can move forward from there. I just, I'm not ready to get there just yet, based on just too many poor performances this year, and too many moments where you've gone, oh, they're turning a corner, and then they don't.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there aren't any more corners to turn, man.
No.
You're in the home stretch.
They're here now. Kenny Caraway, D'Lo and KC coming up at noon today. He is here for the handoff. Kings-Knicks, really good game Saturday night.
It was a good game, man. A good physical battle. Kings didn't shoot the ball particularly well. What I really think that game came down to, honestly, is their superstar kind of brought them home, and the Kings superstar didn't. And that's not to blame the game on them. That's just how it goes sometimes. Sometimes, there's going to be a game probably this week where Fox brings the Kings home, and I don't know, Paolo Banchero doesn't, or something like that. This is what happens from time to time, and he couldn't hit shots towards the end of the game. I thought they had opportunities to win that game. Even with me saying Brunson brought him home and stuff like that, you guys saw probably in, off the top of my head, 5 of their final 8 possessions, the Knicks missed. They kept giving them opportunities. They just couldn't bring it home. That's all it was.
Yeah, the Kings didn't score in the final 2 minutes and something.
They had chances.
Dude, I went into that game, and we talked about this earlier, James and I did. But I went into that game going, Fox to me is a 1A. Fox can be the number 1 guy on a title team. I think if he doesn't get hurt, I think they win that series last year against Golden State. And based on what we've seen against them with LA, maybe they go beat LA too, and you're in the conference final. I did not think that about Jalen Brunson. I've watched a kind of weird amount of Knicks this year, and he's always impressive.
Yeah.
This is not, but I went, 6-foot guy, plays below the rim. I just, But dude, what he does creating space and creating angles and getting tough shots off, he's a 1A.
He's a certified
He's that dude.
bucket.
He's
a certified bucket. I don't know if I put him in 1A category just yet. He's a bucket, though.
He's tough.
Yeah.
It reminds me, his game is a lot like Isaiah Thomas. Just crafty, gets to his spots quick enough to get there, strong enough to clear space, and his footwork is just unmatched. You're just super impressed. The way he's able to use his shoulders to clear space for himself. That's something that Isaiah used. It's something that Davion Mitchell needs to learn. Like how do you use your shoulders to clear enough space so you can, go to the basket.
Right.
And it's something that he's been able to do. Yeah, just super
he's got
impressive.
the angles down to a science at this point.
Yeah.
He does.
He knows his angles. He knows exactly what he needs to get his shot off every single time, anywhere on the floor, man. He's unbelievably impressive. He's so much better than I thought he would be. I knew he was a good ball player, but leaving Dallas and getting his own team, so to speak, he's taking it to a whole nother level.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting. The Kings gave different looks too. They tried Keegan out there. They tried Keon Ellis. They tried De'Aaron Fox. They tried Davion Mitchell. Nothing worked.
Yeah.
Like that was what was really impressive to me.
Yeah. We haven't taken a look around the scoreboard from last night, so we're going to do that right now with you,
Okay.
Kenny, if that's okay. Did you guys see Victor Wembanyama's line last night?
I did not.
Victor Wembanyama last night in a 122-115 overtime win over the Nets. 33 points, 15 boards, 7 assists,
Oof.
7 blocks on 14 of 26 from the field. Come on, man. What are we doing there?
He's getting
He's fun.
better.
He's ridiculous.
He's getting better. Like he's gotten past the rookie wall that wasn't even that much of a wall for him. And now he's starting to get comfortable with the league.
The scariest thing about Victor Wembanyama for me is not even the numbers. It's not even the improvement. It's not this. It's whenever he does something like that in postgame, he's like, yeah, but we're not winning. None of this. We're not winning. I want to win. It's like, oh my God.
Yeah. He's special.
Yeah.
And not just physically, but the physical talents with the skill level, with the mental makeup, like you just talked about, Kyle.
Yeah, man.
You don't always see that.
He's a star.
Yeah.
He's a star. The Bucks, 140 points against the Suns, who scored 127. James, we were just talking about this. It feels like the Kings are starting to okay, it's not perfect yet, but you see them, especially defensively, they're more locked in. You start to see them play a little bit better, and you can buy that they're starting to play their best basketball here down the stretch. This is what I thought the Suns would be doing. I thought for sure we'd be sitting here at some point going, hey, the Suns have won 9 in a row. Suns very quietly, and they're just not, dude.
No,
I'm not buying them.
They're not.
I can't buy them.
They're not good enough in the regular season. I said on Friday, I'm really curious to see them in a playoff series. If they can get there, through playing or whatever, if they can get there, I think they can be really dangerous in the playoffs. But night to night, trying to play defense on a nightly basis in the regular season, it's going to be tough for them. I think that's a play-in team with the combination of what you just talked about and their schedule. I mean, yesterday, they got a little bit of a gift early because Giannis was ruled out really late, and Bobby Portis go crazy on him.
God,
Bobby Portis had like 33 points or something.
I get 5 threes in the first half.
He was killing.
The Suns are 8-8 in their last 16.
I mean, come on, man.
And it's literally like win 1, lose 2, lose 2, win 2, lose 2, win 2, lose 1, win 1, lose 1, win 1, lose 1.
Can you imagine?
Straight up 500.
We're so worried about the Kings' inconsistency. Can you imagine if we were doing radio in Phoenix?
With
After all the picks they traded, with all the they were supposed to win a title this year.
Yeah, we all tried to tell them like they need to settle down.
Yeah,
they were. There's not enough around them yet.
And then at the deadline, they said Royce O'Neal though.
It's tough, man. Especially Durant's played 37.3 minutes per game.
I heard this on
wild.
one of the I think it was the Ringer group chat podcast with Justin Verrier and Rob Mahoney and Big Waz.
Big Waz not a fan of Sabonis.
Not a Sabonis guy. The combination of Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal, and Devin Booker just passed 500 minutes together.
Wow.
Paul George, Kawhi, and James Harden have played over 1,000.
That's saying something with those two, specifically with Paul and Kawhi. But I mean, we all saw it coming.
Yep.
We all saw it coming. And ironically, that's with one of them being pretty much healthy all year.
Yeah.
And Kevin Durant, which nobody really expected.
Yeah.
So I mean, you had 3 guys that really couldn't stay healthy for much of their career. You knew this was coming. And when I saw that, I said, they don't have enough around. Like Grayson Allen's having a great year.
Really good.
But that's not enough.
Nope.
That's not enough. Josh Okogie's not enough.
Nope.
Eric Gordon at 45 years old, like that's not enough. It's not going to get it done.
Yeah, and Booker has to play 11 of 13 of their final 13 games in order to make in order to hit 65.
Do you guys? I know we're running out of time, but do you guys feel the same way that if they can get in, they might be dangerous? It's just
Okay.
different.
That was. Are
Eh.
the Mavs or Suns more dangerous to you?
The Suns.
The Suns
Suns.
Easily the Suns.
easily.
Yeah. Mavs aren't very dangerous because they don't play defense.
I don't know.
Yeah.
That
No,
shot.
that's true.
That
and
shot
That was
That
one
was
of the great shots I've
ridiculous.
ever
by
seen.
Kyrie,
Yeah.
left-handed, just like
That was one
over
of the great
Jokic.
game
You know
winners
what? I'm
I've
ready to.
ever
I'm ready
seen.
to say that is the greatest shot in Kyrie Irving's career, and we should focus on that.
Well,
moving
he's got
forward.
another better
No,
shot.
I think that's
Matter
the
of fact,
one.
I might
think that's
pull it
the
up
one.
on YouTube right
Okay,
now.
Okay. That's it. That's the only one he's hit.
That's right.
No, I think I think you're probably right. I just don't want to mess with KD. I want no parts of KD in a playoff series.
No.
KD and Book might combine for 75 points a night. in a playoff
Bradley
series.
Bill's actually been good when he plays this year too.
Yeah.
Like he's been
Yeah, he's
a
been
good,
solid. He just
good ball player.
can't
He
stay on the
just-
court.
Yeah.
And then the Clippers they lost to the Hawks last night, 110-93, in a game that was not even that close.
Mm.
Oh,
It's there. Pacific Division's there for the taking.
You think so? Because what is it? 3 games now?
yeah. I think
Three,
three
three and a
games,
half?
three in the loss, column.
I don't know.
I guess kind of that.
I don't know. All right. I'm with that. You play him again.
Yeah, you got him again.
You play him again. So I haven't really
Mm.
looked at the Clippers schedule because I figured that was long gone. But I don't know. Now you got me thinking, Kyle.
I think it's there. All right, we got to run. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's Kenny Caraway. D'Lo and KC are coming up next right here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. See you guys. Appreciate you.
I was able to sign in.
What's up, Jesse? How was your weekend, man? There you go. Did I send that to Complex? I did. Chatty House, what's happening, baby?
Hey, Spur Slim, the most shady. Frankie, baby. What up, dog?
Oh, man.
Good to see you.
Likewise.
Party was good on Saturday?
Great.
Excellent.
Yeah, it was great. Thank you.
Yep.
Missed you guys, but it was great.
Same. White's wedding was a good time.
Oh, very good.
We're having trouble getting people on the dance floor with bass shit, so I threw on some Dancing Queen by ABBA. That got the old folks out.
There you go.
Spend time.
You see, we missed out on Chick-fil-A today.
Wait, what?
Yeah, the whole, there literally wasn't nothing there. There wasn't even a jelly wrapper there.
Yeah. Last time they left.
How is that even possible? There's no one here.
Was it breakfast?
I feel like they come for the Chick-fil-A and then they leave after that.
That's wild.
Was it breakfast or regular?
I think it was breakfast.
Yeah, that's their new thing, I think.
Oh, okay. That's great. That's great.
No, it's awesome.
Yeah.
Not that my fat ass needs to eat anything more. I'm just sitting around drinking juice because I ate like a dick all weekend.
I forgot my water in the car. I'm going to have to go get my water, man.
I feel like I'm...
Dr. David, I don't play against scrubs.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Come on, baby, let's get in here, man. Come on, let's get in here one more time because it was a good weekend. One more time because it was a great weekend. Man, we welcome you in here to the Monday, March 18th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Borling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Man, and we good today. We good. Didn't get the outcome we wanted on Saturday night. That was a tough rewatch on Sunday. But that's all right. That's all right.
That's all right. That's all right.
The Kings fell to 7th and then moved back up to 6th.
I'm going to go get a Bobby Portis jersey.
Man, Bobby Portis. Shoot. Yeah, how about your boy, though?
Man.
Like your real boy, not your pretend boy like Bobby Portis.
Man.
So, first of all,
one of the greatest shots.
Man, that was nasty. Wow. Nasty. And shout out to the Nuggets who decided to play their most trash game in 3 months. Like, come on, man. You picked this one?
Come on, man.
Okay, bro. All right. Mike Malone really does hate Sacramento. He's like, you know what? Let's lay down.
That's why I said Mike got to chill. Mike got to chill with all that.
They Jeff Jarretted that joint out there and just laid down for him. Ridiculous.
Piss them off.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was, I was sitting there. I was like, bro, come on, man. Y'all got to step your game up. They did not.
That Kyrie shot was so cold, though. That Kyrie shot
I don't
was
even
so
know.
cold.
I don't even know. With that shot, you can't do nothing with that.
Over Jokic. Yeah, what do you do? What do you do?
Left hand from, that was probably at least the high school 3-point line. Like, that's where that shot was coming. That was insane. All net.
Crazy.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing
Kyrie
but the bottom of the net.
Kyrie is cold for that. And it is just razor thin at the 6, 7, and 8 spot between Sacramento, Dallas, and Phoenix. We're separated by fractions of a percentage here. at this point. But Dallas got a win. They needed to. They were able to pull that off. Kings fell to the New York Knicks. We're going to spend a lot of time talking about that. Of course, this is just kind of the nature of the season. There's what I think 16 games left. We're going to be riding every game that Sacramento plays, every game that Phoenix plays, every game that Dallas plays. We're going to keep an eye on what the Lakers and Warriors and Pelicans are doing as well. But
your boy, I talked to you about it a little earlier. Your boy, a little sneaky, bro. Your boy, a little.
Oh, that's my boy. Oh, Steph is my boy.
He's my boy too. But I'm just saying, he a little sneaky.
You was the one about to get a Steph Curry jersey.
I was never going to get a Steph Curry jersey.
Weigh in,
That's
please.
Not even true.
Okay,
it's literally not even.
No, Jesse just over there trying to work. I got to call him 4 minutes into the show.
Okay, so we got to go back to this. You were ready to get a Steph Curry jersey, and then we talked you out of it.
No, what? Wait, what?
Yes.
Ain't nobody got to talk me out of not getting a Warriors jersey. Stop playing.
We had to remind you of the beef of round 1 of the playoffs before, and you're like, oh yeah, that makes sense.
No, you didn't have to remind me. I was just talking about how much I like Steph.
Gotta find
but the jersey was never gonna happen.
Gotta find that.
I sat up there and I
gotta find that clip. Though.
I thought about Steph, but then I was like, it's the Warriors. I can't do that. You didn't have to remind me it was the Warriors. Stop.
Look at you getting a cosign from Drew Down. Drew Down says, don't fall into the peer pressure, man. Be you.
Yeah, be me is flipping the bird to the Warriors.
Well, not to Steph Curry, though.
Steph, though. But Steph is sneaky, though. He's sneaky, man. So I don't want to hear, oh, poor little Steph when somebody dunk on him or somebody get buckets and they start talking crazy. I don't want to hear that because Steph is sneaky, man. I'm telling you.
Steph said, get your bitch ass on the court. That is wild. I'm all for it. I'm all for Steph Curry with an edge.
I like when he does that. I just
don't
be like,
that.
Steph he don't never bother anybody. Yeah, all right.
Okay.
All right.
The dude who celebrates threes in the first quarter with a golf shot. Like, come on, man. Let's chill with that.
Shout out to Catherine.
But he is there's Catherine too. He is the greatest 3-point shooter ever, man. And he is he's got a little edge to him.
He does.
And I'm all for it. We'll talk about the nonsense that was that end of the final few minutes of that game as well. Start with the Kings and the Knicks, though. Man, that was just I don't know what to say about it, man. That was just a fight. And the officials apparently were all for it.
Yeah.
They're like, hey, we're letting y'all throw hands today. Go ahead. That's about the one thing they didn't do was actually throw hands in that game. But when you're playing the New York Knicks and the final score is 98-91, chances of that favoring them is pretty high. That's not Kings basketball, man.
No, not at all. And it's one of those things where you've got to look at the game and say, was it the Knicks defense or did they just miss shots? I'm giving the Knicks some credit with the defense for sure.
I feel like the Kings, because I had the benefit of watching the game closely after knowing the outcome. So I think there is like it's always the plus to the rewatch. Like you can watch it a little bit differently. You can watch it scenes. Kings actually missed a lot of really good looks to start the game. Like if they had shot a percentage that started to decline, I think and again, I'm not taking away from what New York did defensively, but it felt like, man, particularly Keegan had a couple of looks there in the first quarter. Didn't fall like there were it was there in the first quarter in terms of the shots. I think things got a little more physical as the game went along. But Will can't be with us today. But if Will was generating, the Kenny Caraway open shot, stat, I think you would have been happy with. I think you would have been happy with the number of looks that they got. They obviously just didn't fall for them.
And some of that goes hand in hand. It's not necessarily the physicality that makes you, that keeps you all bottled up or anything else like that. But
they bottled up that lane.
Yeah, but at the same time, you're not able to. You don't feel as comfortable as a team that's not playing defense, right? So that maybe it's psychological, maybe it's your legs or whatever the case may be, but that does play some role in starting to miss some shots. But
absolutely,
I thought the Kings, had looks. They just didn't.
I thought the Kings played pretty well defensively.
Yeah, they didn't get it done. They didn't get anything from the bench, which was a killer. I mean, Malik had his 18, But other than that, it was just Keon with 5 points.
I mean, I think it's going to be tough with Trey out.
It is, but I got to get.
You
I would
need-
hope to get something from Davion and Alex
that's
Lynn.
the other thing. You need more from Davion for sure.
Yeah. And Duarte, who's played well. I mean, he played less than a minute, but I don't know. Maybe you look to play him a little bit more with Trey Lyles out. Find a spot for him. Go small. Go super small.
I don't feel like that works though. Like, what would you do with Chris Duarte without, like, because he can't do what Trey does.
No, but if you got Alex Lynn in there, maybe you're going super small. I don't know.
I got you.
But you know,
just put JaVale in there. He's a 3-point shooter now.
He's a flamethrower.
He is. Well, JaVale McGee. Yeah. Got to get something from. Oh, man, it was a tough day from Kevin Huerter. That's about the worst thing that could have happened for him. Like I saw I think it was Friday, the practice clip. We were talking about, he got to get out of his own head and all of that stuff. I don't know that he was necessarily in his head in this game. I don't think that it helped, but only playing 15 minutes when the Kings universe is talking, right? And they're talking about the young man coming off the bench who played 30. Now that, to me, I'm fine with the way Mike executed that, because Keon Ellis feels like a New York Knicks type of game. He doesn't, and this is kind of what we talked about last week, he doesn't have to start. But if you have a matchup that works for him, you got to have him out there. He was never going to stop Jalen Brunson, but having him out there against Jalen Brunson was a plus. That's probably a whole other conversation too, because I don't think Jalen's getting the attention he deserves.
In theory, it was a plus. He didn't do too much to stop him.
No, I get that's why.
I'm just saying that's more Jalen Brunson.
That's why you want him out there.
Yeah.
But
didn't matter on Saturday.
Jalen's having a phenomenal season.
Yeah, it didn't matter.
He is bad.
That game, in my opinion, really came down to, and I told the insiders this on the handoff.
It's a good show.
Very good show. Their guy, kind of brought them home and hit shots to bring them home, and our guy, De'Aaron Fox, wasn't able to do that. And that's not even like a dig at Fox or to say it's all his fault or not. It just happens. It happens from time to time. You got a guy, Fox. Fourth quarter Fox for a reason. He's done it a number of different times. On Saturday, shots just didn't fall. Their guy, enough shots fell for them to bring that win home, and they were able to get it. They play each other in about a week or so, a week plus. Might go differently. It might go differently tonight or Wednesday, whatever. It's just, that's really what it kind of came down to, because both teams were playing about even. It was a rock fight, and the Kings they seemed to be up to the rock fight. I don't think they got overly worked or out physical or anything else.
Not. There was no double-digit leads in this game or nothing. It was what you just said. Yeah. It was a fight.
It was a fight, and their guy hit a couple more shots than our guy to bring them home. So it was just a loss.
The Knicks are a better defensive team than Sacramento, and so when they game plan, which it kind of goes to the question I was asking, I don't remember if it was a conversation we were having last week about who do you game plan for on Sacramento. And I feel like in the fourth quarter, if Domas beats you offensively, you deal with that. But you're not going to let De'Aaron do it.
No, you can't. And Fox and Monk are the ones that you
and
we got to figure out how to match up with them.
They did a lot to make life miserable for those two. They did a lot to make life miserable for the way that the Sacramento Kings play. And Kings are a different defensive team. Keon's very good. Keegan, who didn't play in the final minutes, very good defender. We'll talk about that as the day rolls along. But it's a different type of defense than New York has.
Yeah.
And so when Jalen has that ball at the top of the key and is trying to decide what he's going to do with it, like he's tough.
Yeah. And I know Jalen didn't play in this game, but it was like last year against the Knicks at home. It was a close game. Fox came through in the fourth quarter. They threw everything at him. They threw the Josh Harts at him and everybody else, and he still found a way to get through it. Just didn't happen on Saturday. He'll be ready to go tonight. No big deal.
You mentioned Trey Lyles there a minute ago. We should talk more about him because we did get an update on him late last week that we'll talk about. We'll talk more about Kevin Huerter We'll talk about this offense. We'll talk about the game. And, of course, we'll look ahead to the Sacramento Kings' sixth and final game of the 6-game homestand tonight against the Memphis Grizzlies, and arguably the one everyone's nervous about. We'll talk about it. We're just getting started. We're happy you're here with us. It's Thielen and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah, he's out tonight, but, yeah, he's getting close. To make the switch. You know why I don't find this as funny as everybody else? Because it was obviously so like contrived. Like it was fake. It's not like they swapped jerseys and were like, oh, I didn't even notice. It was like they set it up. They wanted this moment.
You see the Rob Perez clip where like you see Grady
yeah,
talking to
you
him?
see them like they're laughing and giggling. They're like school children. They're like us. It was like if the Chatty House did a jersey swap. Not that it's not like a little bit funny, but it's like it wasn't organic. So it's kind of like, all right.
It was a work, not a shoot.
Yeah, thank you. See, that's kind of how I felt. It was corny. Exactly. This is kind of how I felt. Well, so there you go. As long as Drew Down liked it, that's fine. Shout out to Alexandra, who just copped the hoodie I'm wearing right now. Appreciate you, Alexandra. Hopefully you're watching and you see this and you're like, yo, I got to have that. I haven't watched this in its entirety. I mean, I kept getting distracted trying to watch this. I think I saw a bulk of it, but not quite all of it.
Hear me, I'm not saying it's bad, but does it feel like you'd miss out on anything if you didn't like tap into like SmackDown, like see The Rock, like the music thing or whatever? Like, doesn't it feel like kind of reused? I'm not saying it's bad, but
no,
I feel like he's playing the greatest hits right now.
I think he definitely is, but I also think the Rock concert's always a good little stick to get over. Like as long as he doesn't do another one, like yeah, and it was in Memphis, like it works. Go with that. So I did see this. Here's what I thought was annoying about that. Is he like immediately like apologized? Oh, I'm just playing, Ja. It's like, no, fucking let it ride. Yeah. You didn't apologize to Sacramento. Let it ride.
Well, it's wrestling.
He didn't want the heat. See, that's what y'all don't be listening to me. He didn't want the heat. That's why he did it. Like Ja Morant waving the gun. Oh, Ja, I love you. I was just playing. Come on, Rob.
Wait, he said that like on SmackDown?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought maybe
yeah.
Yeah.
He wouldn't let it ride. He was scared.
Maybe he tweeted it later.
Nah, he was too scared to let it ride.
I thought that was it was cool. I don't want to be overly critical. I thought that was a little rough from Rob.
I hope Cody kicks his ass.
The Ja joke?
The whole thing.
Oh, you mean rough, like not good?
Yeah, it was not like it wasn't like Sacramento.
It wasn't. Oh,
I mean, you could tell he was reading it. Somebody clearly felt like somebody wrote it for him 30 minutes before.
How many times did he look at his forum?
Well, no, he had sheets. He had it in front of him. He
Oh.
had sheets in front of him. Which he did. Did he? I don't
He
think
didn't
he
have that
did it in Sacramento.
No, he was
He
there with
did
the
it on the
guitar.
second. I feel like he did it on the second one when he did the Vicky Guerrero. Maybe that wasn't the second one. Maybe that was the third one.
This is like Scottie Pippen on the Trailblazers.
Yeah,
Still the guy, but
see,
I don't know.
Told y'all this is the wrong rock. The wrong rock, not what we needed.
It's a beautiful day outside.
Yes, Benjamin. Of course, Rock and Roman are going to win. That's exactly the point. They're going to win, and then what will happen on Sunday will be different.
Hey, I meant to tell you something. Should I tell you now or a little later? It's not sports related or anything like that.
Might as well tell me now. We just had a 5-minute discussion on the Rock concert from Friday. So,
look. Well, let me say about that. It wasn't bad. It was cool.
It wasn't
Sacramento.
It wasn't. No, and nothing will ever be close, Sacramento.
But it wasn't
even Vicky Guerrero.
Yeah,
like,
it didn't even sniff
like
that.
he told y'all this is not what he should be doing. Also, is it Rock versus Cody or is it Roman versus Cody?
Well, you build the Brock versus Cody thing, so it draws you off the scent of Brock turning on him, and then at the end, Sunday or whatever, it's like, oh yeah, me and Cody will work in this whole time.
No, all right,
2 weeks away. 2 weeks away.
Wow,
more or is it more than 2? Is it 3 weeks?
I feel like it's like it's the first week of April.
Yes,
isn't it?
3 weeks, I think. Yeah.
First
I guess I got dealt some bad news about Vegas, the potential Vegas WrestleMania.
Oh no.
If
it's not happening?
If it falls,
I was wrong.
No, well, I don't know. It might be happening, but for me,
I
if
think
it
Kenny,
falls
it's
on a
raining that
certain
day.
weekend,
Oh no!
I'm sick
How are
about
we
it.
a year away?
I'm sick about it. My man just told me about his wedding, man.
Oh, the boy! It better be Aceberg or someone on.
It's my man Allen. That's my dude.
Going
man.
to Styles' wedding instead
Really,
of
Kenny?
WrestleMania.
Really?
Wow!
You're ditching us for
Wow! You hear this? Wow! Wow! WrestleMania is April 6th and 7th, by the way.
This year?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
April 6th and 7th.
Yeah.
Yeah, by the way, WrestleMania in Las Vegas has not been announced.
that
has not been
We're just
announced.
speaking that into existence.
I
Yeah.
also read that Minneapolis put their bid in for 41.
Yeah, Minneapolis has wanted WrestleMania since that stadium opened.
Yeah, I don't think they'll get. I think it's going to be Vegas. I still
don't
feel
know
that way.
why they wouldn't do Minnesota, but I know they.
They wouldn't do it next because you already got Vegas lined up.
We think.
That's my thought.
Yeah,
I would tell Vegas if they put their bid
in.
in, I'd be like, look, we're gonna come to Minneapolis. Don't worry about it, but we're gonna do Rock Roman in Vegas. Sorry.
Someone tell Triple H, my hotel's already booked. It's in Vegas.
Well, and that's the thing. Like, I feel like WrestleMania 41, the locations that's done.
Yeah,
it's just not public.
It's definitely
it's done. It's just
done
not public.
Them. Yeah, I think it's Vegas. Although, like I said, I don't know. Minneapolis would you make it known that you're putting a bid in if it wasn't done? If you thought you had a chance, I don't know.
Oh, man, it would be good for 42 then.
Maybe
It'd be great for 42.
Star Vikings quarterback Sam Darnold makes an appearance maybe at WrestleMania in Minnesota.
That'll put butts in the seats.
No.
But yeah, I said, I didn't think about it. I was excited for his wedding.
Well, wait a minute. We don't even have a date for WrestleMania 41
it's
yet.
always the first week of April.
No, it's not. It fluctuates a little bit.
Well, I hope it does. I hope it's the end of March next year.
Got to get to Styles' wedding and is completely missing out. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. We'll just take Chris. We'll take WCW. That's what we'll do. We'll take WCW.
We're gonna have the tank.
Yeah.
Wait, when's the wedding next year?
Like April 5th, I think.
Oh yeah, we need WrestleMania on the second week of April. Then
it's definitely not gonna be the
first
second
week.
week.
Yeah, it's not gonna be the second week.
What's that last one of March? That might be like the 30th or something, right?
The last weekend of March is the 29th and 30th.
That might be our best bet.
That's our only hope.
It's not another flyaway, is it? Where you got to like get your passport stamped.
No,
like
but it is in Napa.
Well, that's a drive. That's easy.
Yeah,
that's
easy.
easy.
I got to get to Vegas.
Well, no, what I meant was long as it's the weekend before.
Maybe Kenny meets us for night 2.
Yo, tell them to move it. Like, just hey, look, just put this on hold. We'll probably put this on hold for like 3 more weeks. They're gonna announce it at 40.
Don't be selfish. Move your wedding.
Yeah.
Well, tell them, just play him a clip. Like, bro, we've been talking about this longer than like you set the date. Like, come on, look alive here.
Wow, look at even Aceberg coming through and Kenny already bailing on us.
I know, man.
Wow.
Damn, man. Come on, man. Yeah, but this my dude, man. This is my day one, man. So damn, selfish. But the thing I was gonna say real quick, I still watch the show. I still watch it. I kind of like the story. I just want to see how the story plays out. I still watch the show.
Oh, I know where this is going. No, go ahead. Tell me I was right. Just start with. Start your next sentence because I know exactly what you're going to say. Start the next sentence with D-Lo was right, and then finish your thought. Start with D-Lo was right, and then finish your thought.
If you guys are talking about what I think, it's been hilarious on Twitter.
No. Come on.
It's getting kind of rough in Detroit.
Yeah.
It's getting kind of rough in Atlanta.
Specifically,
D-Lo was right.
Thank you.
It's getting kind of rough on BMF. It's getting kind of rough.
It's so bad. I told you. It's so bad. It is so awful.
Oh man, it is venturing into Tubi land. It is. It's getting rough.
Is that one of the Mount Rushmores for poorly cast Tupacs?
It's awful.
It's the worst. Yeah,
it's
Mount
up there
Rushmore,
with
it's the worst.
It's up there with Ric Flair and Iron Claw.
See, I haven't even seen that yet.
What was he in Iron Claw?
No, not Ric Flair.
Oh,
the guy who played Ric Flair was terrible. He was on the screen for maybe a minute, and it felt like he ruined the entire movie. Movie was 2 hours and 36 minutes. This goof was on the screen for 90 seconds. And for a brief second, all I thought was, I hate this movie. I hate this movie because of that idiot right there.
Oh, this Tupac is, I mean, it's I'm not even at the Tupac episode yet. I'm at episode 2.
You don't have to be.
I'm at episode 2, and I'm like,
all you had to do was open the Twitter app for 5 minutes and see.
Come on, man.
I saw a picture where they had Lil Meech, I think, with the AirPods in one of the scenes.
Who was?
I think it was Lil Meech, right? He plays his dad in that show.
He
Yeah, he had AirPods, I
in
think, in one of the scenes.
On the show?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw that on Twitter.
Come on. I mean, come on, man. I'm still watching. I'm still invested. I'm gonna finish it out.
Good
You
for
know, it's
you.
not like I'm a turn from it, but boy.
Told you.
I was watching last night the episode 2. I said, damn, I hadn't even got to Tupac yet. This is rough. The little Haitians, they shot up the car Meech and them were in, probably filled it with about 75 bullets.
Yep.
Just not a scratch.
Yeah.
Just was able to drive off, pick up his little duffel bag. Just nothing.
Yeah.
What?
That's what the show has been. This is what the show has been. It's bad. It's bad. It's worse than the officials in the Lakers Warriors game. It's bad.
Oh, and then the new Connect, they're shooting up the house, and once again, he stands in the window smoking a cigar, like, I'm not worried.
Of course not. You come back from the dead on that show.
I said, oh man. Like I said, still watching.
Good for
still
you.
watching.
I mean, I feel the need to see this thing through, but God almighty, it's bad. It was announced late last week. Trey Lyles will be out for the next several weeks with a knee sprain. It's a big loss for depth, as you outlined just a minute ago, man. It was Malik Monk off the bench. You got a little bit from Keon Ellis against New York. I think New York is a unique matchup, but it's worth pointing out you do have another Knicks game ahead, and it's not likely at all that Trey Lyles will be back for that. So you're going to be going at it with about the same roster. Looks like Sasha's pretty close. He was a full participant.
Got a little reinforcement there.
Yeah, he was a full and that will help. Like, right, being without both of them is really, really tough. I think being without one of them, I think you can manage because you had the other. We saw Trey Lyles step up with Sasha out. You know, Sasha, regardless of the kind of in and out of the lineup he's been this year, if he had been healthy, he would have gotten an opportunity to play these last couple of games. And the fact that he could be, or the fact that it appears he is on his way back is a big deal. And hopefully we can see him as soon as Wednesday when they
I sure hope so. And I don't hear me when I say this. I'm not disrespecting anybody. It's not in the bag that they're going to win or anything like that. But I do think it's better for Sasha to come back, hopefully, come back against teams that they're playing next week. I'm not even going to say nobody specific. Teams they're playing next week, where maybe the thought is, the hope is you can kind of ease your way into game shape as opposed to, hey, we got 2 games against the Mavericks this week. We need you to whoa, I need to ramp up a little bit.
Well, part of yeah, I'm gonna be careful.
I know I don't want to be disrespectful either.
I'm just saying.
And look, I said this a second. This is probably the game Kings fans have been most nervous about. I think a lot of us, obviously I want the Kings to win every time they step on the floor. I thought winning 3 in a row, Bucks, Lakers, Knicks, that would have been that. Like your eyes got to open a little bit to that. Like that's not a fluke. Those are 3 very different basketball teams with 3 very, very different styles. You're able to get 3 wins against them. That's good shape. I kind of felt like, hey, as long as the game went the way that it did, I'm kind of okay with it. Like I didn't have super high expectations for that one. I think New York they're desperate to kind of find their groove right now with Jalen back, knowing that Julius Randle isn't there, knowing they still got a few things that they're trying to figure out. They're still trying to get OG Anunoby figured out with exactly what's going on with him. But they fought, they didn't win. Yeah. But I love the way that they played. The officials were officiating it a certain way, and the Kings did their best to adjust. It may have gone a little overboard. I think the last 2-minute report had the Domas double dribble on it.
Yeah,
where he
got smacked in the face.
He was fouled 47 times, which is actually what caused them to double dribble. But they let it ride. There's another one with Domas. It happened earlier. I think it happened in the first half, where there was like a what's Brody's name? Hardenstein.
Oh yeah,
it was like a Greco-Roman. Yeah, it was like a Greco-Roman takedown on a loose ball.
Yeah, almost was about to take him to Suplex City.
No call.
Yeah, just whatever.
And it's kind of like, okay. And here's where I'll give the officials credit. Well, with the exception of the last one, because that last one's brutal. But here's where I'll give the officials credit overall. They just didn't call it. Period.
Right.
And it's like the Knicks play a certain way. And if they can get you to play their way, if they can get the officials to officiate their way, that's the best position for them. It doesn't mean they're going to win every game. It means that's the best position for them. If you get an aggressive officiating crew, Kings would have been in the penalty 3 minutes into the game. We might still be playing.
Right.
The game could still be going on. But here's where I'll just kind of calm the whole thing. They didn't call it, period.
No.
They didn't call it against the Knicks. They didn't call it against the Kings. They had it, maybe this is a thing where Thibs goes to the official. I don't know what it is, but they let both teams be physical. And so I don't have as big of an issue with it, except on that last play, because the Kings were down 3. That was a huge turnover that the officials got wrong.
Yeah, and that's something that I think
Jalen Brunson just named Player of the Week. Sorry. That's it. We talk about the type of season he's having. Jalen Brunson, along with Jalen Green.
They you ask about, how the Kings would respond to something like that, and they played fine. I think as a player, that's all you could ask for, right? Is just consistency. Call it the same way on both sides. They were letting them be physical on Saturday night. Some nights they'll call it tight, and maybe that'll play more into what you're trying to do. But the Kings answered the call. That's all you can really ask for. Like I said,
they're not always there when you call, but
I said that on Saturday too. Shout out Mark Jones. Not always there when you call, but always on time. I had to MC a anniversary basketball game at St. Paul Baptist Church against COP, and somebody made a shot, and I said, "Oh, not always there when you call, but always on time."
That's the line. Said it with no hesitation. Very good.
Well, yeah, man, they adjusted well. The thing that I will say about the physicality in this game is it clearly benefits the Knicks.
Absolutely.
Clearly benefits the Knicks. And that would be one of the frustrations is like, all right, man, like I know you're letting them play, but they can't play the other type of way. Like we want to get up and down, and you're giving them a bit of advantage is a little too
I don't think it is though.
I don't know if it's an advantage. Like if you I don't know. Maybe
if you got a team,
if
you got a team that plays one way and a team that plays the other, and your officiating favors one of those teams, that feels like I'm not saying it's 8 on 5. I'm not saying it's that type of advantage, but if But if they can get away with Greco-Roman takedowns on Domantas Sabonis, if De'Aaron can get leveled in the key, or going to the basket, that's gonna favor the team that is in this scenario regarded as a more physical team.
That's fair enough. So,
don't think that's why they lost.
No, it was like we
it's
talked
just
about,
one of the stories of the game.
We talked about a couple of different times already. Hey man, it was a game and they lost. I don't think there's any blame behind it. I don't think, you can have reasonings and things of that nature and try to explain the loss, but I think it really comes down to Knicks hit a couple more shots. We said it before. The Kings were game out there, and when it got physical, like they were like, all right, we getting physical, then let's get physical, let's work, and they matched the physicality, but the Knicks just hit a couple more shots, and the Knicks late in that game, they gave the Kings opportunities. I don't know the exact number, but it felt like they missed like 5 of their last 8 shots, and the Kings had opportunities to get it to a 1-possession game, or and they just couldn't do it. They turned the ball over. I think Domas turned it over twice late in the game, and missed a couple shots, and they just couldn't take advantage of it. But it was there for them, even with all that. By the way, OG Anunoby out tonight against the Warriors.
Okay. All right.
Well, the Knicks were playing a tougher team on Saturday, so you had to make sure he was there in that game, and he could take a night off against those Wizards, Pistons, Spurs, Warriors types.
Yeah, Steph returned over the weekend. He wasn't the only one. You notice my man's back, who has been bothering him for weeks. Oh, my back! Been bothering him for weeks. He miraculously returned the same night Steph Curry did.
Oh man, what a
it's a miracle.
What a coinky dink.
Shout out to Draymond. We're so happy you're okay. There's a concerning statement from Draymond Green. Okay. Okay.
What a coinky dink.
I got you. There is some concerning stuff surrounding Kevin Huerter, though, because it was another solid outing from Keon Ellis, despite the single clip that circulated all over social media on Saturday. Keon was really strong on the defensive end again. And what separates Keon from Kevin Huerter is the ability for Kevin Huerter to have massive offensive nights. And he not only didn't have a massive offensive night, he didn't have an offensive night at all.
No.
And it's probably, we can break down whether this is a fair or unfair position for Kevin Huerter to be in. We can break down whether, the idea of you can still run Keon Ellis and start Kevin Huerter, just have a, quote, short leash for Kevin Huerter. We could argue whether that's fair or not, because there were points during this season where Kevin was not shooting well. And that's just the way it is, man. You don't want his season average to drop off as bad as it did this year. But you go back to last year, there were extreme ups and extreme downs, extreme ups. It's just carried over into this year. It doesn't feel like there has been as many extreme ups, which is why he's averaging damn near 5 less points than he did last season. But he did a lot of things during various stretches where he was rebounding the ball. He was active on the defensive end. He was moving around on offense, creating shots for other guys. He was doing a lot of things, to use a line that you used about a different player at a different time. He wasn't invisible, right? You knew he was out there. Now it just feels like he is just bottled up and knows that Mike has a guy. Mm-hmm. And I think that's what this really boils down to. It's not D'Lo and KC. It's not the Chatty House. It's not Kings fans on Twitter. I think Kevin knows Mike has a guy he likes, and that's Keon. And when you get off the starts like he had, especially against a defensive team like that, it's going to be tough for you to get back out there on the floor. And he gave Huerter a couple of opportunities. And I just feel like until Kevin can knock down some shots and have one of those moments that, if it's tonight, that gets, because the Golden One Center, as much, look, these fans love their team. They want Kevin to make a shot so bad.
So bad.
Like, you noted this the last game you were at.
Mhm.
The anticipation when Kevin's shot goes up, like, roars. It's like a 2 count in wrestling. Like you start to feel it, and then when there's that okay, crap. All right, next one.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Like, they want Kevin Huerter to succeed. We all want Kevin Huerter to succeed.
Right.
But there's just so much added pressure on Brody right now.
And I wonder if some of that comes from they feel this team can go to another level. They're a little more dangerous. They're a lot more dangerous when Kevin Huerter is playing. So or playing well. So you're just like hoping he can kick out of what he's got going on, and then the Kings can kind of take off. That's the feeling. And we just keep hoping, keep waiting. And it's not really happening right now.
This team, you've said this forever, and you've said it forever because it's true. It's always true. It's true today, and it's true over these last 3 games where I think we all feel like the Sacramento Kings have played really good on the defensive end. The difference between the Bucks and the Lakers, we could talk about officiating and style of play and all of that different stuff. The Kings couldn't make shots, open or wide open. Like the percentages just weren't there for Sacramento. This is still an offensive team, and Kevin is able to knock down a couple. Like, games are different. Kevin Huerter, I'm sure there are. It feels like if Kevin Huerter's having a big game, the Kings are winning that game. I'm sure there's evidence to the contrary that says, oh, Kevin scored 25 and the Kings lost. I'm positive that that's out there. But with the way that the Kings overall in their total are playing right now, man, I feel like you get some shots from Kevin Huerter. This team might be running away with some games, right? You might get those stretches in the fourth quarter where Jordan Ford can play,
right.
Mason Jones can play. Like,
right.
that's the difference. And it's not there.
And
it's just not there.
And I'm gonna speak, and I'm just gonna play devil's advocate. This isn't necessarily 100% how I feel, but like, this is proof to that, right? Proof as to why you don't just go out and change the starting lineup or give up on Kevin Huerter or something like that. Because I can make the argument, once again, I'm not making the argument, I'm just talking, that game Saturday, you can't win. You can't win that game. Your defense was good. Mike Brown, Deere, and they all said, we did a great job on everybody else. It was just Brunson was on a heater. But you can't win that game. That 91-point game.
Yeah.
You can't win it. You need to be getting up in the 115s or so. And the jury's still out on whether you can do that consistently with Keon as opposed to Kevin Huerter. Once again, I think they can do it with Keon, and they can do it with him playing a number of different, minutes or anything like that. We've seen it happen. But when you talk about they need to be better on defense, they need to be defense. We saw that on Saturday. That's just not who they are. They're not going to win a lot of games like that. They've got to get up and down the floor. They've got to score. And Kevin Huerter helps you out with that.
I looked something up, and man, there's so many things wrong with this.
Did we get
Kevin Huerter, when he scores 20 plus, Kings are 5-2. So the thing that stands out, he scored 20 plus 7 times this year.
It's not a lot.
But his highest scoring output was 31. They lost to Indiana, 28-28. They beat Oklahoma City by 7. They beat the Lakers by 15. The other loss, he scored 26. It was a 1-point loss to Milwaukee.
That's when he was cooking. He was really cooking in that game.
Stretch it a little bit further to 17 plus points, and that adds, this again concerning, it adds 4 more wins and 1 more loss. 9-3 in games that Kevin Huerter scores 17 plus. Again, the thing that stands out to me is he only had 12 games all year where he scored over 17 points.
Man, it's not what you want. It's not what you want,
man,
from Kevin Huerter. The Saturday, though, to kind of put a bow on this, or we could keep talking about it, but It's not anything that makes me want to make a change. Same thing
No.
applies.
No.
Kevin Huerter's your starter, and you play it by ear. On
Yeah.
Saturday, it was like, all right, let's go with Keon. We need him in this game. Maybe different tonight. Maybe different during the road trip. So, starting lineup wise, I'm not moved to make a change.
We'll come back much more on the Sacramento Kings tonight. Road trip ahead in the game from Saturday. If you want to weigh in, we'd love to hear from you, by the way. Phone lines are open for you, 916-909-1320. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Shout out to my guy, Dr. David. Appreciate you, big dog. Made a little photo that I asked him to make because he's way better at this whole Photoshop editing thing than I am.
Dr. David. Oh, it's right here. Is that it? There it is. Yeah, I was thinking about that on my way in, Tyler. I ain't going to be able to experience that again for hours. Probably be a little bit more chilly at the end of when we get out of here. Especially on Mondays. Mondays are long. Yeah. Yep. KC and Ramsey called this last week.
Yeah.
I get it, man. Anytime you lose a coach, it's tough. I was hoping he would stick around at Stanford, but I get the idea. It's a basketball player right there, and his coach just left, so I understand.
That was a pretty cool moment. I definitely would be Eddie House if Reese was like in the Mountain West championship game going off. That's my motherfucking son.
Yeah, I think I saw just about all of them, Johnny G. I think I saw just about all of them. I watched some of I'm looking forward to that. I watched some of just because I was in and out of sleep for a large chunk of yesterday. I watched some like those A&E biographies. I watched the Sergeant Slaughter one, which I thought was good. I watched the China one, which was really sad. There's a couple more I'd like to check out.
I hadn't seen any of those. I got to check those out. I think they played Scott Hall the other day, and I think that's the same as the video. Was it any different? Did you see it?
I didn't watch that one. So I don't know if it was you or Jesse said it was like the video.
Yeah,
so
because I was watching. I didn't watch the whole thing. Maybe it changed, throughout the video. But the first segment, I was like, it's just like the video, which I liked, but I'd already seen it before.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. I don't think they're.
That's when I learned he was a white man.
Right. Big country Scott Hall. I think they're only on A&E. I don't think they're on Peacock. I watched through the A&E app. That's how I found them, because I don't think YouTube TV has A&E, which I don't think I knew until this weekend. That Slaughter one was pretty interesting, like reliving WrestleMania 7 and how bad they botched that whole thing and everything Sarge went through during that time. Download the app, Johnny G. They're all on there. Like even old seasons are on there. Even the Rivals stuff is on there. We said this a minute ago, but I do think it's worth repeating. New York is brilliant defensively, and Thibs really he might be like one of a kind on that side of the ball.
I was gonna say, is he like, as far as defensive minds, like probably I'm just throwing it out there, like one of the best ever, like at least up there.
Yeah, he's got to be, and you also I think have to credit the people he works with /for, and when he was your defensive coordinator.
That's the thing. Like Doc wasn't getting credit for that defense. It's always like Tom Thibodeau. Like, where's he going to end up at? Like, he's the guy.
And that's the thing, though, because he was such a sought after head coach with that roster, he could wait. And he waited for a very specific type of roster that wound up being Chicago.
Well, that's what he does all the time, really. And I'm not even saying that like as a slight. He identifies guys that would work best with how he wants to coach.
Mm-hmm.
And when he gets those guys, it's perfect.
Mm-hmm.
It is absolutely perfect. And he did it with Boston. Well, he didn't get that roster, but he saw what they had. It's like, we can do this with this roster.
Yeah.
Had those guys doing a phenomenal job. Chicago was gritty and grimy.
Mm-hmm.
I think D Rose was there. Jimmy was there. I want to say Kirk Heinrich, but maybe not. Maybe Kirk Heinrich wasn't there. But Joakim Noah. Joakim Noah is a perfect Thibodeau type player.
Mm-hmm.
Goes to Minnesota. Wasn't really
Taj,
having
I think,
that.
was there.
Taj was there. He was phenomenal there. Goes to Minnesota, gets Jimmy again, and moves on from a Zach LaVine who wasn't his type of player, gets a Jimmy, and it turns everything around. Then he does this in New York.
I feel like Minnesota was where he learned he had to make adjustments. And I don't want to be, I'm not trying to be critical of Karl Anthony Towns. I don't think Karl Anthony Towns is a Tom Thibodeau type player.
Right.
And I think Thibs had to learn how to adjust. I'm sure he got some feedback from Jimmy Butler on the way, because clearly those two have a lot of respect for each other.
Right.
But he had to change things. And like Thibs is notorious. Thibs coaches every year a lot like Mike Brown coached last year. And it seems like Mike might have eased up on that a little bit last year, but like every allowable day that Mike Brown was allowed to coach that basketball team, he did. Like there's certain amount of days that they had to have off. I think they had like the absolute minimum amount of days, the Sacramento Kings, that they were allowed to have off. I think Mike has adjusted to that a little bit here because the team is a year older, the veteran. Like there are things that you have to take into account. I wonder, like, is he just going to burn this candle out in New York like he did in Minnesota? And it seems like he has made adjustments to the way that he handles practicing and meeting and film and all of that stuff. And it's paying, like, it's just paying off tremendously. And that front office is like OG Anunoby. He is bringing guys in.
Josh Hart is prototypical Tom Thibodeau.
There is absolutely no question that front office sees Tom Thibodeau as their head coach. And you see that by the roster they're putting around.
Even Shinzo's the type of guy. But Ramsey's right. He said Thibodeau ran the Bulls roster into the ground.
He had to learn.
And I don't feel like he's doing – they'll tell you he's doing something different, so I'll listen to them, the players and stuff like that, and even people that cover the team. But I think it's still Thibodeau. It is what he is. He is who he is, and maybe he's got guys that could handle it a little bit better this time. But he gonna grind.
He absolutely, yeah. I'm not trying to suggest he's changed the way that he coaches or the way that he approaches this, but I also think he understands that. What's Malik Monk say all the time? We're 10-2 when we don't have a shoot around.
Right.
Oh, hey Malik, what was the big change in Harrison Barnes? Coach gave us days off. I think it's that type of stuff, right? Where you just 2 years or 5 years ago, he might have practiced after a triple overtime game against the Milwaukee Bucks. This year, it's like, hey guys, get away. We'll come back. We'll do some film the next day, and then we'll get to shoot around or whatever. Just take a day. I feel like he's a little, at least based on what I read, he's a little bit more aware of that stuff than he used to be. And probably that is a testament to the players.
Yeah.
Also, like when you're doing what your coach is asking you to do on a night-to-night basis, you don't have to, which is part of what I think what happened in Minnesota is he was trying to drive home a point to maybe a player or two or a couple of really important players. It wasn't working.
Yeah. Nah, and I love the way he coaches. I love the emphasis. See, that's the misnomer about myself, that I only care about offense, don't care about defense. Fundamentally,
I believe that's
as a coach,
a misnomer at all.
I'm more Thibs and Mike Brown than Mike D'Antoni, because I believe everything starts with how you defend. More specifically,
those feel like extremes. Like Mike D'Antoni on the offensive end.
They think I'm Mike D'Antoni. That's what they think I am.
I can
No, I'm
understand why
not.
some people think
And fundamentally, everything you should always have if you always have defense, you always have a chance. That's what I believe. If you have your defense, you'll have a chance no matter who you play, no matter who you're going up against. And you got guys that, don't believe in that type of philosophy or think that it's too much. Like, nah, I believe it works. If you have defense, you always have a chance. Now, the thing about it is you may not always have that personnel to play that type of way. And you've got to adjust and you've got to figure out what is best for the particular team that you're coaching at the time. And you can try to help them out along the way and mold them as much as you can. But at the end of the day, they are who they are. And I think that's where the Kings are. I think the Kings are a tougher team than people give them credit for. I think they play better defense than people give them credit for. But at the end of the day, they have to remember, we've got to get the shots up. We've got to get them up. We've got to get the threes up. We've got to score. That's how we're going to win games, not just compete, but win games. And I think that's where they're at.
Let's find out where Zabel thinks they're at. 916-909-1320. You want to get in? We'd love to hear from you on this Monday. Zay, what's going on, baby?
What's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call on the Farmers Dog Talk line.
Very good.
Good game. The game, good product. This was one of the games that they could lose. I felt like they played a good game, but hey, they got to get back on track. Grizzlies, a lot of easy games after this. But what do you guys think was worse, the fourth quarter shooting to the Kings or Coffee Boy's jump shot?
Nothing's First of all, shout out to our people at Farmers Dog. It is a tremendous product, and I got to get on board, man. I got to get on board with Farmers Dog. Two, there is absolutely nothing worse than watching Coffee Boy attempt to play basketball.
That's now the bar.
I mean,
if
he is.
Your jumper's worse than that.
You
can't talk.
That was a joke.
They said that
joke.
Man was throwing up gang signs while shooting.
Could have been giving you directions.
That was a joke. I tweeted it out. I'll say it on wax. That man can't even say the word basketball no more. Don't even say the word basketball anymore. Don't say basketball. Don't say hoop. Don't say hoopers. Don't say ballers. None of that. Find a new sport. Find something else to talk about. Because you, sir, you can't tell me anything about basketball. Nothing. That shot, hear me and hear me good. That shot in his game is a 2-pack of ass. Sucks.
Bro, his follow through went to the right and the ball went to the left.
It's like he threw a curveball.
And then did you hear his explanation afterwards, trying to explain why?
I'm not listening to that dude talk.
Oh, yeah, I hadn't played since 2017. And then Eddie Johnson even said it's harder to shoot a women's ball than it is a men's ball. He said Sabrina Ionescu would have been better if she shot with a men's ball because it's tough. Sit your dumb ass down, man. Ain't nobody hearing that. You can't hoop. Just like I knew. I saw you. I can see a hooper a mile away. And you didn't look familiar. You didn't look familiar from the jump. And that sorry ass shot, that 2-pack of ass shot that you took was all the confirmation I need. And he explained himself like a true scrub, like a true bum. Certified scrub. That's exactly what he sounded like and what he looked like.
I feel like we could just go home. Like, I feel like that's the end of the show right there.
That's right, Coach JT. Coffee Boy, trash.
2-pack of ass.
Trash.
If I was, who's it? Lebitard? Who's his benefactor? Lebitard?
Yeah.
I'd be like, bro, you're not allowed in here anymore.
Okay, he get that Jamal Adams treatment.
Try to
get through the door.
Like, sorry, bro, you suck. You are not allowed back into this building. You are not allowed on my show.
He said, I hadn't shot a ball since 2017.
Not to mention,
that ain't got nothing to do with nothing.
I don't think you have to be a world-class athlete, but when you talk crazy about other professional athletes and you've never been one, and you got a belly like he does, that just don't. It just looks like he wakes up and has 3-4 beers for breakfast, and then goes and talks stupid on Dan Le Batard's show, and then has 3-4 more beers for a snack. Like, he looks ridiculous.
I mean, he's built his career of just riding coattails.
He looked like he homeless too.
Oh man.
Like,
hey, I'm gonna see him in a hotel. I'm gonna walk by.
Throw $1 at him.
I'm gonna put $1 in his Starbucks.
Oh, he gonna have Starbucks. You know that.
You know that.
That's the one thing
I put $1 in a Starbucks cup. Say, I'm praying for you, brother.
Finally get himself his own instead of someone else's this time.
If D'Lo and KC keep doing what we're doing, we're gonna need an executive assistant. We can't keep asking Kim to help us do all this. He's qualified for that. He's done it before. He could be an exec. He could go. That's
all he need to do is go get.
He could go to the vending machine for you.
Vending machine.
Go. You leave your water in the car. He could go get the water. Kyle don't need to go get donuts anymore. We'll send him in to get donuts.
He'll go get donuts. He'll go to the vending machine.
Yeah.
He'll go get the Chick-fil-A, In and Out if the tribal chief wants him to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But then he's gonna come up here and he's gonna be like, "Hey guys, I was watching the Kings, and I was just thinking." I'm like, "Shut the hell up! We didn't ask you for any of that. Go get another cup of coffee, and don't ever do that again."
Well, see, I wouldn't do that because that would be an HR violation, I'm sure. So I would just escort him out and say, "That's not your job, sir. I'm going to need you to sit right here until you're summoned to do something else that you're qualified to do." Because talking about professional basketball is not what you're qualified to do.
He can't talk about games at Hardwood Palace.
Take your stupid ass to my barber, get your beard fixed, get your fade fixed, get a skincare routine, come back and sit down.
Like I said, this dude can't talk to me about games at the grounds. He can't talk to me about games at Wackford. He can't talk to me about games at Hardwood Palace. You can't talk to me about 2K.
Oh, man.
Like I said, don't ever say the word basketball again in life.
This is a good reference here.
I was literally about to pull it up. That's perfect.
Amin is Michael Scott's nephew who interned for the summer.
Gold. Kenny, you got to watch that. Watch that episode tonight, just so you can.
Do we have a year? Do we have a season?
It's late.
It's episode 1 of season 5 or 6.
It's probably
6.
It's the episode's called Nepotism. That's the name of the episode. That's the one you could watch. It's definitely in episode 1. And it's one of the last Michael Scott seasons. Might be the last Michael Scott season. But yeah, Amin is Michael Scott's nephew who interned for
That's gold star. Soren. Soren's the winner of the day.
Yeah, Soren.
We'll wrap it up.
Yeah. Gold. Yeah, 100%. Getting back to real basketball players. Any concern at all? Because I know everyone's kind of like, hey, really, really good New York Knicks team. White hot right now. Tough game for Sacramento. They held their own. Again, it was, I think, +9 was the highest it got. But any concern at all about the Sacramento Kings playing physical basketball teams? Because you had that game against the Knicks. They got another one coming up.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd argue, and we talked just very, very briefly about this last night on Sports Extra, excuse me. Houston is a physical basketball team. Mm-hmm. Again, I'm not putting them on the level of the Knicks. New Orleans is a physical basketball team. Sacramento struggled against both of them. Didn't beat either one of those teams. So far, hasn't beaten New York yet with another matchup. Any concern about the blueprint, so to speak, might be if you have the ability. Now, again, not all teams have the roster to be physical like that. But if you have the ability to push Sacramento a little bit, do it. And that could be the book on throwing their offense off.
It could be. It could be. I don't think that it'd be an issue for this team. That might be the way you want to play them, just because what's the alternative? Get up and down with them? You don't want to do that. You know.
Well, I mean? I told you what I'm concerned about this week, where everyone's looking at these 3 games. I'm concerned about Toronto.
Yeah, I mean, but the Kings play physical teams and win.
I think
they play Minnesota. They play Denver.
So Minnesota's a physical team. That's
they
fine.
were able to step up
Minnesota's a physical
with
team.
later in
Is
the
Denver
season.
physical? You consider them physical?
I think so.
I definitely think Minnesota is. I guess
I would
Denver
think so.
is.
I mean, you got guys like KCP. You got Aaron Gordon.
Yeah.
Jokic to a certain degree. I mean, they'll get physical with you. So I mean, I do think that's the game plan, right? Like I do think that's how people look at this team. But it's almost because what's the flip side to that?
Yes.
What, you want to run with them? No, you don't want to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get physical. Let's try and slow this game down and see if they can handle it.
Olivia Newton-Caraway.
Patrick in the chat brings up a good point. It's kind of along the lines of where I'm at. He says that like it's not a concern just because like there's not too many teams in the West, I think, in the playoff picture that are like physical. I'm like that's kind of what I'm at right now because like Minnesota's physical, but they're not like the Knicks or anything. Like OKC, they're not that. Denver, like they're physical, but not that. Like I don't think these teams are gonna be what the Pelicans, Houston, or the Knicks have been for the Kings.
And I don't even know if New Orleans is overly physical. I just think it's just bad matchups. Like
I see it as something maybe you fix in the off season, but it's not mainly like a concern. Like
well, I don't think that's something you fix. Like physicality, like you want your team to be physical. You're not going to go construct the New York Knicks, though.
We're not constructing the New York Knicks, but maybe just a little bit bigger, just like deal with it a little bit more. Guys who can deal with that.
I like that remark that you brought up from our man Patrick there, though, because one thing for those that didn't see it that kept coming up, I think Mike brought it up twice at the. I love that Mike called out all of the media that didn't show up to practice yesterday, but only specifically mentioned our guy, poor James Ham. But I think Mike said it then. I know Malik said it the night before in the locker room. And maybe Mike said it the night before, but they all talked about that. Yeah, that's playoff basketball.
Mm.
We just played a very playoff level basketball game. And so that's the one remark that I take from De'Aaron last year. Oh, it's different. Kings aren't going to be able to. It's different. De'Aaron Fox, the day after the season ends. Yeah, playoffs are different. But he didn't leave it out there. He was like, the game's more physical.
Mm-hmm.
The game's more physical because the officials generally let you be more physical.
Mm-hmm.
And that's that. Like, I guess that's the marker is we can go back to the playoff series last year, which was a pretty physical series.
Very physical.
And feel like the Kings.
They were fine.
They
were fine.
held their own in that.
They were the ones that the other team had to say, hey, they're being too physical. But ball is a weapon.
The ball as a weapon.
Yeah, they're being too physical. They're the refs are letting them get away with everything.
JJ Redick, who I guess is doing a podcast with LeBron James, went on national television and said the league is favoring Sacramento. Which, I mean, over the darling Golden State Warriors, the league and the officiating was favoring Sacramento in the series.
It got so physical. He's like, this isn't how basketball is supposed to be played, or whatever he said. I was like, damn, okay.
We were joking. Like, remember, like that was a legit like conspiracies against the Warriors. Like, what is going on, guys?
Yeah. That's saying like how ridiculous do you have to be to say that out loud where people can hear you? I don't know.
That was great. So I while this is a different,
he literally freaked out on national television because of the way Domantas Sabonis was playing.
He was on First Take in the height of that series. The Kings gone up 2-0. He's like, this isn't right. This is not right.
Domantas Sabonis walking through security, having to set his basketball on the side in the box with his phone in his wallet so it doesn't go off.
Wild.
And that's after Sabonis had got stepped on in the game.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, he was being too physical.
He got the Seth Rollins curb stomp.
So
can't wait till this series when Draymond breaks out the Randy Orton punt and calls it the kid's ball rolled on the floor and I just tried to boot it out the way and
tried to grab. He tried to grab my leg, so I had to punt him.
Punts Domantas. Treats Domantas Sabonis like he's redacted. That's who I was thinking of, but you can't do that anymore.
Damn. Yeah, I know this is a different season, but I still think this team is physical, and they played physical on Saturday. They
absolutely did. Yep.
They just didn't hit a couple of shots. They weren't,
particularly in the fourth quarter. And that's where I feel like the defense in the first, second. That's where it's like, that's the game, right? That's why That's what we were talking about on Friday. If the Knicks keep this game at like 100, 101, 102, they had won the night before at like 104, they're winning. Like they're probably winning this game. And you enter that the fourth quarter, and it's like 70 something.
Yeah, it was.
That ain't it.
It was nasty.
Yeah, that ain't it. It is not our style. So unless the Kings are going to do something that they haven't done all day, it's just not our day.
Yeah.
It's not our day. There was I mentioned this a minute ago. Mike didn't close the game with Keegan. He seemed to be, Malik subbed in for him, but he left Keon out there. He seemed to be happy with what Keon was doing defensively. He closed with Domas, De'Aaron, Harrison, Malik, and Keon. And I just chuckled, like Malik walks onto the floor, in a game where everyone is struggling to score, drives to the basket, gets a shot, maybe not at the rim, but a short little basket, comes back very next possession, hits a three, and all of a sudden Malik enters the game and has 5 straight points. It's like, all right, that's what that dude do. You could take away De'Aaron, you could take away Malik, but you probably can't take out both of us. And Knicks, quick timeout, got things settled, figured out a way to deal with those guys moving forward. But I thought Malik is just such a game changer. That's not really news. And to put an exclamation point on something we were talking about earlier, really feels like Trey Lyles could have helped them in this one.
Yeah, for sure. And who knows when Trey's going to come back? I mean, there's not that many weeks left in the regular season, so hopefully we'll see him again in the regular season. But I don't know. I mean, he's being reevaluated in 2 weeks.
Yeah,
I think there's 3 weeks left in the season.
Yeah, it's
that's
well, like we mentioned though. Sasha was a full participant at shoot around. He's not playing tonight. He's already been ruled out for tonight. But the fact they've got a back-to-back coming up, having one or the other. Obviously, you want them both available. Having one or the other will put Sacramento in a better position than they were Saturday, where they didn't have either one of them. Yeah. And truthfully, I know everyone has their feelings about Memphis. It'll put them in a better position than they're going to be in tonight, not having either one of them. I don't feel like Memphis is a difficult matchup, or in terms of like length and size and all that. Memphis is a physical basketball team, though, and so that is kind of another thing to keep your eye on. Is regardless of who's out there on the floor, we've seen it on a number of occasions since Ja Morant was ruled out for the year. They're going to fight. Like they still got some good ball players on there, which brings up another question about Memphis that we can, talk about later when we really dive into this game. But, these are guys that they don't feel like they're not playing for anything. Like they're out there busting their ass.
No, they're getting after it. They're definitely getting after it. And another team that's well coached. They may not have all the talent in the world, but Taylor Jenkins is going to have those guys ready to play, and they respect him and they respond to him. So they're going to be ready to play. You're going to have to put them away. You're not going to just go away.
That's it. Yeah, we'll come back, man. 916-909-1320 if you want to get in on the phone lines. We'll spend a few minutes as the show rolls along. Obviously, we got tons of time today talking about the NCAA tournament. And if you're looking for a place to watch it, man, 32 Bruce Street inside Sky River Casino. 70 TV screens. You don't have to pick and choose what game you're going to watch at Sky River Casino at 32 Bruce Street. You can just watch all of them. It's the perfect place to. It's actually, if memory serves, that's where we launched our relationship.
That's right.
Last year, first round of the NCAA tournament, we did our first show there live, and then just hung out and watched basketball. Had the TV screens with every game on, so you can check out the amazing drink specials and food specials and all the great stuff that they got going on over there. 32 Bruce Street inside Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. With over 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games, sky's the limit if you're 21 and over at Sky River Casino. We'll come back. We'll look around the rest of the association and an NFL trade I absolutely hated.
Oh,
we got that coming up here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Sorry, man. I'm chugging.
You straight. You straight. You straight. I think
I ate too much. Fat ass like a mean.
So, all right. I'm pretty sure I'm about to tweet out. Damn, where do I do this at? How do I invite? CBS is always a little different. But I'm about to send out a I'm trying to send out the bracket challenge stuff. This thing is a hassle. I'll figure it out though. But I'll send out the invites on Twitter. You can get in there. If you want to just go straight to, it's going to be on CBSSports.com. You go to D-Lo and the and sign KC bracket challenge. I don't know why they don't have the thing where I can send out the invites. They have it somewhere. I just got to find it. So I'll send that out. And yeah, man. I can get up in there. Let's see. Hold on, man. This is gonna bother me. Can I send out the maybe is this it? No, I don't think that's it. Aldrin, I don't know what you're talking about. And this is what I always say to anybody. Hov said it best. What you eat don't make me shit. If I want to wear the Ezekiel Elliott little half top all damn summer, what that got to do with you?
What did I walk into? Why would you wear that? I mean, I support it.
Whatever the hell I want. People can wear whatever they want. Don't bother me.
It's facts. The only opinions that matter is yours and maybe your partners at that point.
Definitely the partners. If she don't like it, then I'm gonna have to listen. But
at that point, everyone else go to hell.
Yeah. But yeah, it was just a thought of mine. No shade, Aldrin, or nothing. You know, Aldrin, you're my boy. But yeah, I don't really worry about what other people wear. Don't bother me.
What is the shirt that you're wearing?
3 stacks.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
3 stacks to go.
Fire.
I don't even have well, I do still have some form-fitting shirts, but they're all about this. This ain't even a big shirt. This is just a regular
I really, really like form-fitting shirts, except when I'm on camera. I don't like the way it looks on the screen. So that's problematic given the fact I'm on screen 20 hours a week.
Let's see. This is gonna piss. Oh, I think I might have found it, guys. Don't worry. Yeah. All right. So I think if you were already in there, I'm sending the invitation to people who were already in, and then I'll send it out to. There's some people who've already done it. Mr. Rancho's already completed his bracket. Ramsey.
Oh, I just got the email. Kenny Caraway's bracket pool is back.
It's time. It's not Kenny Caraway. It's D'Lo and KC.
I got Kenny Caraway's bracket pool.
Well, maybe
back.
I just sent it out, but it's D'Lo and KC bracket challenge.
Oh yeah, there it
is back.
Yep.
I don't think
all caps, no hyphen, nothing.
Yeah, I don't know why they made me do that, but I don't know if we did a women's. Did we do a women's bracket last year?
We did not. We did not.
Well,
who are you gonna pick to win, KC?
I mean, I don't know yet. I don't know. I got to study the
Liar.
bracket.
Liar. Hey, shout out to our crew over at CBS 13. Shout out to Jake and Sarah, and shout out to KC for that little circus they put on last night. No,
for real, dog. Nobody
do what happened?
No, I've been doing Sports Sunday. I've been doing Sports Sunday, Sport Extra, CBS work 6 years now. Known Sarah since like the day after she got to Sacramento. Never had a conversation about women's basketball. Sure as hell never had a conversation about Dawn Staley. Guess what got brought up last night on television?
Say it ain't so.
I didn't know nothing about that.
Now, keep in mind, I'm at home. I'm zooming in. Kenny's at home. Kenny spent the day at CBS 13 previewing the NCAA tournament. He was on Sports Sunday, which is the 4:30 show. I'm sure just a coincidence, right? I'm sure it was.
It's all it is.
This was Iguodala picking Kyrie for the last second shot all over again.
Unbelievable.
It is.
Unbelievable.
It is, man. I just, yeah. I mean,
no, it's good.
It just happened.
Long, in-depth conversation about Dawn Staley. Like, no, this is timing. No, it's good. It's good. That's my partner right there on live TV. What else am I supposed to do? In the back
I didn't know.
Your truck is waiting. I was already at home. What
I didn't know.
Dame sits up in the chair like Leonardo DiCaprio on that one meme point at the TV. I know that guy.
Hey man, we was just talking. I didn't know nothing about this.
I'm happy Dawn got the bag though. That's good for everybody.
What's the phrase you said? Rising tides lift all what? Is that how it goes?
Boats.
Lift all. Makes sense. Makes sense. I couldn't remember it. I didn't want to.
What's that rising tide lift?
I didn't want to throw it out there and,
you got
stumble all over.
That was it.
Like, God,
lift all boats. That's right.
I don't be in the sea. I don't be in the ocean like that.
Yeah, the ocean is scary.
No, it's the ocean. Yeah.
I saw something the other day about an octopus. But octopus went. They threw like a crab, buck. You know how they get the crabs or something like that. And I think they threw it down there. They pulled it up. There was an octopus on it, and they was like, we didn't even put it down there that far. Like we weren't that far into the ocean. That thing. I mean, I can't even imagine. Octopus gets their tentacles on you or whatever. It's over. It's over. Oh, no, I don't want no problems.
Octopus delicious though.
I never had
calamari.
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh, yeah. It's okay. It's okay. I forgot I did have I was thinking of like the octopus, like the
that's octopus, right? Calamari.
Yeah, calamari.
No, it is, but I was thinking like
the raw.
Well, yeah, like they throw on the ice at the.
You can get it that way too. I've been to Mexico a couple of times. They serve you like the octopus. They'll cook it and all. I need it like just the octopus. That's fire too.
Man, I saw something the other day where the crabs, they were sealed in the the container like you buy them. I think this was in Japan, but they were sealed in there. They was moving.
Yeah. I'm not okay with
I said, hold on, man. What's going on here?
Oh, squid is calamari. What's the squid?
Squid is
the same thing.
I was gonna say, is a squid an octopus?
They're like cousins, I think.
Oh, they're cousins?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Like Aceberg and Kenny? Like, hold on.
Yeah, they are different.
Wait, what is the difference though?
I don't know, but I know they are different.
Squid are soft-bodied. What form evolved?
Aren't squids a little smaller too?
That might be it.
Oh, that don't look like an octopus at all. All right. Okay, maybe they're related. They're
are
in that.
cousins.
They're in that family tree that The Rock showed at the press conference. Like they're up there
they're
somewhere.
like blood pack or whatever.
Yeah, like they were bonded by blood or whatever stupid line The Rock said that night. They are mainly soft-bodied like octopus, but they have small internal skeleton in form like a chitlin?
Like a chitlin,
What?
huh? Oh boy.
All right. Get me off this Wikipedia page. This is too much for me. This is why I eat kale. I don't know what they talking about. I don't know what they talking about. You go to China though, there's this street. I didn't venture out often when I went, but they had this street. It was like a fair, right? It was just always there. And like I had heard these stories, but being at this hotel, I had never seen it. So I ventured out one day. It was second to last day. Went to the Nike store because I wanted to get the jerseys to have the guys' autograph, and they had rats like on skewers, and like it was no like question what it was. Like it was a rat in its full body form on a skewer. And they'd ask you like, "Hey, you want us to deep fry this?" Like, that's what they would. No, thank you. I'm good. Thank you though.
Deep fried.
They'd have snakes on skewers. It was pretty. Yeah, it was different.
All right, how much would it take for you to eat the deep fried rat?
No chance.
Not even 500 mil. 500 mil.
Okay, well, wait a minute.
Everybody.
All right, no,
wait a
so
minute.
million.
Wait a minute.
All right, then. All right, so now we got a
Yeah,
number. Now we got a number.
No,
Are you eating the fried rat for $1 million?
A fried rat? I'm not eating the fried rat for $1 million.
Oh no.
Tax-free $1 million.
Yes, million hits your account. Tax-free.
$1 million is a lot of money for me to just say I'm not eating the
tax-free.
rat.
Tax-free million to eat the fried rat.
$1 million tax-free. I might do that.
That's
1.5 if you eat the rat not fried.
Oh, come on,
No,
man.
what the-
No, that's crazy. That's crazy.
The rat is nasty.
I need the rat's like family history. I need to know.
No
where
family
you
tree.
got
No
this
family
from.
tree for this.
Oh
no
man,
chance,
the rat
man. That's
is nasty,
crazy.
bro.
That's crazy. Like you say, everyone's like, "Yeah, I do it." Wait till you see that rat on that skewer in front of you.
Yeah, you got to finish the rat.
No, wait till it's
too.
right here in front
Is it
of
one
you.
of them
and
New
then
York
tell me.
City rats too?
Like you knew it was a rat. It wasn't one of them Bad News Brown, Bring to the Ring, Harlem City sewer rats. I think is what he called them. It wasn't one of those, but it was, which I think was just a possum. But it was. You knew it was a rat. Like it wasn't like it's a little mouse. No, it was a rat on a skewer that they asked if you wanted it deep fried.
Bro, can you imagine trying the rat and then you leave China and being like, "Damn, I'm really craving some rat now."
Like, what do you, or the snake? Like, how do you even do that?
No, I don't know.
I feel like you change after that.
Yeah, no. And Rachel's in the chat. I'm not even gonna put that up there. I did see that video. I thought that was a different Canes, but I think it is the one.
I love that you said I'm not gonna put it on the screen and then just repeated what it said.
Well, I didn't say what happened.
Well,
I said the place.
That's in the chat for those that want to see it. I didn't know that was a thing. I think I missed that.
No, I saw that. It was probably like 2 months after they opened.
Oh, okay.
And it was just running across the. People were screaming like, "Ah, get it!"
Have you ever seen like a mouse in your house?
Bro, yeah, I've had to like throw them out because my
yeah,
apartment wouldn't.
What was your reaction when you saw it?
Oh, blank.
Oh. I know. I remember we was at this condo in Natomas, and the house hadn't been treated. I guess it was pretty common there because there were so many like fields. Like I did not know this.
Yeah.
And it was after a game one night, and all I heard was a yell, like a yelp, and she jumped onto the counter. So I instinctively jumped up too. I was like, "What?" And I just like at the last second caught the tail running under. And the only thing that was worse than that was when we had to catch it. And they put these traps down.
Oh yeah, the traps is crazy.
and they put the glue down. That was terrible. Like,
No,
you've
that's
got to go
awful.
check the traps, and you see this mouse stuck to a
No, that's how. Yeah, because
and they're doing anything to get out of that.
awful.
yeah,
It's
because we had the glue traps 2 or whatever. It's 2 a.m. Chris was going to work. She works like medical. She got crazy shifts or whatever. It's 2 a.m. She comes tired as hell, wakes me up, straight face. Hey, there's a rat in the kitchen. You need to go take care of this. I'm not even gonna find. All right, fine, whatever. I get up, rat's just there, and it's just like you don't even know what to do because it's like I'm not
Like the
rats
rat
are
was in the
gross.
trap.
It was in the trap.
And he was still alive?
Yes.
Oh, that
I had to take. You had to take care of that.
ain't good. And that's the worst part. That's one of the.
They
look,
make noise
I'm a-
too.
Yes,
just-
they're
I'm
like
just
they're
gonna-
like
Yeah,
get me out of here.
They make noise.
I'm gonna keep it a buck, man. It's one of the worst parts about being a man. Like I don't like dealing with it. Like you talk about in your situation when you hear the yelp and then you
Yeah.
go on there and see it. I'm not gonna lie to you. Eventually it gets done, but initially I'm like, oh, hey, hey,
That's
oh
facts.
no, whoa,
Yeah.
whoa.
Yeah.
And you can't make fun of me
Yeah.
for my reaction to the rat because you know what? It still got picked up.
Yep.
And then
That's the universal react. Like, because it's just because you don't expect it. Like, you don't expect to walk in. And
I don't like it either.
Hey, hit
Dude,
the
rats are
light and-
disgusting.
Hey,
I
like
don't
what?
like it.
It's not like you like, hey, excuse, what are you doing here? It's
I don't like them. I don't like them. And then you got to go. So like me, like I'm like, all right, man, I got to get it. And then, you go through a stage or stages, like stages of grief. Go through a stage of like, I'm mad, like, man, who left the door open? Man, how did this thing even get in here? I swear I can't. I tell them all the time, close the doors behind. So you're mad, right? And then you got to psych yourself up like, all right, man, come on. Hey, come on, man. Come on,
No.
go get this thing,
see,
man.
See, I didn't have to psych myself up for
And
that one.
And they be dead already. And I say that.
See, I psych myself up after I go grab the broom.
They be dead already.
I didn't have to psych myself up for that one. I had to psych myself up for what I found out was a flying squirrel in Connecticut. They would fly, they jump off the trees and go through the chimney. And we used to like, there was this room in the house. It was like a TV room that like every once in a while you'd be watching something and you'd hear like, oh, what is that? They was running along the walls. Inside the walls.
They were inside the walls?
They were inside the walls running around. So one night we have the TV, like the cables running through the TV. It ran through and out. So it's just in the room. That one, that I had to catch.
Bro, I would have sold the house at that point or just been like, hey, this is yours. I'm going to get out of here. Like, do what you want.
I had to catch that thing. And the only thing I knew to do was I went and got like a pot and tried to trap it against the wall and then, try to maneuver it into the bag. It was awful. And no.
Did it work? Did that work?
Yeah, it worked. I had no help, but it's one of those things like I got it into the bag. I had no idea how I was going to do it, but I managed to get it into the bag. Now I'm like trying to hold it. And of course it's like moving all over the place. And now I'm like, now what do I do? What am I supposed to do with this? Like, I'm not going to kill it. So what do I do? So I had to walk out and there was like a woodsy area behind us before it got to the next house. So I just walked out and it's like, let it go. Its punk ass probably came back like an hour later, but like, I didn't know what to do. So I just like kind of threw the bag out there and let the squirrel run out.
I would have flung that bag so far. Just flung it. Just go.
Yeah, I would have been done with the pot too and just sprint after that.
Move.
I would have got him in the back. I would have been like Martin when he was on vacation at the rat, giving it uppercut. When him and Pam were fighting.
I moved. Swear I moved like 6 months later. I was like, I'm going back to California.
Bro, rodents are like the nastiest
take
type
this.
of animal. Like,
Look,
have you ever seen a possum in real life? Those things are disgusting.
They are disgusting. I heard they're actually relatively harmless too. I
I'll
would never
find out.
I want to be perfectly clear right now too to all rodents that are listening. No coincidence. No, oh, we were just talking about you on the show. Please do not come to my house. Please do not come to my. I don't want no issues. I don't want no rodents. I want nothing. My Terminex guy just came last week. Stay away. All you cats that are in the neighborhood, keep doing your job. All right? These cats be walking around fat. I'm like, keep doing your job.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want no rodents. Like I said, I don't want no damn coincidence anytime this week. Oh, we were just talking about it on the show. No.
Are the birds still driving through your backyard, or are they too scared now?
Oh, the birds know what's
birds,
up.
I mean, well, this is around the time. The weather's good now, so they'll be back. They usually fly to Georgia for the summer, as Jeezy would say. But they'll
Ricardo
be back
said Rodent got bulletin board material now.
Rats press conference tomorrow. Yeah, we heard what he said.
I don't want no problems. But yeah, the birds, I hadn't really heard the birds as of late. So I don't know. The big thing going on right now in the neighborhood is they had a lot of frogs.
Oh,
like over the winter, there was a bunch of frogs, and they're not really in our yard or I don't know where they're at, but you hear them all night. You hear these frogs. They're not in my yard. I don't think they're in their neighbor yards and nothing like that.
Well,
Are
yeah,
they in your lake?
Yeah, like that's where they're coming
I
from.
have a lake.
Fine, sorry,
don't
not
have a
lake.
lake.
What is it?
Your-
Peninsula,
your-
body of water.
yeah,
I don't know
your-
the proper
your,
term.
Your mini
I don't have a body of
ocean?
water. What are we talking about?
We had the baby shower there. They wouldn't even let us take pictures. We were trying to take a nice little picture. I was like, sir, you're not authorized to do that. I'm going to need you to go back inside.
They brought Kenny out in the baby shower, how they did for Vegas, the draft, how they wanted to. They brought him out in the boat,
Mm-hmm.
introduced him and all that.
Yeah, wouldn't even let us film it. I was like, this would be great material. And I'm like, sir, no.
Couldn't even
absolutely
take
not."
pictures with Kenny because of the suit he was wearing.
Don't
Well,
listen to these people.
Well, only at the designated
That's
time.
That's true.
in front of the balloons.
Yeah.
Make sure
they
you're
let
not
us.
listening
They
to
let us.
anything.
They let us take
these
those
guys
pictures.
say.
I just saw them yesterday. Those are
Don't listen to
those are great pictures. I was going to post those pictures today because we look great in them, but Jazz is pregnant, and I didn't want anybody to be confused by what I was
Yeah.
posting, so I didn't.
That's
post
not happening
I didn't
again.
use that picture. Not only was Jazz
Go ahead.
pregnant, Jazz was very, very pregnant.
Go ahead and
in that
post it.
picture.
Everybody will know that's an old picture.
No.
It ain't happening again. We're done. This is crazy. Aceberg said he got wild turkeys walking up his street. He's in Staten Island. What are turkeys doing in Staten Island?
Getting their Wu-Tang on, I guess.
Where do turkeys originate from? Because we got turkeys in Sacramento too.
Oh yeah, they're all out
there's
in Rancho.
turkeys. Yeah, they in my neighborhood.
They all out in Rancho. They just be walking around.
Yeah, they
Turkeys are big.
Yeah, no, them joints is no,
they're scary.
Yeah,
They're scary.
no,
Like,
them joints is big.
Before I got older and would see him in real life, you would think Thanksgiving.
Mhm.
It's not a big bird, right?
No.
The alive turkeys. Those things are huge.
I've like, and it's not like there's never one of them. There's like a dozen of them.
Yeah,
They come in packs.
Yeah, and they caused me to change my route one day. Like we were almost home, and I had Sprout, and we're walking, and it's like there was like 12 of them, and it was all right in the walking path. And I'm like, well, y'all win.
So the wolf version of birds, I guess. There's always in packs.
I don't want no problem with no animals, man. I'll let you be. You let me be. Just stay away from me.
And that was animals with D'Lo and KC.
I can't wait for this social media clip to hit the.
Yeah,
hit
we'll
the
cut this
internet
one.
tonight. This is a good one.
What rodent are you most scared of?
Should we do a review of Ben just for those that might have missed it?
Oh,
Ben, what was the other one? Well, Willard. It was Willard. No, the Fisher cat's still the scariest animal I've ever seen in person.
what was that Fisher cat?
The Fisher cat was the cat at the animal at
Oh, yeah,
Connecticut.
yeah,
that
that's not
scared-
even real, bro.
My experience
It's
in
crazy.
Connecticut was terrible.
Yeah, you sound like sounds
would
like you were living
rather-
out in the forest or something.
Would you rather live there or Bridgeport?
No, I would have rather lived where I lived. No, I lived.
Shout out to Bridgeport, man. We see you, big dog.
We lived 10 minutes from Hartford, but it was in it was just kind of there was the houses were really spread out, so there were like woods and trees, and I'll never forget hearing this like thundering noise.
gosh,
Like,
what
what
the hell?
is that? It was a bunch of deer
Oh, man.
ran through the backyard. They cut through my backyard, ran into the neighbors who had just this massive plot of land, almost as big as yours. And I don't know where they were. Maybe they were running to Whole Foods. I don't know where they were
Come on,
going.
man. Deer just running. Come on, man. That can't happen. That can't happen. I think I went out in Hartford one night.
Checks out.
Shout out Hartford. I had a good time that night.
If you were going to go out, that's probably where you were going to go, unless you were going to the casino,
No,
which
it
is
was-
it's like 45 minutes from Hartford.
Yeah, shout out Hartford. I had a good time. That's where the what is it, Yale or something? Isn't there the college there? Like one of the
No,
Ivy League
Yale's
colleges?
in New Haven, if I
I
remember
went
correctly.
to New Haven. That's where I went.
Yeah,
I went
Yale's
to
in
New Haven.
Yeah, that is not Hartford. That's very, very different.
I
That's
went to
very,
New
very
Haven.
different.
Yeah.
First time I took the train to New York, I went the wrong way.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I didn't get on the wrong. I got on the wrong train because the train went to.
I ended up in Delaware.
I was at Yale and I wasn't sure where I was supposed to go next. And the guy kind of saw my confusion. He was like, "You headed to the city?" I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "I got you," and he took me. He was like, "You wanna hop off here and get on right there, and then pop on, drop you off right in the city. Penn Station is perfect."
Luckily, he was better than most of those East Coasters. He went, "Get out the way! If you don't know where you're going, move."
That's pretty much that's what it could have been. But he clearly saw my confusion. And I was like, I'm at Yale. This is not where I'm meant to be.
Shout out to Yale going to the dance. Last second buzzer beating layup to beat. I think they played Brown. I think that's who it was. Oh, the madness was crazy.
Yeah, there were some moments yesterday. I wasn't even aware of what happened in the Florida game till you told me. Don't encourage anybody to go seek that out.
You guys see the Long Beach State story?
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
The craziest story of
that man does not have a job.
We're not talking about that later, right?
No.
What do you do at that point? Like they made the tournament. You keep like Long Beach State. You just let him go. Do you try to talk to him and keep him around? Or
if I'm
so the story is
the
coach Long Beach State got fired, but
on
it was
Monday,
it was
they
coached through the tournament.
They were the 4 seed. They had a chance, but nobody was.
They won
to go to the tournament.
So he's going to the NCAA tournament.
Yeah,
he's literally unemployed, but he's coaching his guys through the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, so you're saying if you're
like Long you go Beach back State, if you're Long Beach State and be like, oh, we made a mistake, or I feel like if I'm the coach, I'm out of there no matter what.
I don't know about no matter what.
If you everybody's got a price. Yeah, I guess.
Everybody's got a price.
You're not. I mean, he can get a job somewhere, but he's not Coach K. So if they want to up the price, put a zero on it, or maybe put another $250,000 on it. Yeah, we could talk, because he said he still wants to coach. He's like, this ain't, because he's been a coach there, I think, for 17 years, and he was like, I still want to coach. I love coaching. So I don't know. Talk
He's
about
still
it.
pretty young too.
Yeah, you talk about it. Yeah. But he got. I mean, this story getting out the way it is, though, is also giving him options too. Though. They got options.
Well, yeah, like this isn't the biggest thing in college sports, but clearly the man's got integrity and he's put his kids first. His kids meaning his team. He's hey, look, we worked for this.
Yeah,
we got a chance to do something. Let's go do it.
Two Sacramento kids on that Long Beach State. Issa Silva used to be at Stanford. He went to Jesuit. Used to be at Stanford, then transferred to Long Beach State. He's going to the tournament. And Varick Lewis used to be at Monterey Trail. Is on Long Beach State. So
Kenny Caraway been doing his research. So you're going to be all over the TV starting when? This weekend?
Starting on Thursday. The first night I'll be there. Thursday and Saturday, I believe, is my nights. And then Coach Katz, who we'll talk to later in the week, he'll be on it Friday and Sunday, I believe. But yes, CBS 13 after every tournament telecast, Sports Extra, Jake Gayden, Sarah Hodges, your boy. We're going to have a good old time, man.
You want to end this segment in the perfectly weird way?
Yeah, sure.
I just got a text that asked, do you know who Gold Toes is? Does anyone listening know who Gold Toes is?
First of all, I don't even like feet. So I don't know nobody named Gold Toes.
I can't wait till we get back from the break.
Do you know who Gold Toes is?
No clue. I know that's our show title, though.
I got that text. And this will provide context, perhaps, to who Gold Toes is. I just got it from Complex. And I swear to God, Complex's next text is going to be, do you want to interview Gold Toes? I'm very confident that's the next thing. He's coming to Sacramento on Wednesday. You want to interview Gold Toes?
I know Gold Link. I don't know Gold Toes.
We'll come back. I mentioned an NFL trade that I'm not happy about at all. We'll talk about that. Get back to the Kings as well. Kings and the Grizzlies tonight. Here with D'Lo and Casey on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah. Perfect way to end a segment about rodents. Gold toes.
Those clowns. I put the tweet out there for the tournament challenge, the bracket challenge. You guys go sign up, fill out your brackets. Yeah, getting this thing popping. I got the men's one out there right now. We might have done a women's thing. I'm gonna check right now. We might have done a women's one. Because they were asking me about. No, maybe we didn't. I'm gonna put out the link to the women's bracket as well.
My man.
Yeah.
Good luck with that, Aldrin J. That's I'm gonna have something like that in my final too, but I appreciate you, Brody. Kenny won't, but I appreciate you.
Well, I got to see how it stacks up.
Kenny's going South Carolina versus Notre Dame in the final.
I already forgot what bracket Duke was in. It's not Iowa. They're in Portland. Who was it? It was South Carolina, Texas. I forgot. I forgot who their one seed was. I know it's the Portland.
I remember. I gotta see who it is. I remember. I said they got a tough draw right there.
I think Iowa has the toughest, but yeah, they have a.
I thought Duke got a. Oh yeah, they're in USC's.
USC, that's what it is. Yeah, USC. They got a. There's a Gino Auriemma matchup in there if they can win a couple games. Oh God, that'd be so satisfying. Lose the next game by 1 million, but beat Gino on the way. That'd be so satisfying.
And that sucks because I don't know what to do because you know Paige is my girl. You know Paige is my girl.
Yeah.
I want to see no. That's my girl, Paige.
Text is that text is. I can see the bubbles. That text is about to hit. I'm telling you, it's about to hit. I see the bubbles. He's texting it right now.
I got to go back and see this. I didn't see the game.
The people from Empire asked if we could do an interview with him today.
Come on, man. Who is this? No, we don't even know who this dude is, man.
I think we got another Life at Odyssey episode coming.
What?
In the chat. So
Oh no! Well, oh, I don't even know how to read those messages. Where are they? Here, here. Oh man, where do I find those messages at? That's why I always miss out on. Oh wait, that's the wrong account. This account. Oh, there it is.
The chat joint. It's a chat joint. There's a lot going on.
This is such a wild place to work.
We got part 2 of the dishwasher episode.
This place is so weird.
Oh man.
Yeah, this really and now we're being asked to interview Gold Toes today, and it's like, whoa,
All right, let's.
Hey, shout out Gold
Well,
Toes.
look, I'll just say this: a favor for a favor. All right? That's what I'll say. Complex, if you're listening, a favor for a favor.
Complex, I don't think listens till later. I don't know when Complex. He says he listens. I don't think Complex. I don't know if Complex listens to either one of our shows. I don't think he has time.
He's a busy dude.
Well, we've got Gold Toes and thrown away food.
Yeah, new episode.
Life at Odyssey.
I can't lie. If my lunch got thrown away or whatever, like,
you know what the funny part is?
I would be hot.
yeah, I'm eating everyone else's lunch or something.
The funny part to me, there's literally like 5 people here.
That's the thing. Yeah, like nobody's
There's
here.
nobody here. Talking about I wouldn't name names. I'd tell everybody, yo, this bitch threw away my food.
Hey man, look, and unless it's cleaning day, don't throw stuff that isn't yours away.
That's facts. Yeah,
that's pretty crazy. It's not cleaning day, and someone went in there and threw somebody's food away.
That sounds
all right. Well, we can.
I'd find out who it was, and I would demand to be reparations.
Is anyone sitting in front of you guys right there?
No one.
All right, so we know it wasn't anyone there.
Kim isn't even there. My man Corrosion. Nobody's here. Nobody is here.
You said it perfect. There's like 5 people there. 5 people here. Yeah, nah, that's why. I mean,
this place is so
weird.
Weird.
Just imagine that. I go into the fridge right now. This isn't mine. I'm gonna throw it away. What?
It's insane behavior.
Who thinks like that?
Hey, that's got to be pretty bad though. Like, imagine being the guy whose lunch looks so bad that you like they threw it out.
Wife cooked it last night. Oh, this has to have been in here for 3 months. Got to get rid of this.
It's not, the refrigerator's not even bad.
That's the thing. There's like nothing in the fridge either.
There's days where that refrigerator is gross. It's like, what is wrong with you people? Today is not one of those days. There's like Charlie's open bottle of Coke Zero, but like that's it.
Yeah, that's bizarre. Well,
we work with some weird people, dude.
I'll tell you, hey man, if I really do wish we had like video staff and all this other stuff, we could get this show popping. This show would be popping.
Well, dude, there's a camera pointing at the fridge. I'm sure we could see whoever grabbed it.
I need to know. Yeah, like
imagine they grab it out, just kind of look. Ew.
I need to know who threw it away. Yeah, I need to know.
I promise, Jonathan. I promise I won't say nothing. I'll keep it. I'll keep it to my. But I need to see the video.
I would ask Danielle if it was her, but Danielle's so quiet. Like she'd probably be mortified if we called her in here. Like she's so quiet and sweet and is just here to like do her job.
She's like, this place is crazy.
Yeah, this is weird. So someone threw my food away.
And I think, well, see,
if Megan walks by, we're gonna get to the bottom of
it. Together, I think the victim came from that area.
Oh, the victim absolutely came from the promotions area.
That's four of the people. That's 3 of the people who are 3 of the 8 people who are here today.
I'm fearful. I'm fearful it might have been poor Danielle. Again, she's the quietest person in the whole building. It was her boss that sent the message. So I feel like, yeah, now we're gonna get to the bottom of who threw.
No, you can't be like, who
away.
throws food away like that?
Only thing I do in that refrigerator is go get Sprite when they have some left over from the parties. That's it.
Grab my juice. Keep it moving. We'll get to the bottom of who threw whose food away here soon
The
as the day
next episode
progresses.
of Life with Odyssey.
Also, we all collectively need to come up with a strategy to tell Complex we're not really interested in doing this interview that he just asked us to do. I mean, I can I can cram for a test, but damn, bro.
I saw Tyler is having a baby. Not Tyler Water Tyler, the other Tyler.
Oh, I didn't know that. Because the other Tyler was making waves this weekend.
Well, she was sitting courtside.
The other Tyler, who's getting ready for her album to drop, was hanging with the King.
So I think she canceled her tour like a week ago, and then
Didn't know she had one.
Yeah, she was popping off. Didn't come through here, but she had a tour, and I think she canceled it. And she's like, "Hey, when I'm fully healthy, I'm gonna reschedule." Da 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 da. So then I'm on Instagram and I see expecting from Tyler. I was like, "Oh snap, she was pregnant. That's why she canceled. It makes sense." And then it was the other Tyler,
the Tyler we interviewed.
Yeah.
Hey, salute to my man Tyler.
Yeah, congrats to him.
Yeah.
Somebody else had a baby. Oh no, that's what happened. Sexy Red is back. Do you see her?
No.
She was at Rolling Loud.
Well, yeah. Oh, yeah. She was scheduled to perform. Yeah. Like, she's not. Did she have the baby?
I think she had the baby.
Yeah, she had it already.
She definitely was not pregnant at Rolling Loud.
Well, because she had the baby. Because didn't Drake show up to the hospital room and they did that video or whatever?
I don't think
Jesus
that was real.
Christ.
That wasn't real?
No, I don't think it was real.
Oh, well, the baby's been had though.
The baby has been. I mean, I looking at her Rolling Loud, it looked like the baby had already been here.
Ty and Kanye made it. I questioned whether they'd make it to Rolling Loud. They did. They did. We'll get back to the Kings, the NBA overall here. James Ham will join us. He's scheduled at the top of the 3:00 hour. He'll come in whenever he wants. I hate the Justin Fields trade.
Why?
I'm sorry. Justin Fields isn't a starting quarterback in this league no more. We're done with Justin Fields.
I mean, he might not be.
He never proved that he was. I'd say that.
Okay, first of all, you can go to hell. Both of you can go straight to like
the jury's still it's still out on him. I don't know if he's a starting.
But like, I just want to be clear. We're done.
I don't
we're done.
No, you don't have to be done.
I don't think this trade is like them being done either. I think he's more so just going to sit behind Russ for a year and then like he'll be able to compete for the starting job.
I don't think that's happening.
Honestly, to be honest,
that's good. It's a new shirt.
I think Pittsburgh is looking at that like he's a project. Like they want to see if he can be their quarterback in the future.
There's also a report that they want to sign Russell Wilson next year.
And we'll see how it goes. Russ could be washed.
Could be.
So
it could be.
You got options. You got options here. If Russ takes you to the second round of the playoffs, yeah, you can.
You're on a timeline though with Justin Fields too, though, because I think. And anyone, please correct. I don't think I'm wrong on this, but please correct me if I am. They can pick up his option next year. I think it's a pricey option, which leads me to believe they won't do it. But I mean, unless they're really sold on the idea of, hey, just stay here for a little bit. But I don't see the vision. I don't see the scenario how this works out.
Well, Russ ain't no good, and you go to Justin Fields. Which I mean, we can say why it happened, and and Russ was done bad or whatever, but he has not been good.
Is that the same? That's fine, and that's fine.
And
I'm not even going.
It could be more on him.
That's fine. I'm not going to fight that.
Sean Payton.
I'm not going to fight that at all. That's crazy, but I'm not going to fight that at all. But is that putting Justin Fields in the best position? No, the Saints are getting Chase Young.
Okay.
I mean, I kind of knew he wasn't coming back to San Francisco, but the fact that it had taken a little bit, maybe this could be good. Maybe this is good. It's not. He's going to New Orleans. Yeah. Sorry. That's from Ian Rappaport. I don't feel like this is putting Justin Fields in the best position. Like, if you really believe, if there's really a possibility, hey, maybe this is insurance for Russ. Maybe you could be our guy for the long term. To me, this isn't the right way to go about it.
What would be the right way?
Like you're if you want to get to potentially be your quarterback, he has to be your quarterback now.
I don't think so.
No, I do, because you're running out of time. If you're Pittsburgh, you're running out of time. You have a limited amount of time with him.
I don't think so, and I think that may be what the last thing he needs is to go somewhere and be starting quarterback. He may need to just take a step back, learn the game from different coaching, better coaching potentially, and
certainly better
learn it
coaching.
from a guy like Russ for a year. I understand what you're saying, contract wise, extension, and all this other stuff. Like you got to make, you might have to make a decision,
like
borderline
what if
sight unseen.
Like what if?
But I think him taking a step back may be best for him. If
what
may
if
not be
Russ
ready
is
to be a
fine?
starter.
Not great, not bad. What if Russ is just fine? Then what do you do? Because I think there's a very real possibility that's the case. That Russ is fine.
That you maybe sign them both back, and Russ isn't going to get. He's not.
Man.
But you know you do it with that premise of we have Justin Fields. You were just okay. I'm not signing you to 130 million like you got last time. You're going to get one that more fits where you're at in your career and your production that you just gave us. And we'll roll that way. We'll continue to try. It'll be, whatever the years are, but it'll really be like a 2-year deal. And we'll continue to try and build Justin for a future.
You got to sign Justin too.
And you do it.
That's not going to cost you much, though.
Yeah. I don't think so. I think this actually
I don't like this.
Might be good for Justin Fields.
I hope you're right.
Because like I said, I'm not sure just going anywhere and being the starter is best for him right now.
I don't think going anywhere and being the starter would be the best for him. I think when we saw Kirk Cousins go to the Falcons, that's where it was like. And apparently, I mean, I don't know, man. Believe whatever you want. He wanted to go to Pittsburgh. Like, again, the post-trade reports, this came from Ian Rappaport. So, again, take it for whatever you want. There were a number of teams that contacted Chicago with the interest of Justin Fields. I don't know who that was. He didn't disclose that. But it was framed as if they allowed Justin Fields to be a part of the process. Of course, it was framed as they wanted to do right by Justin Fields. Now, that might very well be 100% true. All of the offers were relative. Some might have been a little bit better, but nothing to where they felt like they had to, quote, betray, Justin Fields' confidence in this. So I'll give him that. Russell Wilson had already been traded there, and the idea of going to Pittsburgh still intrigued him. Okay. I just don't, outside of better coaching and a significantly better I was thrilled when Dwayne Haskins wound up there. I was like, okay, they're not known as an offensive juggernaut. That coaching staff, the stability of that organization, that could do something for him. He landed in the worst imaginable place, especially at the time, in Washington. Hey, this could potentially do something for him. Obviously, tragic circumstances came about. That never have happened. I get why you feel like this could work for Justin Fields. I just hate the idea that he was the second quarterback traded there, or I guess they signed one of them, and then he was traded there in a matter of days. It's just like I can't wrap my brain around they're done. Like he's done.
Yeah, I don't think
because I just don't think that's the case.
I don't think it necessarily would take this long. Hopefully it doesn't. But we got an example of, what might happen if you go to a different situation, maybe play the backup role for a little while, get your opportunity and excel. That's Geno Smith.
I don't think this is like Mac Jones going to the Jags either. I think like Mac Jones.
You want to talk about that draft class, by the way?
Yeah, it stinks.
Holy crap!
That 2020 class with Burrow and those guys. We had that class, and the two after that just horrible.
Oh my god!
Yeah, I don't think Fields going to like the Steelers. I think he has a future as a starting quarterback still. At least he has an opportunity to have that future. Like Mac Jones is done. I don't think like this is that move for him. Honestly, I think he's probably starting for Pittsburgh next year too.
I could see that.
Because y'all hate Russell Wilson. That's fine.
Well, Russ, I don't hate him, but
you do. Let's get Manny. Manny can talk about Justin Fields. Doesn't have anything to do with Russell Wilson.
No, I'm saying he got a beautiful wife.
Hey, how's Kenny doing on the radio show? I don't know. Jazz looks fantastic.
Well, if I'm done, I'll be like, well, at least I got my family and everything.
So. What's up, Manny?
This is what happens when you have an inept organization. Wait till the last year of a quarterback's contract, finally get some receivers, but an inept offense regardless, never let him lose. And then they say they're doing right by him, but doing right by him would have been building for him 2 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago, and putting all the pieces around him to give him a chance. When the dude just spent most of his life running for his life, and then people always complain he's not a pocket passer, but what was he going to throw to for a couple of years? Like, and the offense was never geared towards him. Like, if you see what you got in like they did with Lamar, like you see what you have, so you build to his strengths and you develop everything else while you're doing that. Bears never did that. And now here we go, and it's back to square one with possibly Caleb Williams, right? And better pieces for sure. And they've actually set him up to succeed. The pieces are there for him to succeed now. And hopefully it happens, because in my lifetime, I ain't never seen a franchise quarterback yet.
Yeah,
that's true.
I got you.
And to be fair, and I don't want to, like, I like the young man, and I think there is talent there, but he bears a little responsibility. Like he wasn't that good. Like,
no, I'm not.
Well, not you, but like he's like, oh, like Baltimore did it right with Lamar. Like, he ain't Lamar.
Mm-hmm.
He's not Lamar. Like, he's good. I think he needs time. I think with time and in the right situation, I think Justin Fields could be good. But you could have went and got all the weapons in the world in those first 2 years. I don't think he was ready to start and be super productive on the NFL level.
I feel like this just could turn into like a different type of conversation, because like Lamar, and this is the draft, right? This is just the reality of things. Lamar was drafted to, well, obviously Lamar is incredibly good, but they didn't believe in Lamar.
No.
It took Joe Flacco getting injured for them to be like, oh, God, this dude's really good. But it was Baltimore. When you talk about stable organizations, like if Pittsburgh is 1, Baltimore's 2 or 3. Like, they're not far behind that. Chicago, they're on the other end of this conversation. And that's where I get, and that's where I get frustrated thinking about what are they going to ruin another quarterback's career?
Well, to be fair to Chicago, this is a new regime. You know what I mean?
Is what's his name? Eberflus? Is he still the coach?
Yeah.
They didn't fire him, right?
They got a new GM.
And they got a new,
I think, a new offensive coordinator.
The new offense, because the old one's in Oakland.
Yeah.
GM,
Las Vegas.
GM might be the same if it's still Ryan Poles.
GM,
yeah.
no,
Yeah.
Right. GM is the same, new offensive coordinator.
Who's next? TC 916-909-1320. Actually, do we get TC? TC, what's going on, bro?
Hey, what's up with my two brothers? It's all good.
What up, TC?
Hey man, just vibing. I'm gonna keep it quick. Hey, so to dial before we get into Kings, hey, to dial in on Justin Fields. Hey, listen, both sides is right. D-Lo, I'm with you. Justin, he ain't done, and Kenny, I get you. Like, I think Pittsburgh. I was telling my boys at my game yesterday, right? Because I got a couple Pittsburgh Steelers fans on my team. So they were like, I said, bro, that was a win-win for y'all yesterday. I mean, when y'all got Justin and Russ, because in my opinion, I don't care about the reports. I think Russ is only going to be there for a year, and I think Tomlin was playing his cards right. Like, we can get Russ in here for a year because he going to probably outplay his contract and go somewhere, but also Justin can learn up under him for a year, or if Russell get hurt, Justin can take over. But I think Tomlin is looking at Justin as a quarterback moving forward. He's just like, I want to season him a little more, in my opinion. I think that was a boss move by the Steelers.
I hope you're right.
Yeah.
I hope you're right. Appreciate you, TC.
TC, get in the chat. Tell me what you playing. What you playing? Basketball? You playing football? He said his team. You know what I'm saying? What you playing, TC? Let me know. Where you at?
Someone told us football, right?
Maybe so. I don't remember.
Coaches, I think.
Let's get Ramsey in here. 916-909-1320. What's up, Ramsey?
Not too much, gentlemen. Just wanted to get into something that Kyle and James led the show off with, just to transition actually from football to baseball.
No, thank you.
Your thoughts
That's good.
about the Giants?
We were definitely done with this conversation. Thanks, Ramsey. Go ahead, man.
Your thoughts about the Giants, quote unquote, mutually parting ways and moving on for what we know is the voice of Oracle Park in Rennell and the voice of the Bay Area in Rennell.
It's a joke. It's a joke. That Giants franchise right now, they can't do anything right. They can't do anything right. And our guys over the Morning Roast, Monte and Butch, they were in their bag this morning, just talking about the Giants and their leadership and their direction and the way things are going right now. it's just one bad decision after another, and not necessarily like whether moving on from Rennell or moving on from JD Davis or whatever is a bad decision. It's the way you go about it. They have no clue how to run an organization, it feels like. They don't do it with class. It's always some shady business or what's going on. Opening day is in 2 weeks. They just told Rennell, or it's just getting out. And from everything that we're hearing, Rennell was blindsided by this. 2 weeks from now is opening day, and you're getting rid of a PA announcer who's been there since 1993, who is unbelievably well respected in that city, in that community. For what? For what? She hadn't been bad at her job or anything like that. And hey, I don't know why, but you decided to do that. If you want to move on, that's your choice. But the way you go about it plays a factor in how people look at you too. And people got mad at me a couple weeks ago when I said what I said about the Giants. I love the Giants. I love the Giants. The San Francisco Giants. I'm a big San Francisco Giants fan. I love them. I haven't been this disinterested in the team in all my life. That doesn't mean I'm not going to watch them. That doesn't mean I'm not rooting for them or anything. I'm just like, I'm not hyped. I even look at some of their players. Like, I like Soler. I like the guy they signed from Japan, the leadoff hitter. He's cool. Obviously, I like Logan Webb. Like, they got players on there that I like, but just the way this franchise is being ran, it's just uninteresting and unappealing. It's really what it is right now. It's unappealing. They win, hey, I'll be hyped or whatever. That's cool. But as of right now, it's just unappealing. There is nothing enticing about this franchise. And then you go and continue to make moves like this.
That feels like why would you, like, baseball decisions or whatever. Like, you can argue baseball decisions all day. Why would you do something that has such an effect, like, on your fan base like this, though?
Because you're not tapped in.
Like, imagine if 2 weeks the Kings were just like, yeah, no, we let Gary Gerald go.
Right.
Or we let Scott Moak go.
Right.
Just,
That's essentially what it'd be like. Just getting rid of Scott Moak for no reason.
Can't do that.
Well, they don't care about their fans. So what it comes down to, probably, like the Giants specifically. Like, you make moves, like just from what they've done, like they're making moves to save money and just be about themselves. Like, they don't care about their fans.
When Peter McGowan and Larry Bear were in charge or were the face of things, they had a connection to the city, to the region, to that baseball team, that they made sure everything was taken care of. Everything was buttoned up. Brian Sabian being a part of that too. Everything mattered to give the fan base the best experience they could. Whether that resulted in wins, not all the time. And they took over in 1993. They didn't win a championship till 2010. You know what I mean? So there was some time there while they had winning teams that they had to figure some things out, but it always mattered to them what the Giants looked like, the way that they were presented to the public. Everything mattered. Now you got a guy like Charles Johnson, who I don't know his backstory. I don't know how he got into this situation of being the owner and having ownership in his team. Was it through marriage or what? But he has no connection to the city. He's got no connection to the fan base. And to be honest with you, he's got no connection to the sport. He's literally just an owner of a team. I don't think he loves baseball. I don't think he loves the Giants. He runs this team.
Bay Area staple, man. That's crazy. That's crazy.
You're right, Jesse. He doesn't care. He doesn't.
Giants PA announcer or not, like, she been in the game a long time.
KMEL.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's where I knew her from.
Yeah. So I mean, and I believe she was the first Black woman to be a PA announcer in Major League Baseball when she took over in '93. I mean, and she was great at it. She is great at it. You know, it wasn't like she had been slipping. So, Jesse, you talked about it. I mean, this ownership group, ownership to Farhan to, you know, whatever else they do, they don't care. They're completely unattached to their fan base and to the city that they're supposed to represent. And it's bad right now. The Giants are down bad. And I think they're also inept. Like, I don't think they like make good decisions. There's that too. I don't think they know what they're doing. So I've never in my life been this disinterested in a Giants team. And it's an embarrassment, to be honest.
Thing is, too, and Gabriel Suarez in the chat brings up a good point. Like, it's not just the Giants thing; it's all these MLB owners. Like, he says they don't care about the fans, and MLB. Like, I think that's the case. Like, I don't want to say they're killing the MLB, but it's so bad right now.
It's nasty. It's nasty work for sure. We love you, Renell.
And we love you, James Ham.
Oh, we love you, James Ham.
James Ham going to join us here soon to talk Kings basketball. We'll come back. Maddie, hang tight. Want to hear from you as well. 916-909-1320. We'll talk Grizzlies and Kings as well when D'Lo and Casey return here. Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Nothing really happened in the world of boxing over the weekend. I do take that back. I'll get in here. I'll get in here on the 13th. I didn't. They were on the zone, weren't they? Yeah. Yeah. No, I meant to. I forgot about him because we had a lot going on Saturday. But yeah, I forgot about him. 13th round with your main man Kenny Caraway. Shout out to the dope ones. Shout out to my man Donnie Dope Ones. Shout out to Jordan Brand. You already know the vibes. Shout out to Cola CMOS. Talking to my girl Cola over the weekend. About to get that new re-up on that CMOS. You know the vibes. Not a whole lot went on in the world of boxing. There was some fights that we'll talk about later in the week. I didn't get a chance to watch them. I want to watch them before I comment on them. So probably on Wednesday, we'll talk about Sabeda and everything that went on over the weekend with the fights. But there's talks now that Ryan and Haney will be called off coming soon. Will it actually happen? We'll see. But I only bring that up because that's the talks going around. And all of a sudden, retired fighter Shakur Stevenson gets back on Twitter talking about, hey, I'll step in for him. Bro, stop. I don't like Shakur's fake hustle. I don't like his Twitter fingers. I don't like all that stuff, bro. Just be you, be who you are, be the great fighter that you are, and stop with the extras. We all know you wouldn't step in. Number one, Bob wouldn't let that happen. Number two, Haney shouldn't even accept that because it's a no-win situation. If he beats the hell out of Shakur, all they're going to say is, oh, he stepped in on short notice, all this other stuff. So lose. Just stop. Okay? Cancel the fight. Get some random to go in there and fight Haney if that's what you need to do to keep the fight date going. And Shakur, if you really want to fight, file your papers to be unretired, first of all, and then fight him later or whatever. But I just don't like the fake hustle. You got to stop this, Shakur. And that's the 13th round.
You think Ryan Garcia ever realizes whatever potential he has?
No. I think Ryan could have been really good. But it seemed like he caught up in some other stuff now.
Yeah. Do you think Haney's a draw?
He's getting there. I don't think he's a big like pay-per-view draw as of right now. But maybe another year or two. He'll be close to that level.
Steven, this is sad right here. It broke my heart a bit when I saw this. This is like that movie where Robert De Niro and who else was it? Someone else. He fights, I think, Pacino or someone, like some old dudes, like boxing fight or something like that. Some movie. I can't remember what it's called.
I can't remember what it's called either, but I remember that movie.
No, it's not this. It's supposed to be like a comedy movie where they're just old guys or whatever, and it's like back then they would find each
No.
other. It's like it's supposed to be a comedy.
If I was 30 years younger, I'd kick your ass.
You guys will remember it as soon as I say it.
Sit down, Grandpa.
Is Stallone the other old guy in it?
It might be Stallone. I know De Niro's one of them.
Yeah, De Niro's definitely one of them.
J. Regal Films got it. It's Grudge Match.
Grudge Match. There it is. Yeah. Now I need to double. That was Stallone, right?
Wasn't that like 4 years ago or something like that? That movie?
No, it was 11.
Oh, damn.
It was
Time
2013. Yeah, it was De Niro and Stallone. Grudge Match. I think I watched that. It wasn't terrible.
It was a movie.
It was a movie. Yeah, that's pretty much what it was. It was a movie.
Well,
It
this
was
is
there.
something that I came across. This is pretty cool. The Tennessee Lady Vols are the only team to play in all 42 NCAA Division I tournaments.
Mm-hmm.
Did not know that. That is awesome.
Shout out UT. Good old Rocky Top. They have are they Texas? I remember looking at this. I was like, man,
Texas got a 1 seed.
I was like, they might win some games. Tennessee might win some games.
They might. Texas. Don't sleep on Texas though. I've been watching Texas over the years. So
okay.
Don't sleep.
I will not sleep on Texas then. Let's get Maddie in here. He's been waiting patiently. 916-909-1320. Maddie, what's happening, baby?
Yo, what's good with the big homies? How we feeling today?
We good, man. How you doing?
Yes, sir. Feeling great, man. I really enjoyed Animal Talk earlier. First of all, I'll tell you what, Brody, D'Lo, I'll tell you what, man, it's a lot better than hearing is a hot dog a sandwich for 4 hours over on that other station.
That seemed a little unnecessary, Maddie. But you know,
Maddie just sharing his opinion. Like we have a forum to share opinions. It's fine. Oh, it's all good,
man.
It's all good.
Hey, I wanted to run something by you. I think James brought it up a couple weeks ago. Basically, he was saying something like if it shakes out that like either Denver or the Clips like end up solidly at 3 down the stretch, do you try and stay at 7 so you can match up with like OKC or Minnesota, or do you play in to get the
win games?
Yeah, you get wherever you get.
Yeah,
you get wherever you
win
get.
games. That I don't think those are real conversations that are had in basketball organizations. They're fun fan created conversations or media created conversations and makes great, talk show conversations. But the fact is, you got to get to the playoffs. You have to have a series.
Right.
If you lose the series in 4, you have to have a series. You have to follow up last year with another appearance in the playoffs. And I don't care who the matchup is. Get the 5, get the 6. If you win through the play-in, you win through the play-in. Just get to the freaking playoffs.
Absolutely. That's all it is. And I understand why people have those conversations.
For sure. Ain't nothing wrong with them.
Yeah, but it's you win.
I don't think they're had in organizations.
I don't think so either.
Like someone loses or sits players at the end of the season. Like I think people, the Kings are trying to play the Warriors. They're sitting all their guys. No, they were in a position to sit guys. They didn't care who. I don't believe the Sacramento Kings cared who they played last year. There's only so much they can control. Mike made the decision to sit guys against the Warriors in that final stretch of games. I don't think there's any posturing for particular opponents and seeding.
Do you think now at the time, we didn't like that it was said. I think we both understood the premise, though. Do you think last year people were angling to play the Kings? I understand the thought. If you're the Lakers or the Warriors and you got, and it's
Here's
not that the Kings are bad, but we see it this year with OKC. People are like, man, those guys, they just haven't experienced playoff like that. So maybe you'd rather that than Denver or something like that.
I got you for sure. But here's my problem with that. Where was Sacramento seated last year?
3.
So angling to play Sacramento means what?
Getting in.
It means you got the 6. Like, come on, man. Like, what are we doing?
You're right.
Like, it means you solidified a playoff spot and you didn't have to go through the play-in. That's why I found all that stupid stuff from Windhurst disingenuous. They're not trying to make Sacramento the mark. They're trying to not be in the play-in.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Now that doesn't take away, like, the gist of your point. Yeah, I'm sure people would have loved to have played Sacramento last year because of the reasons you just laid out. Part of the reason, yeah, I do think there is some of that with Oklahoma City this year. But last year with Sacramento at 3rd, that's your playoff opponent was a 6 seed. They were a guaranteed playoff team. Right. Now, if the Kings had been 4th they would have had to have been 2nd, right, to play a winner of the play-in.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you see teams like losing. No, I don't want to finish 6th. I want to finish 7th. Well, then you could convince someone willingly loses a play-in game to get to the loser bracket of the play-in game so they could finish 7th. All right, that's going to be really, really tough to argue.
Right.
But I don't think that would have happened.
And the Kings, and you can make the argument that teams and franchises like the Warriors or the Lakers are in a position where they could angle to play somebody. The Kings are not in that position. The Kings franchise,
right? Yeah,
no, you're not. No, you get back into the playoffs. That's all that matters.
So, can someone film? Have you been able to? What the hell happened in San Francisco? So the Kings, Jesus, the 49ers draft pick. Is it 4th? They're being penalized because of an accounting error.
Yeah, I'm not. I saw some of that too. I don't know exactly what happened. Does Kyle know? Kyle's still here. You know,
Kyle can. I don't think Kyle can hear us.
You know what's going on with the 49ers being penalized? One of the picks. I don't know what's going on. I don't know how.
So
please explain this.
There was it's I guess it's an accounting error. There was
things happen.
They forgot to carry the 1. Like, math is hard. Math is hard even for NFL teams.
Though there are formulas in your spreadsheet.
The insider and reporter from Niners Wire, can you fill us in on what the hell's been going on the last few hours?
Yeah, more or less what you said happened. They had an accounting error in 2022. The league determined, as far as player compensation goes, and the league determined that this wasn't done like with malice or anything. They weren't trying to circumvent the cap.
They just made a mistake.
Even with the error, they would have been under the cap, which is why they lose a 5th round pick. They move back in the 4th round. Everybody will go on their way. It wasn't anything dramatic.
So why? Okay. I guess
you got to get it right.
By the way, a little Isaiah Thomas action.
Strong Isaiah Thomas vibes from Kyle Madsen in it. That's fine. In his defense, he was doing other work and he walked over.
We bothered him in this situation.
Yeah, we very much did. No, anytime someone is like to the side of the camera, we give him like it gets Isaiah Thomas references.
Isaiah Thomas once broadcasted a game like this before. He's like, yeah, I just really love Doug Christie and what he brought to Sacramento.
That's good.
There we go. I think this is better.
No, it's very good. That's all we wanted, though. So you didn't have to do all that. I just wanted to know. Like, I'm getting all of these alerts. I started to see them pop up. The Chatty House was making accounting errors joke, and I was like, what the hell happened?
It's gonna be a good joke for the rest of time, by the way.
That's not my boy Parag, is it?
It might be Parag.
Oh,
isn't that his bag?
Parag might have messed up.
Parag is really that
he
dude,
didn't carry the 1.
Dang, Parag.
Come on.
So it literally affected nothing. But
it got him a worse pick, right? Or
Well, no.
took him
What I meant was it
Yeah,
didn't.
yeah, they
it
weren't.
didn't-
It wasn't like they put themselves under the
They
cap
weren't
when it
able to
would've been
sign
over.
somebody because
Yeah,
they.
no, they were just under, and they would have still been under. But the league can't be letting teams
can't
get
let-
stuff wrong.
After years
without
of letting the Rams
penalizing
and the Seahawks do that, they had to put a stop to that.
The Niners are doing it right now. The Niners just don't have a Super Bowl to show for it.
All right.
I mean,
thanks a lot.
that's what's happening. That's exactly what's happening.
Downer Madsen in there. Jeez, I had to bring that up for. All right, man. Well, thank you.
I'm gonna go home now.
Really awesome having you here all day, by the way.
It's super nice.
You're the man.
Free.
Oh, you guys are. I got to tell you.
Last night we were talking about Eric Armstead on Sports Sunday, and they were playing the highlight package in the background, and that's the first time I've seen like those highlights. And I saw the score a couple of times. I said,
those highlights. Oh yeah.
I said, how'd they lose the Super Bowl, man? How'd they lose the Super Bowl? They had it. They had it.
You want to hear something worse than that?
No.
Okay.
No, but tell me though.
My buddy who used to do Chiefs Wire, this guy Charles Goldman does a great job. He's now with A to Z Sports. Wrote about the Niners losing draft capital because it moved the Chiefs up a little bit in the 4th round because the Niners pick went behind theirs and it pushed everything up one. And the photo he used is Mahomes hugging Mecole Hardman as Warner and Ward are walking off the field with their helmets off. It's like, dang, dude.
That's tough.
That's just salt wound.
That's tough.
That's a tough scene.
I thought I was getting better. I don't think I'm getting.
No, you are. You're
better.
getting there.
You want to know?
You're getting there. You're doing good.
I've never even seen the touchdown because they snapped it. I saw whatever receiver was, Hardman apparently, get
Walk
open,
away.
and I
Yeah.
bounced. I was out of there.
Yeah.
I'll never forget that.
That's a
Walking
tough-
out that door.
that's a
Didn't
tough
say
go.
nothing to nobody. Just walked out. Walked around the neighborhood, just like, I don't know if I can keep doing this. Like, why am I doing this? Like I'm walking outside. It's early February. I'm walking outside. It's a little cold. I got a t-shirt on because I'm upset. Like,
You have
why?
the do-rag on?
Yeah.
I think I did have the
Me
do-rag
too.
Oh, you
on.
did too.
Yeah.
Good.
And I was like, why? Like, I don't know why I'm really doing this. I don't know why, like, I feel this way. I feel this invested. Maybe I shouldn't be this invested anymore. Those thoughts.
Kings
I had-
fans might feel like that if we lose to the Grizzlies tonight.
After the when do you guys break 43?
No,
Okay.
we're fine.
After the 2013 NFC Championship in Seattle, I had a moment because I was 22 when that because I was 2014, so I was 23 when that happened. And I just had this moment of like, man, if this is the worst thing that happens to me this week, like everything's kind of okay. Like this is gonna suck.
Tony
and I'm-
Romo.
And I'm not gonna want
Tony
to.
Romo approach. Tony Romo felt the same
I went
way.
to Raising Cane's. I got some chicken. I opened a 25-ounce Budweiser, and I watched some TV. Mom called. How you doing? I was like, you know what, Mom, I'm good. You good?
Budweiser and fried chicken.
Yeah, dude, it was
How'd
rough.
your mom take it?
No, she's fine. She's seen him win 5 Super Bowls. She doesn't care anymore.
Okay.
I always
Losses
saw
don't
3.
affect her that way.
I need one as an adult, though.
Me too.
I need one as an adult. I don't know when it's going to happen now. I really don't know when
It's
it's going to
gonna
happen.
a long road.
I don't know. I mean, it's just.
So they're ass now? They're not good this year?
No, they're
A
good,
two-pack
but it's
ass,
just I
some say.
guess. I mean, like as it is right now, I'll probably pick them to be in the Super
Of
Bowl.
course, a tradition unlike any other.
Yeah, but they're also like probably the best. Like they're
That's
Vegas.
it.
They're Vegas's odds
Here's
to
the-
win the Super Bowl right now. They're the odds-on team to go to the Super Bowl out of the NFC. They're still probably the best team in the NFC, but I'm staring in the face like everybody else. Like they're just gonna go back up the mountain again, and
That's it.
then they're gonna win.
That's it. There's no logic. Like the roster's good. I think the NFC West is going to be a little bit better this year, but the path is there. Like the roster is going to be good again. But
Can I make a
going back to the
maybe
Super Bowl after losing's hard.
a parallel? Maybe different sport. The Spurs did it
The Spurs did do it.
in like gutting fashion.
Mm-hmm.
And they just like the San Francisco 49ers did, and they did it.
I think it's a little different.
Explain.
There's a like physical toll that football takes that I
Sure.
don't think the NBA does.
That's fair. But it's also
And the
82
Spurs had a
games
championship
and a
pedigree.
4-month. Oh, San Francisco doesn't?
Not this group. I'm 33
Well, I mean,
years
they've
old. I
never
don't
won.
remember their last Super Bowl.
They've never won, so there's that. But I think so. Yeah, they've never won. I will say this though, and there's the maybe emotionally it does. but the one game, does it make that much of a difference? Because Kansas City did it. Kansas City did it twice, essentially. They lost in the AFC Championship game. Didn't play in the Super Bowl, but they lost a heartbreaker in the AFC Championship game, came back, won the Super Bowl. They did that twice. They did it in Mahomes' first Super Bowl and his first year playing as well, like after his first year playing. And then they did it when they lost to the Bengals at home, came back the next year, beat the Eagles in the Super Bowl. So psychologically and emotionally, maybe the one game makes a difference, but in those two situations, it's really just one extra game.
It's hard to go to the Super Bowl regardless. Like flat out,
Yeah.
forget the circumstance. Going to the Super Bowl was hard. But two, it's not just 1 year. This is 3 years now for this group. And for a lot of the guys, it's 4 out of 5 of just crushing
brutal
heartbreak. Like that stinks.
Yeah. That's tough.
Well, that was fun.
Yeah. Happy trip down memory lane with Kyle Madsen and Kenny Caraway. Goodness gracious. Thanks, man.
Appreciate it, dog.
you. That's our man, Kyle
That's
Madsen. Reporting on the accounting error suffered by the San Francisco 49ers.
No harm, no foul. Well, little harm.
There's a
little
little, there's a little bit of punishment for it too. And there's going to be punishment tonight for the Sacramento Kings if they don't beat the Memphis Grizzlies. This is the game everybody's worried about. Everybody's worried about, man, it's Lakers and Bucks, and it's going to be a tough game against the Knicks. But man, Memphis and Toronto and Washington and all of these teams coming up are the teams that I think Kings fans are most worried about, and rightfully so. When all of them, when so many of the players have acknowledged their inability to pull away and sometimes even defeat these teams that they believe that they should. You know, we play down to competition, which I didn't think was a thing until they said it. I always thought that was just an overused cliche. And then these players talk about playing down to competition. De'Aaron laughs about it, talking about, well, in the playoffs, you're playing good teams. So maybe we're just playing up to everybody all night. And it's like, all right. I asked the question earlier about physical basketball teams. New York, physical. Houston, physical. New Orleans, physical. Memphis is a physical basketball team. They're obviously not nearly as talented, I don't think, as either of those three teams, including Houston that I just referenced right there. And there's a variety of reasons why, obviously, with Marcus Smart out, John Moran out for the year. But this is a team that we've seen regularly, including against Sacramento, fight. Tonight's going to be the same thing. They're going to fight tonight. I don't think the Kings are going to run away from this. But what I do hope is that the Kings play Kings basketball. Hopefully the shot falls at a greater clip than it did on Saturday. But play your style of basketball.
Yeah.
Like, don't get roped into playing another physical game. Again, be physical with them for sure, but don't get roped into slowing this thing down the way that New York did.
Right.
Make them run with you.
Right. The Kings win tonight and they finish the 6-game homestand 4-2. You good with that? You good with where the Kings are after that? Or is it a little frustrating because, I mean, maybe you were looking for 5-1.
It's hard to be frustrated with 4-2 when you had the Bucks and the Lakers here.
Yeah.
You didn't lose either one of those. You're bummed you lost to Houston, right? Like, I get that. The Kings take care of business tonight. I'm good with the way that the Kings are playing. I feel like they're playing good basketball right now. And you get the victory tonight. You go out, you see what happens, tonight, tomorrow with the Phoenixes and LAs and all of those groups, the Lakers and Warriors and everyone else, the Mavericks involved in this conversation. And you put yourself in a good position headed into that back to the consecutive games against Dallas.
Yeah.
Because that's, two things that could really, I think New Orleans, I get confused because I do this every day. I think New Orleans, and I don't do the tankathon stuff, but I feel like they have a easier schedule than some of these other teams. But I think they have like 2 or 3 games against Phoenix. I'm like, hey, Pelicans, sweep the Suns the rest of the series.
Please.
Or rest of the season. Like, dead that. And then if Sacramento could play 2 of their best basketball games against Dallas, man, they'd be in a really good spot to solidify that 6.
Yeah, you're spot on. Phoenix has 2 against the Pelicans. I mean, Phoenix
they have some tough games ahead.
There's nothing
in the West.
Nothing easy
for
Phoenix, as their only easy opponents are 2 against San Antonio, which is
it's
only
still a fight.
easy in record at this point.
Yeah,
Because if that man is continuing to do what he's doing, he's a problem. And I'm talking about Wemby doing what he does. So there's nothing easy about that. And then they play Atlanta, who just beat the hell out of the Clippers last night.
Yeah,
so you can make the argument that Phoenix doesn't have any easy games left on the schedule. Every game that they play is going to be, you better be ready to go. 14 games left. You better be ready to go. Else, and that's, not talking about how good they may or may not be. They gave up 140 or something last night to Milwaukee.
Yeah, 140.
They just may not be good at defense, good enough at defense to beat top flight teams. So yeah, to your original point, New Orleans needs to handle business.
Memphis, Toronto, Washington. Those are the next 3. Toronto, Washington is back-to-back. And then Orlando and Philly is right after that. Orlando and Sacramento is always a fascinating basketball game. Philly's hard to tell. I don't think, there's reports, we could talk about this more in a few minutes. Actually, I think James will probably make his way in here. But reports Joel is progressing well.
That's good to hear. That doesn't mean you should play, sir.
Well, no, I don't think there's any thought of him playing versus Sacramento.
I mean, this year.
So that's
Kendrick,
that's what we're looking at. Like the 76ers are 8th right now. They're 4.5 ahead of Chicago. They're probably not going to fall any further. Like, it's hard for me to believe that they're going to lose the right combination of games for Chicago, and Chicago's going to win the right combination of games for them to fall lower than 8th. They can still move up, certainly. I doubt they fall any lower. And I'm kind of siding with you and Kendrick Perkins, where maybe you just punt this.
Yeah, just call it a season.
Like, you're not going to win a championship right now. And I think it would be exceptionally funny to lose in the play-in for reasons everybody can figure out.
Oh, man. Come on, man.
I don't wish no ill will upon that, man. I just think it would be
Brian
funny.
Cruz?
It'd just be funny. Come on, it would be funny if Buddy goes to Philadelphia and they lose in the play-in.
Biggest streak since Undertaker's losing at WrestleMania.
It's up there. It's up there. It's up there.
Oh,
Imagine we get Michael Cole to announce it. Buddy Hield misses the playoffs again.
The streak is active. Here's my problem though with Memphis. There's no evidence whatsoever this year that the Kings are going to go 3-0 over the next 3 games. None.
Fair.
Absolutely none.
Very
So
fair.
we're asking them at this point to do something that they haven't done this year. And you brought this up last night, and I think it's worth, like, Toronto's not Washington. I don't even think Memphis, okay, it's stupid. No one's Washington. But Memphis they're like San Antonio to a certain degree.
Yeah.
They're going to fight. Like, they just might not be good enough to win, but they're going to fight. I feel the same is true as for Toronto. I think Toronto has there are players I like on Toronto a lot, and I think that they have a style. They're trying to figure, that they've got a lot of work to do this offseason, but they're not scrubs. They have a record worse than Sacramento, but they're not a bad basketball team.
No.
And that's why I look at these next 3. Like, there's no excuse for losing to Washington. Absolutely none. There isn't a team in the league that has an excuse for losing to Washington at this point, the way they've been playing lately. But Memphis and Toronto are different, and I would be very pleasantly surprised if the Sacramento Kings win their next 3 games.
The Washington Wizards are 42.5 games out of first place. That's great. I saw that and I said, wow.
I think
42.5 games out of first.
I think the Wizards were eliminated before Detroit.
They were. Yeah. Wizards are the worst team in basketball right now.
Yeah,
They're
like
a game
Detroit's got a
behind
game on
Detroit.
them.
Yeah.
Detroit lost 30 games in a row and still have a better record than Washington.
Looks like
there's a 2-point differential, a 2-point differential between Washington and Detroit.
Washington is awful.
That's crazy. Wow.
There's a good chance that everybody in the Western Conference wins 20 games. I mean, Portland has 19. San Antonio's got 15.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's not happening in the East.
Let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
You think Charlotte is worse than Detroit or Washington? I don't think so, but Charlotte is actually sneaky kind of horrific.
Washington, I think, is one of the worst basketball teams we've ever seen. I don't even think Detroit is that bad. Like that bad.
Yeah.
Like 12-55. I don't think they're that bad. Washington is. They're terrible. I don't know if that's wood or what that is, but I'm knocking on it. Yeah, I'm knocking on it. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball as the Kings take on the Grizzlies tonight at the Golden One Center with James Ham from the Insiders when he joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Securing the Bagley, I see you. That is hilarious.
Hey,
I don't know if it's a real quote.
Secure a bag. Is that a shoot? He over there?
That's a shoot.
Yeah. Bitch. What's my favorite word? Man, this batch of juices. Crazy heavy on the cayenne pepper. Hey, Bags, you're our spy. Is he on the video? Because if he's on the video, I'm going to do something I never thought I'd do. Oh, he ain't going to be on the video. D-Lo, get WWE 24. Oh, Bryce, you sound like Matt George. Yo. That's what I was going to say. Everybody open a second screen. Everybody open a second screen and type in your coffee order. Or send coffee emojis. Make them wonder what the hell's going on. All the real ones will do it. Don't close out the screen. Just open the second one. Give them the most views they ever had, and just type your coffee order. They can have my view. I'm gonna pull that up too. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I had some amazing food this weekend, man. Southern Creations. It was a caterer. Incredible. If y'all ever need a caterer, Southern Creations is fire. That's brisket, fried chicken, mac and cheese. I didn't have none of that, but potato salad, corn cake. Lord have mercy. Yeah, I see y'all over there. Make sure y'all do it when is he on now? Make sure y'all do it when he's on. Just the the Chatty House opened up a second window. Iced caramel macchiato, Venti splash of milk, white chocolate mocha, extra pump white chocolate, coffee, no cream, no sugar.
Hey, are they going over there and putting their orders in? I'm dead. I'm dead.
West Sac Kings, hit them with a cold brew, please.
Snap. Yo. I am dead.
That's so funny.
Y'all are funny, man.
Just quadrupled their views too. Yeah. Y'all gotta go back as soon as he's on. Put your orders back in. Well, that doesn't sound okay. That sounds odd.
Don't lie, we low-key doubled the views. Hey,
We did.
Not low key.
We
no,
did.
we really did. Because I saw it like
Soren said, "Don't
20
give me
minutes ago.
decaf again." This is the most entertaining I think I've ever seen over here. Hell, I don't even know what Bryce ordered. Peach ring rebel iced. I don't even know what that is.
Somebody just tell him, go get my coffee, bitch. Oh, this is funny.
I know. I'm just scrolling right now like it's Twitter right now.
You guys are good. You guys are good.
Aldrin J saying he'll talk to the manager.
Audrey J's funny for that. Y'all are wild. The 6 people are in their chat normally are probably confused as hell.
Oh man, yo wild, bro. Yo wild, man. Yo wild.
My man said so many of y'all popped out of nowhere, but then y'all hit the thumbs up. Hey, man, we love y'all. Y'all are funny.
Y'all crazy, man. Yo, this is this
Y'all
is next level trolling, bro.
All our
Isn't that? I don't think anybody else is doing stuff.
Nah,
like
I took the
this,
tank
bro.
to
This is
WCW
crazy.
right now.
the people,
Crazy.
yo, the people who rock with this show, y'all are cut different. Y'all are made
This
different.
is crazy.
We asked y'all to do something at 3:00. They're like, nah, we'll just do it now and just let it go all through 3:00.
Where y'all come from? Never seen any of y'all, but welcome in.
Nah, bro. Hey man, y'all crazy, bro. Y'all crazy. Hey, look. Somebody gotta let us know if they like reference it. Like, oh, we're in the sack chat and I see they're talking about coffee. Yeah.
Do that right before they bring old bro on.
Chatty House is the best, bro.
Yo, Chatty House, man. Y'all are the ones.
Damn,
Y'all are the ones, man. We appreciate you.
Lord have mercy. I didn't see this coming today. This has
been a
man,
weird
y'all
ass
crazy,
day.
man.
And I still haven't found out who threw whose lunch away.
They better not throwing Danielle's lunch away.
I'm gonna start a GoFundMe account if they threw that's a good point. We had coffee, rats, and gold toes.
Well, gold toes. Yo, hey, gold toe. Sometimes we just gotta draw the line, bro. We can't just interview anybody. Show me the record, man. Show me the song, man, and we'll talk about it. Because I'm like, yo, so Toes, what's up, big dog? Like, hey,
no, give me some time to prepare to interview an individual I've never heard of before.
and the people, I ain't gonna say their name. Hey, we'll scratch your back if you scratch ours. Come on now.
Yeah, because there's been some one-sided scratching going on lately.
Come on, man. Let's work together here, man.
We got interviews that are just in StreamYard. Somebody got interviews, didn't even send to Leezy. Like, don't worry about it. It's fine. It's just he's just trying to get through the day, man.
So
he's just trying to get through the day.
Oh man. So look, man, the Kings.
You worried about tonight? You worried about the next 3 games?
Yeah, just in general. I mean, I think the Kings have been playing good basketball. I think they should take care of business. There's a part of me that's like preparing myself maybe for 2-1 in some respect. I don't know which one it's going to be.
Mm-hmm.
And none of, even though, we respect Toronto, I don't think that'd be good. You know what I'm saying? I almost venture to say it's just as bad as Washington at this point in the season. Yeah, like you can't be going. Toronto got 23 wins.
I got you.
You know what I mean?
Nothing's bad as Washington.
Yeah, nothing's as bad as them. But I wouldn't be like, I understand. Like, nah, you got to win that one.
Yeah.
So, but I'm mentally preparing myself for 2-1.
Okay, let me flip that around. What if it's 3-0?
Feel good. Feel
like
good.
this, because I'm saying, what if it's 3-0, meaning okay, they finally handled business against teams they should have handled business against? Does that
that's a huge plus.
It's a huge plus. But this is just me. I understand how everybody, but me, all right, you did what you're supposed to do, but it's like there's always going to be something. Like you gotta. All right, we'll follow it up with this. All right, well, you did well on the road trip. You went 3-1.
Is it a step
now
taken?
Don't come home and lose to Philly on the first game. You know what I mean?
Well, what'd you say?
Is it a step taken then? Because I feel like if they were to win the next 3, and then we're like, oh yeah, like you got to, like, I feel like that's a little unfair. I'm not saying you're saying that, but like it's a little unfair to them. Like
I don't feel like it's nothing. Like I don't feel like it's nothing. It's step forward, sure. And you're right. You're 100% right because of the nature of the conference. Yeah. Like where we are. Yes, it's going to be something great. You went 3-0. Well, guess what? Like Dallas did too. So go beat Orlando, right? Or go beat Philadelphia or whatever. But like, it's also, if you lose to Orlando, you lost to a playoff team. If you lose to Philadelphia, they're wounded. They're not trash.
Right.
And so there's always all right, you gotta do this because Phoenix beat New Orleans twice. All right. Well, you got to keep taking care of business. Like that's just going to be the way that it is. Right. And like you said it the other day, we're going to feel the Chicago feeling again, or Houston, or whatever I think it was Houston. We're going to feel the Houston thing again. We're going to feel the Milwaukee and LA thing again. Yeah. Like we're going to have those extreme feelings once again. And I don't think tonight's game can bring out a strong beat the Lakers, beat the Bucks feeling, but it can give you the Houston feeling.
Yeah.
Like this is one tough team or not. Like you've got to get this one. Plus, unlike the other two, this is at home. You'll close out this homestand in front of your crowd.
Yeah.
Close out this homestand, and then, whatever you got to do in Canada and in the nation's capital, deal with that on Wednesday and Thursday.
If they win tonight, it'll be trying to see how far back this goes. So, yeah, just it'd be four out of their last 6 because you went 4-2 in the 6-game homestand, and you could also throw that Lakers game in there. That will put you at 5 of the last 7. You lost to the Bulls, so that's 5 of 8. But you beat Minnesota. So now you're looking at in your last 9 games, you'd be 6-3. And that's good basketball. You know what I mean? Like that's good, but you got to win this one to get to that point. But I mean, I think people would say, hey, this is good. You're starting to finish strong as we get closer towards the end of the season.
And you're saying if they lose to who?
If they beat Memphis.
Oh, just if they beat Memphis,
they beat
not
Memphis,
nothing after that. I
right,
got you. Yeah,
right.
yeah,
Just looking back on your last 9 games or so, you could say, hey, man, they're playing good basketball right now to close things out. So
that's New York, Houston. Who's the one before that? Is it Chicago?
New York, Houston, San Antonio. They were on the road for the Lakers game, lost to Chicago at home, on the road for Minnesota.
Okay. Oh, okay, got you.
So that's the last. If Memphis, after the Memphis game, that'll be your last 9 games. They got a chance also. I think this is kind of sneaky. They got a chance with the win tonight to be 11 games over 500. I don't think that's nothing to sneeze at either. Like,
that's where they were headed into Sunday, right? Saturday, right? Yeah,
11 over with hell.
That's the highest they've been. I think 11 was the highest they've been this year.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
And then, like I said, if they can do what people are hoping they can do,
yeah,
you're looking at coming back from this road trip maybe in 13, 14 games over 500.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's looking a little ahead for this particular group. But the whole point is they've got an opportunity. They've got an opportunity to really kind of show that they're playing good basketball, that they're ramping up, so to speak, for the end of this season. When they come back home, they have 10 games left. Is that about right?
Well, I think we're at 16 right now, right?
16. Okay. Oh, I'm thinking of Phoenix. Phoenix has 14.
Yeah, they have.
Left.
Yeah. So Sacramento's 38 and 28. So yeah, there's 16 games left for.
So they got 16 now. So they'll come home to like 11 games left or something like that.
Yeah.
4 games, I guess.
What's the first one back? Philly.
Tonight would make it 15. Then you got 4 games on the road trip. 11 games left.
Yeah. So okay. Then it's Philly, and then that's Dallas and Dallas, right? Mm-hmm. Right after that, There's no team in the cluster playing tonight. The teams behind Sacramento are playing tonight. The Lakers host the Hawks, and the Warriors host the New York Knicks without OG Anunoby.
No OG.
So that's what the Western Conference looks like. I mean, Utah and Minnesota play tonight. Portland plays tonight. Like, none of that stuff is of consequence. There's no Dallas tonight. There's no Phoenix tonight. I don't even think play tomorrow. Dallas plays tomorrow. I'm sorry. Dallas plays San Antonio. But Phoenix has a very cushy schedule for reasons known to no one except for the schedule makers in this league in terms of their days off. They got more days off at this point in the season than any team in the entire league. That's not a fact. That's just
I can believe it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if that's real or not, but it sure as hell looked like, because I'm frantically looking at what Phoenix is doing every night. So, they're off. Oh, what are they doing tomorrow? Let's take some notes for the show. Oh, they don't play tomorrow. Oh, that's good. They're the only damn team in the league that doesn't play every other day right now.
Good. The Lakers.
Good for them. Salute.
Well, the Lakers play one game this past week. They played
the Lakers
Sunday,
had a stretch,
Wednesday, and Saturday.
The Lakers had a stretch where they were just like, hey, what could we do at this stage of LeBron's career to give him as much rest as possible?
And it didn't help. They lost 2 of the games.
He did. He had like 40 in one of them, though, didn't he?
Was that the game on Saturday? I didn't go back and watch that game yet, the Warriors game. What's up with Anthony Davis?
It is a mess. Oh, he took a shot.
Is he potentially missing time?
I am not sure. I don't think they've announced anything. I don't know what his availability is. I heard it was tonight.
Swollen shot or something.
Yeah, he took a pretty nasty shot and didn't come back. He's questionable for tonight. Lakers insider James Sam
wasn't that Rashawn Holmes?
The scratch corner.
It was this.
Was that Rashawn? Is that when the goggles started? It happened twice to Rashawn, didn't it?
Retina. It was
retina. Oh, good. No, that's fantastic. A laceration on the eyeball.
Okay.
That would just sting, wouldn't it? Just painful.
Oof. Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. Well, I mean, AD, I hope AD
yeah, you don't want nothing.
Yeah,
you don't want nothing like that. But yeah, he took a pretty nasty shot. As James Ham is getting settled, you're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Audacy app. No need to go back and watch that game.
No, that's what I heard. James showed up for us, unlike for the Kings.
Oh, sick burn.
So I told James I got a good laugh out of that when Sean's video popped up on my phone, and I also thought it was cool that he didn't call out anyone else. He just called out James, which is like, oh, that's
a sign
that's
of
my
respect.
quarterback. That's my partner.
Yeah, that's a sign of respect.
That's how I saw it. Like he missed James. He was ready to answer James' questions, and James wasn't even there. So Sean got an exclusive.
Sean did get an exclusive, which means that a lot of people weren't there. I don't know where everyone else was. I just know that last week was tough. I mean, the back-to-backs in the
Long
middle of
days.
the week,
Mhm.
the adding to the radio show in the morning after the back-to-backs. And
Well, your thing is always, it's not just that, it's that you have to drive an hour to get to practice.
yeah, it's an hour. So on a day where I can take a day where I don't drive, that's a good thing. Plus, I did write yesterday. I wrote the Keon Ellis story. So
Which I
it's not
read.
like it wasn't working. But yeah, I was telling you guys, yeah, I found it humorous. I showed my wife and my son, and my son popped off with, I thought was hilarious. He said, yeah, just, what did I tell you? It was like, he was waiting for, that I'll show up when the screen does. That's what my son said.
That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, so
That's
yeah,
pretty funny.
So my son said, "Tell Mike that I'll show up when the screen does," and I thought that was hilarious. So I text Mike. Mike also found it hilarious. So we went back and forth. Yeah, so
That's good stuff.
tough
man.
luck.
I like that. I know you had a good relationship with Dave Yeager, and I think you also said you had a good relationship with Luke. Is the the relationship or the dialogue or the communication, is it the same with Mike, or is it a little better, a little different? Like how's that experience, man?
Well, look, I think there's like sometimes there's a misunderstanding like about what our relationship should be with like a head coach. Like if someone does something silly or stupid or like needs to be called out for something, I'm always here for that. I don't fear that, but you need a working relationship with a head coach. And I was lucky enough, my first head coach in the league was Paul Westfall, the late great Paul Westfall. And Paul took an instant liking to me, and we just had like this really cool relationship. We would meet for lunch, and he would just tell me incredible stories that you just would never have believed happened in real life. Because he was with the Boston Celtics at the tail end of like their great years in the early 70s. He was a rookie of the year guy. He made the Hall of Fame, but he also coached like in a different era. And so like it really is your job to figure out what makes a coach tick so you can get the best information possible. Like you need them to feel comfortable with you. You need to have them understand that you know the game, that you've been around the block, that you've seen crazy things, that sort of the battle wounds and stuff that you have as a writer. And so like Paul, great relationship. Key Smart was here and there. Like it wasn't always great. George Karl wasn't good at all. But Mike Malone, absolutely spectacular. Every time I see him, I still have his phone number, still can text him like congratulations on your championship and stuff like that. But just a good dude. And then of course me and Dave were close. Even Luke. Me and Dave are close in age, and we also are. His two daughters are very close in age to my two boys. And so like life experience is same thing. Like Luke, not that much younger than me. And so we all had like, it's a good relation. You need a good
Did
relationship.
you skip George or did I miss it? Did you
No,
talk
I said
about
George. No, George, we had a horrible.
Your loving relationship with George Karl.
Yeah, I
They said
mean,
it was terrible.
he is the one coach that waited until cameras were rolling to call me an a-hole for cameras. And I found it humorous. And but that was him. It was just kind of what was left. The only one I missed, well, Alvin Gentry is spectacular. Alvin is just
The king of cool.
He is the king of cool. He's a gem of a human being. And then Ty Corbin's a good man too. He just stepped into a bad situation. And so to be fair and to be sort of impartial, you have to take a step back all the time because, I remember, again, I think I've told you the story, but I was sitting with Paul Westfall, Jerry Sloan. They were playing the Utah Jazz late in the season. It was Jerry Sloan's last year in Utah, and they just traded Darren Williams, who had become like a horrible problem. And I looked over. I'm like, man, you got to feel bad for Jerry Sloan. Like, look at what's left of his team, and here he is towards the end of his career. He goes, James, have you looked at my roster? I'm like, oh yeah, my bad, dude. My bad. Lowest payroll in the NBA. You know, you traded for guys just to get to the salary floor. Like, it was bad. I think 9 guys weren't in the league a year later from my first team that I covered. So yeah, rough. Yeah, but it's our job to like sort of have these relationships. So you don't tell their side of the story, but you're able to at least give them a voice here and there, you know, for things that are happening that we see one way, but there might be some reason it's a different way.
So that real quick, the interesting thing that goes on with like what I feel will go on with like a beat reporter like yourself and Mike Brown and even some of the players is, to a certain degree, you guys are coworkers. You guys literally see each other every day. You speak to each other every day. It's almost like us and Kim or something like that. Like, you guys are coworkers because you see each other every day. And I think that's what came off to me seeing a video like that.
Yeah.
Is like, you guys are,
I didn't take
you guys
offense.
it was great. It was funny. It was, like I said, a sign of respect, but it was just also reminding me, like, you're in his life every day. He's in your life every single day. And you guys obviously don't work in the same place, but you guys are almost coworkers.
I would say even as much as coworkers, I've always described it almost like when you get a new boss, because your job when you get a new boss is to like take a step back and to figure them out as quickly as possible. Are they someone who is all about like punching in exactly on time? Are they someone who calls on the weekends? Are they, you know, you have to know the intricacies of the person you're dealing with and what makes them tick and where the soft points are and where, you know, you can go at them. And like, it's a very weird symbiotic relationship, the media and a team, coach, players, whatever it is, but the head coach in particular. And like, look, I appreciate Mike. This is going to be, once the Kings rattle off 3 more wins here in a row, it'll be the second time in my 14 years covering the team that they've gone 500. It'll also be the 10th time. Check this out. The 10th time since the Kings moved to Sacramento in 1985 that they will have posted a 500 record. The previous 8 times were all Rick Adelman. No one else in Sacramento history has ever had a 500 record or better. And Mike is sitting right here. So
that's crazy.
There needs to be a certain amount of reverence and respect for what he's been able to do. But at the same time, like, we got to figure some things out. You know, I've got to ask him ridiculous questions about why his players aren't coming to the podium or, you know,
that wasn't a ridiculous question.
No, it was a question.
Well, no, but it's the tough questions. It's
yeah.
And in order to ask that question, you do have to have a relationship like what we have with that you guys saw, where we can like have an honest discussion between each other with cameras rolling,
right?
Where it doesn't feel like I'm just getting some canned weird answer.
And to be fair, sorry, Dan, but to be fair, like,
it's fine. I'm good over here.
Come on, man. I joke about like, oh, I'm gonna go in there and I'm asked da 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 da. I probably couldn't ask that to Mike, and he probably look at me like, bro, who are you asking this type of question? Because I ain't asked no question all year. You know what I mean? So there's a certain I don't want to say cachet, but there's some leeway maybe that you get with being there every day and being able to ask the tough questions when they need to be asked.
Oh no, there's a certain amount of respect that comes with the job. Like, if you do the job the right way, if you're honest and you're fair, I think it's the best way. I remember early in Dave Yeager's career, he asked media relations to pull me aside after practice and said, hey, you know, you wrote that Aaron Aflalo was a sieve on defense. And I said, well, that's what he said yesterday at practice. Like, he didn't say sieve. He just said, I have been horrible defensively all year. And I used the term sieve as opposed to horrible defensively. And he goes, oh, he said that? It's like, yeah, he said it. He's like, okay. He's like, we're good. I just want to make sure that I'm like, I got my guys back. Like, I can't have you writing he's a sieve unless it's something that he's acknowledged, you know, like that. Let's be fair here. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, we're cool. Yeah. So, you know, you have to have these relationships. That's, I think, at the end of the day.
You said something a second ago. The Kings go 3-0 over this next stretch. Do you think that that's happening?
I think it has to. Like, if you're going to avoid the play-in, you got 8 games to prove that that's who you are. And you need to go 8-0, 7-1, 6-2 right here, or just put up or shut up right here. Like, there is no more letdown games. And the 3 letdown games are right here in front of you. You've got straight up, you got a horrible Memphis team that is so injured.
Though. They're tough.
They're tough, but they're not talented.
I understand.
And they have some NBA players, but they're not there. And then you go from here right to Toronto, and again, not a great team. And you should be able to, especially, I mean, they're missing players like RJ Barrett's out too now. Just sending love to his family at their tragedy up there. It's horrible.
Oh yeah,
absolutely horrible. But then you come back the next night and you play the Washington Wizards. If you are a serious ball club, 1, 2, 3, move on to the next game. Move on to Orlando. You take care of business in these 3 games. You build some sort of, buffer a little bit, and because that final 8 games is just brutal. So
you've got to deal. Like, all I keep thinking about is getting back home in those 2 games against the Mavericks, while hoping that New Orleans can just sweep Phoenix, do us a solid there, and then you really, if we're being like hopeful, we're hoping for a split with Dallas, but getting to those 2 Dallas games is the 3 that you just mentioned. You got Orlando, which is a good team and always a tough matchup for Sacramento. You got Philadelphia, who's just kind of like
meh.
They're just trying to keep their head above water. They're far from a bad basketball team, and we know Tobias Harris clearly is capable of going for 37 on any given night. But it's these next 3 that's got everyone. I don't like this. And I think Memphis is tough. I think Toronto is tough. And Washington's bad. Like, there's no way to sugarcoat that. Do you think Sacramento struggles with physical basketball teams? Obviously, that's what we saw, Saturday, and we could talk more about that game as this conversation rolls along. But New York's obviously a very physical basketball team. That's Thibs' MO. They struggle with Houston, they struggle with New Orleans, and like I talent or not, like Memphis is a physical basketball team tonight. Do you think they struggle with physical teams?
I think they struggle with long, athletic, physical teams. Like, even the Knicks, that was just a game in the trenches. Like, and they didn't struggle. I mean, they didn't shoot the ball well, for sure. But that wasn't a struggle. That was like 90s basketball. That was just dirty and filthy. And, you got to be ready for that, because that's really what the playoffs look like. That right there. And I thought the Knicks came in there. The Knicks are a very good team. They've had injuries, but they fought through injuries. And then you have one guy who just goes absolutely bonkers. And there was nothing the Kings could have done to stop Jalen Brunson. Like, some of the shots he took, it was like prime Dame. Like, what are we doing? He's shooting from 35 feet and nothing but net. I mean, he wasn't even touching the rim. And so, like, every once in a while that's going to happen. And it doesn't feel like the Terry Rozier game where you let a team hang around, and the guy got hot. Like, he ended up with 44. He scored 9 in the 4th quarter, Brunson. But it was like 12 points, 13 points. And, like, he was just awesome. And sometimes you're going to lose those to somebody like that. But look at how they shut down everybody else. Like, OG Anunoby was a complete non-factor. Like, every single player, you look around, you're like, the Kings did a great job defensively, except for they couldn't figure out a way to stop Brunson from hitting haymakers. And sometimes, hey, look, that's the NBA. That's how many teams have thought the same thing? How well we did against Sabonis and against Harrison Barnes and against Malik Monk, and De'Aaron Fox just busted us for 45 and we lost, or 44. So, I mean, it's tough because you want to be hard on the Kings for losing that game, but that was just bare knuckle, and somebody else, one team came out on top and the other one didn't. And there was no shame in losing that game at all, especially after a week that you had where you took the Bucks to the woodshed and then you smacked around the Lakers on a back-to-back. I mean, so I hate the Houston games and stuff like that, but the physicality of the Knicks game Like, look, I thought the Kings matched it. I thought they did. I just thought they made some mistakes down the stretch, and a dude kept raining from all over the place.
Yeah, and it's like, to me, it was just a basketball game, right? It was just a basketball game, and the Knicks came out on top in that game.
I kind of miss those, don't you? just straight up, it's a basketball game. Like, hey, what's this?
Both teams are out there playing hard. No Rasheed Wallace, but both teams were playing hard. And like I told you guys earlier, Jalen made a couple more shots than Fox did. He actually made a lot more shots. I was going back over to the stats, and I didn't even really realize it when during the game. He made 17 field goals. Like, it wasn't like a parade to the line where, you know, he made 7 field goals and, you know, went to the line 18 times. He was 17 to 28. I mean, this guy was cooking. And, you know, like you said, there's been a number of different times when Fox has done that to other teams and other opponents. Just wasn't necessarily his night on Saturday. They got the win that time. You keep it moving. But I think, like you pointed out, James, and you did as well, the big key is the Kings were game for the fight. They were game. They was ready. Oh, this how we playing tonight? It's cool. All right, we got you. And they were ready to go. They didn't get punked off the floor.
Yeah, I mean, again, at some point, you got to figure out ways to win those games.
Yep.
But there was a player that was better than your players on the floor. And, you know, like we always talk about who's the best player on the floor. Like, I'd love to tell you it was De'Aaron Fox, but it wasn't.
Jalen's having a hell of a season.
Yeah, he is.
Eastern Conference Player of the Week this week. But that's not indicative of the entire season he's having. Maybe a little under-discussed. Like, I really do think Jalen's a little under-discussed. Like, he's having a run right now.
That's fair to say.
This season with New York. Like, he's really
He's an all-star.
Yeah, for as much as you want to give, like, Anthony Edwards his props for this year, like, Jalen Brunson's been better. Straight up. He's been better. And while his players have gone down with injury, he's sitting there just backpacking the team the whole time. Like, not only did they lose Julius Randle, like, months ago, but on top of that, they traded RJ Barrett and Emmanuel Quickly, their 2 offensive players, to play alongside him, and brought in OG. Then OG gets hurt, and you're just fighting through the season with, like, basically a one-man band. And, like, Dante DiVincenzo's been really good.
Yeah.
But 14, 15 points a game really good, not 25 points a game really good. So it's tough. He's been phenomenal.
You guys think he makes the All-NBA?
He's just thinking the same exact thing.
And I don't even
thinking the same exact
he's
thing.
He's had essentially the same season as De'Aaron. You know what I'm saying? So if we think that De'Aaron Fox is an All-NBA player, I mean, it almost feels like you got to think Brunson is too.
Oh, yeah. Fox is up against it. Like, this is going to be a really, really tough battle to get All-NBA, especially if you're not a top, 3, 4, 5 team. Like, if you're a play-in team or you're right there on the bubble, like, you're not getting 2. And for as much as, like, we could point to this game and say, look what Brunson did to Fox. We'll get the rematch in, like, a week and a half and see if Fox can answer it at MSG. But I kind of feel like you got to, if you're going to give Brunson a nod because of his performance against a team like the Kings and against a guy like De'Aaron Fox, then I would like the same respect with regards to Anthony Davis and Domantas Sabonis when it comes to All-NBA. Because one of those guys has
Good point.
just Hulk smashed the other guy, just grabbed him by the ankles and, bounce him off the hardwood all night long.
Sticking with the New York game, you have any thoughts on Mike going away from Keegan down the stretch? Like, he played in the 4th, but we're talking like the final. Should have taken better notes. 4 minutes, 5 minutes. He brought Malik in and stuck with Keon and obviously Domas, Harris, and De'Aaron were the rest of the group that was out there.
Yeah, I thought you needed Keon for the defensive side. And if you look at the stats, that is the one quarter where they did limit Brunson a little bit as far as like shooting. I think was he 3 for 7 in the 4th. So I thought Keon did a quality job. And then it really came down to like pretty simple. Harrison Barnes kept you going with some big shots, and Keegan, he hit a big shot in the 4th, but he also passed up like 3 or 4 shots that really, really were infuriating. And so, like, you in that moment, if you're going to be out there in crunch time, I need no hesitation. I don't want like wide open in the corner. They fed him, and the first thing he did was put the ball on the floor. Like, no, 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 no. Shoot the ball. That's the offense. If I have to hear Mike Brown say spray one more time, which I know tonight, I'm probably going to, I need one of those clickers they have at Costco. Like click, 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 everyone who comes in the door. I need one of those so I can sit there and count how many times he says it. It's wild, but that's what he's talking about. Like, you got the spray 3 right to Keegan, and he didn't pull the trigger. And that's something like, look, you're not going to shoot it. I'm not going to keep you out there. So I'm okay with that.
If he doesn't have he missed some good looks to start the game, and it feels like he doesn't have I'm going to shoot myself out of this.
Yeah.
That's just something he doesn't have. And it's almost, Mike might be the first coach to tell you, hey, have this mentality, have this, you missed you missed the first one, make the second one. You missed the second one, make the third one, make the fourth one, just take the fifth one and the sixth one and the seventh one. And it seems that's where Mike and Keegan start to cuss each other out a little bit.
It's frustrating because that's the offense. That's who they want you to be. Like, they aren't freaking players out. Like, no one is getting called out for taking a shot at all. So people who say, "Oh, Mike is just hammered Kevin Huerter's confidence." No, he's sending him out there every day, and hoping that his shooting guard wakes up. Like, that's what he's doing. He's giving him the confidence. He's sticking with him as long as he can. And it's the same thing with Keegan. It's like, at some point, it has to come from within. It's just like, again, Mike says it about, like, he says, well, my kids, he brings up his kids, but, at some point, you just can't keep, like, fighting their battles for them. It's got to be them. It's got to be them that demands that they're out on the court. And, like, look at Keon Ellis. He demands to be on the court, not by saying a word, by playing his way onto the court and staying on the court because of his play.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Like, that's what we're talking about. Like, go out there and show that that's who you are going to be as a player. And so until Keegan decides to do that, like, he's going to have moments where he doesn't play in the closing with the closing lineup.
Oh, I know some people we've talked about allowing him to grow and everything. Man, we need it now.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I think the situation for growth would be if you played in Detroit and all this other. Yeah, grow. I need you to be grown right now, because if you're in a shooting shop or you're being passive or whatever, that is going to greatly affect whether this team can win games, which means it'll greatly affect whether or not they make the playoffs. So, I think, man, I love Keegan. It's no beef, but we ain't got time for all that growth stuff. Like, we need production.
Yeah, I mean, you gave him 60 games to grow. Now we're in the stretch run, and you're going to face a team like the Knicks on a Saturday night where it's just, again, it's bare knuckle.
Yeah.
Like, you got to go out there and you got to fight. And if you're not going to, all right, let's give Keon a shot. Let's give Davion more minutes. Chris Duarte is begging for minutes.
Yeah.
He's coming in. He's not afraid to shoot. So
not
at all.
He gonna get him up.
Yeah, he's definitely not. There's levels to this, though.
No,
there's levels to not being afraid to shoot.
I agree.
But I got you. Keon's obviously playing really well. Seeing him at the end of games was great. Another near 30-minute outing for Keon. Of course, that came at the expense of Kevin Huerter, who just continues to struggle on the offensive end. He couldn't get anything going at all yesterday. And his defense, as the game played out, no one could. But it really wasn't there for Kevin Huerter. We'll talk more about Keon Ellis, about Kevin Huerter, about where this team is. We'll talk more about Mike Brown in the game against the Memphis Grizzlies tonight and this little stretch here as they get ready to leave the Golden One Center. We've got all that coming up with our insider, our man James Ham. The Kings and the Grizzlies tonight. We're going to get you ready for it. It's Steelin' with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento's sports leader, ESPN 1320. You guys are the greatest, man. You guys are the greatest. This might be the funniest shit I've ever seen.
That ass almost missed us coming to break right now.
No, this might be the funniest shit I've ever seen. They had this dude on for like 30 minutes. Wow.
Oh wow. All right.
Now
look, we see the numbers up. Play the hits.
Now
Play the hits. Keep them on.
Now I need everyone to simultaneously log out. Just log out at the same exact time.
Wow.
You guys are the best. we had the chatty house open up another window and go visit our friends down the street because they had a mean hella sun on. And for about 45 minutes straight, they were placing coffee orders.
I just why are you having him on?
That's a great question.
To talk about his jumper?
Because you just don't know your audience, I guess.
What? Ryan hasn't played in a year and a half.
Did you see? My man said, I think it was Zebo that said Mitch has had more coherent
I
calls
saw that
than
one.
this.
I would just say straight up, the conversation of Fox versus Morant. Fox has a very good understanding of gun safety. It's the end of the discussion. Goodbye. It's over.
Sorry, Ja. I love you. Get well soon.
One of them plays basketball. The other one does not. I mean, seriously.
All right.
I really hate that the Rock Kings thing was so perfect. Damn.
So good.
That was perfect.
So good and still upsetting to
What
this
was
day.
the last line when the Lakers come back to beat your ass?
No, it
What'd he
was leaving in Sacramento, I can't stay, but I'll be sure to come back when the Lakers beat the Kings in May. And then just immediately the crowd was boo! And the Rock goes, yeah, but they're my fans. They understand me. Then they were laughing. The fuck we were! No, that was almost your ass.
What was louder? Game 1 last year or Arco that night?
Oh, it was pretty funny. It was loud.
It was
Oh,
close.
that was loud.
And he thought it was jokes.
I told you.
Sir.
No,
I better hurry up and get in that limo and get the hell out of here.
I was in Levi Stadium when Seth cashed in Money in the Bank and Arco was louder. They were furious.
I never heard him say oh, they understood.
Oh, he said it on his DVD because this is always such a part of the Rock's story.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, but a minute later they were laughing. No, we fucking weren't. No one was laughing.
Still not, actually.
No. If that glass hadn't hit, you might have gotten your ass whooped that night. That was not funny. That was not funny.
The one thing people in Sacramento do not play with is the Kings and the Lakers. They don't play with it. There's nothing funny about it, ever.
No, I mean, Jason Jones was never embraced because he's a Laker fan.
Mm-hmm.
Jason he did a good job.
He did a great job. Still does.
Yeah.
But there's always that wart on his resume here in Sacramento that he's a Laker fan.
Yeah.
Those poor guys got shredded over there.
Hey, at least they had people in their chat.
Well, they did. That's why I said, everybody close the window. Close the window. Yo, you were killing me over there. Oh, my God.
Oh,
you guys
bro.
were so funny.
Oh, bro.
Yeah, you guys are Hall of Famers for this. Hall of Famers. I saw that. That's where I almost lost. That's where I had to close the screen because I could see Drapes reading, just confused as shit.
Alexander Madison signed with the Raiders. Wild.
Man. And then Kim came in here.
Yeah.
Kim came in here with this after throwing people's lunch away.
Kim the culprit.
Josh Dobbs, San Francisco 49er.
Wait, what?
Okay.
Yeah.
Massive upgrade over Sam Darnold.
One year.
Oh, I'm in.
I don't hate
was
that.
cooking last year.
No,
Yeah,
I
he won
didn't.
games.
Yeah.
I don't hate that.
You go out there, he can be a winner. He doesn't need to do all what he had to do there.
Kyle said, all right, I've conquered the coaches. Now I'm going after the quarterbacks. Conquered the coaches. Let's go get these quarterbacks.
Changing the league one man at a time. Look at the Heat.
Chase Young signed with a 1-year deal with the Saints.
That's the game tonight.
And this is a Monday game. They could make an
guess.
adjustment. I don't think there's any good games on tonight, though.
I don't think there is. Yeah.
Oh, they could have do Detroit and Boston. Cleveland and Indiana.
I wouldn't even put the Jordan Boston on there.
Yeah, they should have went to Cleveland and Indiana.
Cleveland.
Wait.
This is for you.
Man, Detroit is so bad. We didn't even get to see Evan Fournier kick the ball into the stands.
Oh, yeah.
He got $25,000 fine. We didn't even see it because nobody cares about Detroit.
He could have broke something.
Yeah, he kicked the hell out of that.
Really?
ball.
He could have knocked some down out of the rafters the way he kicked that ball.
I hope he yelled, Fournier, Google that, as he kicked it.
What's the story behind that one?
Google it.
Yeah, go ahead and Google Fournier. We'll wait.
Oh, I don't know if I want.
We're back here with the dopest community in all of sports media, the Chatty House. And of
Yahoos.
Course,
Yahoos, man. Yahoos.
Is that what they called them?
We Yahoos.
Did we get called Yahoos?
Yeah, Yahoos. What kind of bonanza ass insult is that?
Man. Shut your ass up and go get some more coffee.
You
do that.
That's comedy. Who said Yahoos?
Coffee Boy. I said it was a bonanza ass insult though.
Oh, Coffee Boy called us Yahoo.
We Yahoo.
That's funny.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Hey, don't let that little hoe show up here. Don't let that little hoe show up here.
Oh, man. This dude, man. He a character. He a character, man.
That boy
Y'all know he ain't
that boy ran over there and thought he was doing something. Imagine talking to that dude for 20 minutes. That's wild. Oh my God.
Hey, look. If our buddy says, "Hey man, I'm over here at Tiger, we having lunch. They got a meeting with me. Pull up, man. You pulling up?"
No.
No, you're gonna ask them if they have coffee there?
No.
Just
because
I'd be
confrontational. Like I don't like I still to this day
we can get confrontation.
I'll still to this day talk to Draymond Green.
Mhm.
I don't have any desire to, but I would sit down and talk to him. I have no desire to talk to this human being. He's trash. He's not a good person.
No.
Like I have no desire to talk to him.
I talk to him.
Oh, I have no desire to talk to him.
We can get confrontational.
But
Yeah,
he
I
wouldn't
just
talk
don't-
though.
But that would put my man in a tough spot. Like I'm not going to do that. Now, if I bump into him,
He
it's
called us
different.
over here he called us over here. You know what it could have been.
Well, that's true.
And like I said, I ain't got to put
Pulling up
hands
with
on
James
him,
Hand.
but I tell him what it is. I tell him how I feel. It is what it is, bro.
You know I'll fight.
Well, we do know that.
I don't
We
care.
do know that. This is from the guy who almost picked a fight with Jacques Vaughn one day. Ain't gonna be scared of some dude who goes and gets coffee for Steve Kerr.
I ain't afraid of nobody that shoots like that.
Oh man.
Jesus.
You also can't play the like, oh, I'll defend all my takes and I'll like take it all in the forefront when Charlie sent you the text or whatever.
We already know you fake. We already know you. We didn't sniff you out a long time ago. We already know the time.
Years and years. Radio Yahoos. That's tremendous. That is absolutely tremendous. Hammers, we look at I know Kings fans are nervous about tonight. Kings fans are nervous about the next few games. Kings players might even be nervous because they've acknowledged losing games like to a depleted Memphis team, losing games to, Toronto. And God, you just hope it doesn't happen with Washington, with all due respect to those brothers there. But they're just so bad. Overall, though, it feels like the Kings are playing really good basketball right now.
Yeah, you take away the Houston game, and they were riding a 2-game win streak coming into that game.
Mm-hmm.
And then they had another 2-game win streak, which they lost to the Knicks in a hard-fought game.
And that's the thing, like the Houston,
Mhm.
because that's the only bad one, I think, over this stretch that we're referencing. Those happen. Like I think it's okay. We hate it. We hate it in the moment. We hated the way Monday went, but looking back, like in its totality, we're talking like they played one bad game over the last 6 or 7 or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
Those games happen to every team in the league. It's frustrating with the Kings because it feels like, man, this happens a lot to teams like Houston. Like losing to Houston or Chicago isn't like losing to New York the other night. But overall, like I think the Kings are playing really well.
Yeah, I mean, you got a win against Denver, San Antonio, and the Clippers, right? Back to back to back. And then you lose to the Heat and the Nuggets. You beat the Timberwolves. You lose to the Bulls. You beat the Lakers and Spurs. You lose to the Rockets. You beat the Bucks and the Lakers. You lose to New York. So what are you over that stretch? Like 8-4. You'll take that.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good stretch. Like if you finish the season with, I don't know,
whatever that
10-6, or somehow you find a way to go 12-4 and get to 50 wins. Like that's one of the good things that are built in right now. Like the Kings have a goal. Like you can see 50 wins like they did last year, but now 50 is going to matter. This year, 50 will almost guarantee you a spot in the playoffs, not in the play-in.
Mm-hmm.
So you got your goal, and you got 8 games right here that are going to be, they're just sitting there, and you could win each of these 8. There's going to be some tough games there, but again, a 6-2, 7-1 stretch here. We can say that, but they have to go do it.
Mm-hmm.
And if they don't show up each and every night, then we're going to be sitting here like, basically carving out their tombstone for what this looks like. Because again, this is your opportunity. These 8 games is your opportunity to avoid the play-in.
Mm-hmm.
This is where you build the cachet. And then the last 8 games of the season where you got two gimmies total out of 8, that's going to be tough. So how do you get to the 10-win mark so you can match last year's win total? You win these 8 and you win 2 more, or you win 6 of these and then you got to pick up 4 on the back end. However it is, like at least maintain. And then again, I think that they're changing into the team that we're going to see in the playoffs. If they can make the playoffs, the team that we've seen over the last couple of games is the team that we hope to see at the beginning of the year. This is much better basketball. Win, lose, much better basketball overall. They're fighting, they're playing defense. They're not great defensively because that's not who they are, but adding a guy like Keon Ellis to the lineup, adding, to the rotation, playing shorthanded without, any of your scoring power forwards and Sasha and Trey is tough.
Mm-hmm.
Like you got to find a way here to kind of gut through this. You can't even go small ball because you don't have Trey. So it really, like, this is an interesting moment in time for the Kings, but there is no more gimmies. There's no more mistakes, no more slip. You got to go into each game and stay 100% focused. And again, if you play the way you did against the Knicks, you're going to beat almost every single one of these teams.
And forgive me if we talked about this already, but it just really feels like this stretch, staying out of the play-in, getting to the playoffs, will be the hardest thing that they've had to go through in 2 years, in this 2 years of this group. And if they can get past this, if they can overcome everything, end up being a 6th seed, stay out of the play-in and accomplish that, feels like so much weight will be off there. I think they'll be one of the more dangerous teams going into the playoffs because they feel like, man, we got together and we were able to get through that. We're loose and free. Let's go have a good time. Let's go play basketball. We could do almost anything. And I just think if they can find a way to get through this is tough. This is tough right now. To me, it was tougher than breaking the drought because they, for lack of a better term, they did that relatively early. It was mid-season where it's like, oh, this team's going. Like, they're good. Like, they're going to make it happen. Probably tougher than that playoff series, even though they lost, because they look at that and they feel like, we messed up some things. We were up 2-0. Fox broke his finger, all this other stuff. It was tough, but we had them. This one is tough. It's like, man, we're fighting off Luka and Kyrie. We're fighting off Devin Booker and Kevin Durant, and LeBron's lurking and Steph is lurking. And we fight all these guys off and accomplish that. I think this would be maybe the most impressive thing they've done in the 2 years together.
I would agree, and I'd also point out you're the one team that no one is paying any attention to. Like, you want to say all the time, oh, people are game planning for the like, yeah, on a night in, night in basis, you're getting a little bit more. You're not playing the Bucks without Giannis, right? But you don't think all eyes right now are on teams like the Clippers, whether they can hold on, which they're only 3 games up in the loss column right now. With 16 games left, that's nothing. All the eyes are on Kevin Durant and Devin Booker. Like, can they avoid the play-in? They're on Kyrie and Luka, who end up getting a big win in Denver, against Denver yesterday. Like, no one is really paying attention to the Kings, and that's where right now you got to stack them. If you can stack up the wins, then people are going to look and go, oh, well, we're done there. We're not going to catch those guys. And I think the Lakers and Warriors already should be feeling that, but you need the Suns and the Mavs and even the Pelicans to also feel that you're legitimate and this is who you are. And this is your chance to like build the cachet of legitimacy right now.
Tell me about Keon and what you wrote about yesterday. I thought that was a great, this is one of my favorite pieces that you did this year. But it seems Keon has really, like, he has a place on this team moving forward this year. I don't think that's a question at all anymore.
No, I at this point, I'm kind of be surprised if Keon Ellis is a starting shooting guard next year for this team. Like, the way Keon plays, the energy he plays with, the heart that he plays with, the defensive intensity. And then on top of that, oh yeah, by the way, he's shooting 58.3% from the field and 40-something% or 50% from 3 over the last 5 games. Like, he's just efficient. He doesn't play outside of who he is. And it's something that I love about guys like him. Like, there are so many players at the college level that are like Keon Ellis, that know their role, that are good teammates, that are leaders behind the scenes, that shoot the 3 and play defense and don't do anything else. And they just get passed over time and time again for the draft. And you draft guys that you think have these ridiculous ceilings, but if not, I'll convert them into something else. And those players never accept that other role. Why not go out and get the actual role player that does the job? And that's what Keon is. He literally, this is exactly who he's always been. You're not asking him to do too much. Sometimes he brings the ball up, which is like a little bit of a stretch for him, but it's something that they worked on last year. They put him in the G League. They said, hey, we need you to run the team. At least bring the ball up and initiate the offense. They're not asking him to go out there and have, 8 assists in a game like he did earlier in like a couple of weeks ago. What they're asking him to do is move around the perimeter on offense. Don't be stagnant. Find spots for guys to hit you. Don't make mistakes. Don't turn the ball over. I think he's averaging 0.4 turnovers per game over his last 5. Like, just go out there and play a really basic, simple game and exert all your energy on the defensive end. Take a little bit of stress off of De'Aaron Fox. Take a little bit of stress off of Domantas Sabonis. So now there's no guard running downhill on him the whole game. And that's what we're seeing. The function of the starting unit with 4 scorers and 1 utility guy is so much like easier to watch than 5 scorers. Because 5 scorers, you're always like, well, what's wrong with Harrison? How come he's not shooting? Well, he's not shooting because De'Aaron just shot 32 shots. Like, he's not shooting because he's not getting the ball. You take one player out of that starting unit that is not an offensive player, and all of a sudden the flow goes much better. And we saw it against the Bucks when Keegan was out, and all of a sudden it was Huerter and Barnes that were scoring. The next day, Keegan came back, but Huerter was out. And again, you saw Barnes and Murray combined to shoot like 11 of 20 from 3. And they scored a combined like 42 points. It just like changes the dynamic. And so I don't even really think this is so much like a certain part of this is about Kevin Huerter, but a huge part of this is not just Keon. It's the type of player that Keon is, and sometimes that's what it takes. You're mixing and matching players all season, trying to find combos. All of a sudden you found something that looks like it will work. And for me, I don't know that Mike can do this. It's a really tough thing to go to a player and say, hey, look, I'm making a change in the starting lineup with 16 games left. I'm going to make a change. But I almost feel like Kevin Huerter would have so much more of an opportunity with the second unit. And because all of a sudden it's him and Monk, especially with Trey Lyles out. Like you would have more opportunities to score. And that's what he's comfortable doing. That's what he's kind of built to do. But the only reason we haven't really seen this play out at other positions this season is the Kings don't have someone like Keon that can play the 3 or the 4. And so there's never been this opportunity. Like, God bless Kessler Edwards, but like you're not going to get better by replacing Harrison Barnes in the starting lineup with Kessler Edwards. We've seen that. It's not that Kessler is a horrible player. It's just that he's not dynamic in the same way that Keon is. And so I dig what's happening right now. I think Keon deserves 30-plus minutes a game. Some nights he's going to play 18. Some nights he's going to play 20. But it also, like, it's telling Kevin Huerter, hey, look, man, if you don't figure it out, if you don't start playing better, we have to move on. And moving on means we've got to go to Keon more and more and more. We've got to go to Monk more and more. And heaven forbid, we got to go to Chris Huerter. We got to find somebody who's willing to come in here and be ready and hit the shots and play the defense that we want.
And you said something that was perfect there, Ham, that I completely agree with, is Keon Ellis and finding a way to get him more minutes, possibly even starting. To me, I know just you draw the lines and draw the parallels. It's got to be in correlation to somebody, but it's less about Kevin Huerter's struggles or what he's not doing, and for me, more about the way Keon is playing. Like, it's just about he's playing really well. You need him on the floor more, and that doesn't mean Kevin went 0 for 3. See, get him out the starting lineup, or when we were having a discussion with Matt last week, like they just start the game off better with. It's not Kevin Huerter, it's Keon Ellis who is affecting the change. If that makes any sense. Like Kevin, he's not playing great, but I don't believe he's like killing his team where they just can't recover. I think Keon is helping his team more than Kevin is hurting his team. And I just love the way he's playing right now.
Well, and it should be pointed out that Kevin Huerter is still shooting like 36.3% from 3. It's not like he's shooting 29% and he's the worst player now over his last 8 games or something. It's pretty horrendous. But it's the dynamics of having a professional basketball team and trying to coach everybody and not leaving anyone behind and trying to put people in the right position to succeed and not making them feel like something's all their fault. Like it's really the most difficult thing about an NBA coaching job. And like we had the question earlier, I guess Bill Simmons or someone had, as part of one of their podcasts, it said that his contract is a negative. Kevin Huerter's contract isn't a negative. And like, look, Kevin, well, yeah, but like, here's the point I would make. Like, if you were to bench Harrison Barnes right now, I guarantee you Kevin Huerter looks better in the starting lineup next to Keon. It's about having not all the right pieces in place. And there's just something about this team that is off. Last year it worked because it didn't matter. Everyone got fed because they're scoring so many points and there's so many extra shots. This year it's just different. And like, it's almost been like a you take turn type deal. Like, look, I think that this is like the beginning of the window. If it's not Keon Ellis, it's a player like Keon Ellis that will be in the starting lineup next year. That's what the Kings need. I've said it all year. It's the Kentavious Caldwell-Pope type player, the guys that don't need the ball all the time, the guys that just do catch and shoot stuff, but play excellent defense and do all the dirty work. That's what this team has been lacking the whole time. It's the connector. It's the one that does all the dirty work, the catalyst type player. You got stars, you got great scorers. You need somebody to tie it all together in a way that like Doug did as a player. Like that's what you have to have.
Yeah.
And I'm fearful that's what Kevin recognizes in Keon, that because even Kevin Huerter talked about being in his own head a little bit last week. And I feel like he looks at Keon Ellis and knows that's what Mike wants. Like that's what my coach wants. And knowing that that's not him as a player, and that's fine. But knowing that his coach wants something like what this kid does, I think that's what's got Kevin in this. And maybe it is as simple as he just needs one solid game to kind of bounce out of it and get into a rhythm here a little bit. But the longer he stays in this funk, the more this is going to go on.
Well, that and like, look, Kevin Huerter is a smart basketball player. He's played the game his whole life. He's a very good basketball player. It's not just that that's what your coach wants. There comes a point where you start to see that that's what your team needs and that you might not be that player. And it's difficult because, again, you could put him and Harrison kind of in the same boat. They're one and the same. Like, you probably can't going forward next season have both of those guys in your starting lineup together. Because, again, it's not long, it's not athletic, it's not defensive. Sure, they're great shooters, but now we know what the next iteration of the Kings has to be. They have to have a defensive player there. And again, like, people remember Doug Christie in a bunch of different ways. Just remember that Mike Bibby, Chris Webber, Peja Stojakovic, Vlade Divac, none of those guys were great defenders. None of them. But Doug was able to hold them together in situations because he didn't need the ball. He didn't need to have all of these things. He just did his job. And sometimes that's what it takes to balance out everything. And again, I feel bad for Kevin because it's, I say it all the time, like Domantas Sabonis, you can't ask him to block shots. He does everything else. Go get a shot blocker and put it next to him. That's on you. That's not on Domantas Sabonis. If you don't want Domantas getting a bunch of fouls, go put somebody at the shooting guard spot that doesn't get beat to the basket and expose Domantas for his faults. You have to, like, it's a team. Yep. And as of right now, it's not even about like who you are as a player. It's how you fit with the players around you. And that's what matters.
All right. We're going to shut down. We're going to run it back. Some more Kings coverage ahead. Maybe some rat talk. Maybe some, not really sure what's coming up, but I can't wait to see what greatest hits Jesse picked. As we run it back, we're going to head over to 102.5, man. We got Chris Brown tickets to give away. We got a lot going on over there. If you want to join us, of course, James is headed off to the Kings game. Make sure that you're back with us beginning tomorrow at 10 a.m. here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings, light the beam.
Gold Toes. That was the other one. I knew there was another one.
Chris, you can catch the Rat Talk back at 4:30.
Very good.
I was trying to think. It was rats, and I was trying to think of the other animals, octopus. And
Octopus,
squid.
yes.
Yeah.
It was a real Friday, Monday, if I say so.
No, this was a team effort. This is a team effort.
Our guy Soren might have just let it off with the Michael Scott, the nepotism comment or whatever. The vibes were up after that.
Vibes were sky high. Over 400 people contributed to today's show, or according to the counter, over 1,034.
1 million people watched this show.
We're about
all of you guys are yahoos. All of you.
We're all yahoos.
Y'all are yahoos.
And look, we didn't even. They took it to another level. They gave content that we couldn't have scripted.
No,
I mean, that was.
Yeah, you can't.
That was phenomenal.
Earlier, who are all you people?
That was so good. I caught a comment. Apparently, one of their hosts was a little confused as to what was going on.
I don't know what's happening.
You want to talk about running back?
Oh yeah, I might have to hear what was said.
Running back.
Yeah, I might have to hear what was said over there. Oh man, damn shame to see their views go back to nothing.
And look, the guys, swear to God, Brett, this winner wasn't on me. The Chatty House did it all themselves. Swear to God. This isn't me.
I don't know what happened.
I don't know what happened.
Oh, change, run it back to the coffee hour. That's tremendous. That's tremendous.
Make some people talking about shirts, man. We
I
make some money off that hoe.
funny.
We make some money off that hoe.
Yeah, we made money off Bonte. We might as well make money off.
We
of
like
me.
Bonte.
Yeah,
We
that's
like
our guy.
Bonte.
I think
We can make money off that hoe.
I think someone had the idea in the chat house. I don't remember who it was, but just throw you guys up there with a couple of coffee mugs and the Radio Yahoos on the mugs right
There
there.
we go.
There it
We make
is.
some money off that hoe. You know what I'm saying? We can make money off that hoe.
I like it. I'm all for it. Alex, good luck, man. I hope you're good.
Yo, what's
Hey.
wrong with dude, man?
I don't
Alex-
know. I
Alex a
just
wild boy,
I just
man.
needed 5 minutes where I could look at the chat and not see Alex talking to whoever he was talking to.
Alex was just like, yeah, Klay Thompson, Michael Jackson's Puerto Rican. Just like what are you talking about?
Alex reminds me of how they portray Kyrie in the RDC World videos with Mark Phillips and those guys. Have you seen those?
Oh man.
I was like, what? I just didn't understand what Alex was talking
I didn't either. I just needed, and he's always welcome here. I just needed 5 minutes where I didn't see Alex, random tweet, random message.
Then he was defending Coffee Boy. He's like, KC, no, that's why he didn't finish the sentence. All right, bro. What are you talking about, man?
All right, man.
Wow.
Come on, Alex. I ain't got no problem with Alex. Alex is cool with me. I don't know. I
Just
don't know what
who he's
happened. I
talking
don't
to.
know.
Like if Mitch was a tweeter, maybe if Mitch was in the chatty house, maybe that's what it would be. Shout out to our man Warren. Warren on vacation. He's rocking his D-Lo and Casey.
Isn't he out of the country?
I don't know. He's in front of a MLK thing.
I think I saw he's in Atlanta.
That's right. He said
he's
he'd
in
never been to Atlanta. That's right.
Well, that's out of the country for some. All right, y'all. We gotta go. Love y'all. A+ effort today, everybody. A+ effort.
See you in the morning,
We'll
friends.
see y'all tomorrow.